Hello and welcome to Trackstars Racing Series. It is our 10th anniversary here in 2024. Of course, started in 2014, and we are back for the Touring Cars Series. The endurance continues, and round 10, we had our top 10 shootout yesterday, the qualifying on Friday, and now the race split up into four parts: the St. Croix 1000 and the C layout for your viewing pleasure today. We've got a number of people in the commentary box throughout the day, but in the background and occasionally in the foreground, myself, George Cook. And kicking off today, we'll be joined by Isaac Fogarty. Isaac, mate, welcome back to the commentary box. We had Bathurst last time out. It was a lot of fun. And now St. Croix, a different challenge entirely.
Yeah, thanks for having me, George. It's a pleasure to be back. Obviously, did a good enough job last time to get the invite back, which was nice. But yes, a very, very different challenge. It's a long lap around here at St. Croix, and carrying over that heavy damage means that we've got a very challenging day ahead of us.
Certainly do. Track length here, 10.8 kilometers. That is a lot longer than Bathurst. 24 corners to navigate. A lot of high to medium speed corners, occasional low speed corners. In fact, there's only one or two really. So you're basically flat out through the majority of this lap. Longest straight, 1.8 kilometers long. Term coined by Nick Pautasso, the long neck straight, or as we're calling it now, the maybe down a long neck during the 1.8 kilometer straight. And we're going to have to prove that by the end of today's stream, okay? So we're talking to Nick about getting a camera and getting him to get a long neck, etc. We're going to figure something out. But we've got four races today, of course, split up into four lobbies across this 1,006.7 kilometer total race distance. First stint will be 14 laps, basically a sprint, then 23 laps for part two. Part three will be 22 laps, and the final stint will be 34 laps. Strategy is going to be key today. But this first 14 lap stint, really just go for it, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. It's full send. I've heard a couple rumors of fuel saving for this stint, but I really don't think in all the testing that we've done throughout this last sort of week and a bit in the build up to this race that you're going to be able to fuel save 14 laps. So I think it's going to be a case of absolutely go for it, pit for a bit of fuel towards the end and bring it home. But yeah, I think all out strategy is what we're going to see for this first one. So it's going to make for a great piece of racing for this opening stanza of 14 laps.
Yeah, and of course, the longest straight at Bathurst, 1.1 kilometers. So we're talking 700 meters more. We saw yesterday in the top 10 shootout. These cars are maxed to the top of the limiter or whatever they're capable of in gear 6 by the end of that 1.8 kilometer straight. So fuel saving, yeah, good luck doing that through that part of the track. The only place you're going to be able to maybe do that is through some of the S's, a bit of lift and coast here and there, but there is so much high-speed track around St. Croix that, yeah, I don't think fuel saving is going to be the biggest option today, and looking after the tyres is going to be key, especially with corners like that right-hander at turn 15. You can see that at the bottom right-hand side of the track map on screen right now. Very tricky corner to get right, key for the long neck straight, of course, and it's a real tyre killer as well.
Yeah, 100%. Front tire wear is going to be crucial around here, and it's going to be all about looking after those front tires. So everyone will be playing around with their setups, probably even throughout the day, to make sure that they're accounting for the tire wear, especially when we get to our longest stint with our 34 lap race this afternoon. That's going to be a strategy game in itself. So looking after that front tire with the high load and the amount of turning time that you're doing around here. It's a long lap, and there's some long straights, but there is a lot of turning time and a lot of high speed turning time. So it's going to be absolutely crucial for the tires. Fuel, yeah, it's very difficult to save fuel around here. Upshifting early will gain you an advantage, but you're going to want to be in the slipstream, especially down that long neck straight. If you're in someone's slipstream, you will be able to afford to roll out of the throttle a bit, and that's going to be absolutely crucial in saving fuel. So that's something we're going to have to look out for today, is a bit of a gamesmanship with, sticking in behind a car to save fuel rather than go for the overtake early on in the race.
Yeah, and this I think will be a big consideration for Ridwan Hamza and Guy Barber in the number one car. They are starting on pole position. Guy Barber in the top 10 shootout yesterday posted a 3:06.980. That was absolutely insane. We thought we were going to maybe see a 3:07, but to see a 3:06, I mean, it was just a mighty lap. They are going to be starting in pole position. They're expected to get away pretty cleanly at the beginning of this race. See what happens at turn 2 on lap 1, where everyone concertinas up into ech other, and there's usually a little bit of antics in that turn 2, turn 3 area before you start to spread out a little bit throughout the remaining sectors. 6 sectors in this race, and sector 4 only begins just as you get to halfway through the long neck straight. So it is a very, very long lap. There's going to be a lot of strategic thinking here today. But yeah, as you said, the slipstream will be key for saving fuel. You're going to need to find a car that you can run behind that's at approximately the pace that you want to be running. And for the guys who are up there at the top or falling out of the battle packs, that's going to be a key consideration for their race today. And in terms of the top 10 shootout, of course, we do have the number 1. It's our FR Racing on pole position, Ridwan Hamza and Guy Barbara. Then in P2, it was actually number 12 car, Matt Campbell, and Matt Dernedy, who set a fantastic lap, which was the benchmark for a long time. It was a 3:08.5, but that just shows the distance between our P1 qualifier and our P2 qualifier was over a second and a half.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible lap from Matt Donetti. It was, yeah, really good to watch. But yeah, that lap from Guy Barbara was something else. He was on rails that entire lap. So yeah, massive gap between first and second, which, you know, as you said earlier, will play into how that strategy plays out today with the number 1 car and what they do in terms of fuel saving. If they're going to be leading the way, obviously starting on pole, we'd expect them to be up towards the pointy end all day. So we'll keep a close eye on that. But yeah, brilliant lap from Donetti to get himself into P2.
Right, it is time for us to get started because part 1 is about to begin, and we do have the lights about to start. So there is OP Twitchy right on the start of the grid here today. As we said before, he's going to be opening the stint for the number 1 car. And then, of course, it's Matt Dernedy, followed by Aidan Holton in P3. That's the other CP Motorsports car. CP Motorsports locking out the P2 and P3 position, and we are away. Green flags are out, and the racing has begun for a very, very long race ahead of us, 1,006 kilometers, and now it'll be about 1,005 as we head towards the 3rd corner in this race. Some side-by-side action there. Stappers made, that's Wade Von Duve getting a decent start, and actually that is number 12 car, Matt Dernedy, slipping down a position, already lost it to Aidan Holton, so not a great start. A little bit of a side barrier impact for the number 12, not ideal for them whatsoever. Ryan Palmer in the number 16, making some progress already, putting a lot of pressure on the back of Wade Von Duve. This is looking great for Ryan Palmer. He could have an inside send up into turn 3. It's a tricky braking zone, and it's a late apex as well, so the cars do turn in quite sharply towards it, but he's got it done beautifully, and up to P4 for the number 16, and Ryan Palmer on a charge as he returns from his stewarding duties from Bathurst, and now brings himself back in to the fold here with some serious style. Guy Barbara not able to make a huge lead at this stage, probably just conserving a little bit of fuel and tires at the start. Cold tires, not a fun thing to deal with around here.
No, definitely not. It's going to be very treacherous for this first lap until these tyres come up to temperature. So he's going to be taking it very easy. He doesn't want to make any silly mistakes. We know he has the pace in that number 1 car, but we're seeing, Ryan Palmer putting the pressure on Matt Donetti early here. I also want to give a shout out the wild card in P8, so the I believe it's the Make It PH car, up into P8 off the start of this race. They qualified outside the top 10, so they've done a brilliant job to make up positions. As we see, very loose from one of the WTC cars behind. I'm still learning all the teams, but yeah, very loose there from, I'm not actually sure who that is. You might be able to shed some light.
I believe that was the 964, so that'll be Nick Scott. No, that'll be David Scott, sorry, for WRT Motorsport in that very green. We've got a couple of green cars out there, so it's it's a little hard to spot them sometimes. That's the 964 there. Yeah, that was a moment though, wasn't it? I mean, scary, especially when you come down the hill like that.
Yeah, very scary. That's a very, very sketchy part of the racetrack, especially on cold tyres. So with low aero, which I'm assuming most of these guys will be running, and cold tyres, that means a very, very risky part of the racetrack, and people want to try and hold a flat. But here we go. Matt Zanetti going side by side with Slapper's mate early here in this one, and this is very bold because you don't want to be trying to get side by side and getting too caught up into a battle. I know this is a shorter race, so it's a bit of a sprint, but you don't want to be getting caught out not being in the slipstream down the long neck straight, because if you're the one that's out of the slipstream, you're opening yourself up to be potentially losing more places. We can see a couple cars glitching around here a little bit, so I'm not sure whether this is what the drivers are seeing as well, but potentially making it a little bit harder for overtakes early here. The Gran Turismo is a little bit infamous for its lag in the lobby, and a little bit of side-to-side movement can sort of make you question or think twice before making a move on an overtake. So hopefully that'll stabilize as we get further into this race and the cars spread out a little bit. I know when all the cars are sort of closer together, it sort of crams the game a little bit, and they like to lag. But here we go. This is I can't remember his number. It's Ben. I know his first name. Up into P7. He had a brilliant run in the top 10 shootout. He did a brilliant job, and this is a man who he drives with his chin, he steers with his chin, so he does a brilliant job. I'm absolutely in awe of what he can do, and I believe we touched on this at Bathurst as well. But yeah, absolutely brilliant. There's Mitch Curry in the, I can't see what car number is. I'm still learning. I believe it's number 7. Right. And he's got Liam Hedges right behind him at the moment. So he's put himself up into P8, so that puts Liam down a spot. But still a brilliant start for both these guys. Obviously, there was a bit of a question mark coming into this week, as if to the number 7 we were going to see any of the MC Motorsport cars on the grid. But thankfully, we were able to get the number 7 on the grid, which is brilliant to see. But yeah, here we go. This is Adam Joy as well in the other WRT car. So the sister WRT car looking to make a move on his teammate early here and get himself in position. These guys qualified outside the top 10 as well. Just Les wasn't able to hook the lap together in the number 15. So they'll be looking to make up places here. They had a brilliant run at Bathurst. They obviously got unlucky at in the first stint, backed out when they thought it was going to be a red flag. There was a bit of a miscommunication there on their part, but they did a brilliant job to come back through the field and brought home an excellent result in the 1,000. So they'll be hoping to, now that they've got underway and they have stayed in the lobby for this one, they haven't backed out early in this stint. They'll be hoping to repeat that success, if not better, at the St. Croix 1000 here.
Absolutely, yeah. Adam Joy's doing a good job, and there's an overtake now. It's going to be PH Esports losing out once again, assuming that the 964 can make a clean overtake on the outside line, which looks like they've done. No, actually, the PH Esports car has done a beautiful job and found the inside line, put themselves back up into that position. What a great battle we are having between these cars. It's a mix of Nissans and Lexuses. And the Lexus of the WTCR car, 787, Andrew Scott, making a move there on the number 15, and he's put himself now up into P11. Purple sector time there for Adam Joy, and he's got the big slipstream, 2 cars ahead of him with a big slipstream. Ando is actually indicating, saying, I'm going to be moving out, so watch out for where I am about to go, because I'm going to go for the inside line into the braking zone. I don't think he's quite close enough to get it done, though. Top speed of the GTR at the end of the straight looks to be pretty mighty, maybe, depending, of course, on the setup of the car. The Lexus still trying desperately in the corners now to get past the 964. Smell a little bit of blood in the water, I think, can Ando Scott. And I think his approach today is just take it a little bit slower, take it a little bit easy, take the overtakes when they come our way. They were a little bit unlucky over at Bathurst, but with a good lineup, they've got Graham Smith, of course, and Colin Thomas joining the lineup here for the 787 team.
Yeah, three drivers for these guys today, so makes it a little bit easier. It's such a long day, and I know a lot of the guys after Bathurst were wiped, like just absolutely burnt out. So for these guys to have 3 drivers on board, it gives them a bit more of a break, and you can see, yeah, he's being very aggressive here onto the front straight to try and get past the other WRT car and make his way up inside the top 10. So that's absolutely brilliant. He'll set after the PH car now to try and further that progress through the field. But yeah, he's doing absolutely brilliant. This is another car that's doing very well at the moment, the 32 of Nick Pautasso, doing a great job up into P5, started 7th in this race. So difficult Bathurst for the number 32 car, and we'll be looking to sort of make better on that today and stay consistent. I know Spud was talking earlier in the week. He wants it consistent, stay on the lead lap, and the results will come to them. So he's very positive about this race today. He feels really good around here, and he has a lot of confidence in the car. So hopefully that continues throughout the day. But we can see Matt Donetti has been passed by Ryan Palmer. So Ryan Palmer up into 3rd position in the 16 It's FR Racing car. So that's crucial for them to get that move done early on in this race, and as cars start to spread out, that's going to be really, really good for them. But I do wonder if Donetti will be able to stay close enough that maybe he could benefit from a little bit of slipstream, especially down the long neck straight, to save a bit of fuel, to maybe gain that time back when they get into the pit stop later on. But you can see the rear end of that SFR racing car. It looks very loose. I'm not sure if that's just the lag or it's the way they've got it set up, but very loose Nissan at the moment. So I think a few cars are set up like that, very low aero, which means that they're very slidey out of the corner. But you can see Nick Patasso watching on in the background. He's closing up to this battle, so this is going to become a nice little three-way fight for third position as we get further into this one.
Yeah, too right, and it's an interesting one with regards to setup, and I will mention a few things about that in a few seconds. It's just I'm taking a little bit of liberty here as the broadcaster as well, focusing on the 32 for a time and getting Isaac to talk about it. Very rude of me to do so, so my apologies, Isaac. The other thing as well with regards to the latency, we are connecting to an Australian lobby from the broadcast booth here in New Zealand, so that's why there's a little bit of extra latency. Most of the drivers out there won't be experiencing the latency we're seeing here. We're hoping the stability will continue to increase. Hashtag GT7 things, as we all like to say. But yeah, in terms of the setup, I mean, there's only a few low-speed corners at this circuit. Turn 3, turn 16, and pretty much that's it. And maybe a couple of the corners like turn 7, turn 8 when you go into paperclip, but there's not too many, so most of the time that you're going to make up on the lap is going to end up being on the straights. So the low wing setup does make a lot of sense here. At the same time, we looked at Guy Barbara's lap in the top 10. That's a bit of a barrier scrape there for Ryan Palmer. He's replacing Jarman, of course, in the number 16 today. He'll be side by side with Chris Lashbrook in this team for today's race. But we saw that Guy Barbara's car was very hooked up. It was really easy for him to drive it through the corners. So obviously running a lot more wing and finding maybe a bit more time in the corners than focusing on the straights. So there's a bit of a balancing act with the low speed setup. Wow, moment there for Ryan Palmer. He's pushing hard.
Yeah, he absolutely power slid through turn 2 there. He is pushing that car to try and get away from Martinetti behind him. But yeah, that car of Guy Barbara's looked on rails through the corners, especially in that shootout lap. But then again, we did see Martinetti get up to a speed of, I believe it was 291 down the long neck straight, which was the fastest top speed we'd seen in the top 10 shootout. So he, not sure whether he's running a similar setup to that now, but yeah, it is a fine line between having a little bit more aero to give you the advantage in the corners and having a little bit less aero to give yourself the advantage on the straights. It's whether, yeah, you think, you know, do you want the advantage in the corners? Do you want the advantage on the straight? What are you trying to open yourself up to? And I think for a lot of these guys, it's going to be they want stability in the corners because that's where potentially a mistake might come. And with especially a lot of the lower speed corners around here, the barriers being so close, they don't want to open themselves up to a little bit more instability in those corners. But we can see the Maker PH car now down to P10 at the hands of Liam Hedges. So he's been jumped by Andrew Scott, and he's up into 9th now as well for the 787 car. So that's a great start for them as well. And now you see Adam Joy is up into 11. So he's ahead of the sister car, the sister WRT car, and then we've got Federico Castale behind as well. So he didn't qualify. I believe the number 5 car did not make qualifying, so they started from the back. And then we've got, yes, at the back of the field, I'm still learning all of the drivers, so I do apologise, but I believe it's number 56.
This is number 56, Kiwi Pit Lane second car.
Second car, yeah. So they're running at the back at the moment, but hopefully, as they must have pitted, it looks like they're running a fair way behind the field at the moment. But these guys at the back, especially P10 all the way to P13, very close moment. I say very close. You can see Adam Joy shaping up a move on the back of Liam Hedges here. So here we go. This might be a move down the long neck straight. He's pulled out of the slipstream, but he's got the straight line speed of that Nissan. They are faster in straight line than the Lexus, a little bit more slippery, and he's going to look to the outside into turn 16, a little bit of front to rear contact with the driver's right hand side of Adam Joy's car, and that's put him at a bit of a disadvantage and opened him up here to Federico Castale, who's now looking to shape up a move as well. So that was very bold move around the outside from Adam Joy there, and he'll just sort of try and get his head set back in now to make sure that he doesn't lose out another position and hopefully shape up. Obviously, he's got the pace in that car over the PH car in front, but he'll want to make sure he tries to take his time over here, as still 10 laps to go this time by, so plenty of time left to get the move done. He'll be looking further ahead as well and looking how far he can get through the field, but he's going to dive into the pit lane now, so very early stop here for Adam Joy. I don't think he would have got damage as a result of that clash with Hedges there, but then again, you never know with Gran Turismo what they're going to throw up at you. So he's into the lane, fuel going in for him to make sure he can get to the end of this one. 78 litres on board that car, and here's why there was no time there spent repairing damage, so obviously it was a very calculated move from Joy there to get out of the way of that traffic, give himself a bit of clean air, and hopefully that will pay dividends for him later on in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, it's time we talked a little bit about strategy, because we've had a question in chat as well from Smashing Apex. Is Donetti doing a one-stop? And I think that at the end of the day, the shorter stint here, 14 laps for this first part, is definitely the biggest opportunity for something like a one-stop where you're saving a little bit of extra fuel. You're not worried so much about the tires. Whoa, that's a bit of a moment for Matt Donetti. Crikey, that's close. I mean, those curves are so dangerous. They're almost a requirement to run over some of them. This one in particular, if you really want a good line, actually can help hook the car into the corner and get a bit of extra turning. But it's a bit of risk-reward opportunity in that one. You do it a little bit too much and the car will bounce, and you will find yourself suddenly spinning around if you apply the power in the wrong time. But yeah, one stop is definitely a strategy that should be thought about. I think we've seen the 56 car go and do exactly that. Same with what we've just seen from the WRT car who just jumped into the pit, and they should have plenty of fuel to get to the end of the race. They might be thinking about a two-stop. That might also be why they're jumping into the pits early, trying to get that clean air, as you said, put in a few fast laps without the slower car in front of them, and then maybe make up some time, go into the pits again. Relative to the length of this track, the pit lane is actually not very costly at all. It's very short relative to the track, so you don't have to worry too much about the burn on your overall race time from an extra pit stop, as long as you can make it up in the lap.
Yeah, I still think the one stop is the way to go here. I think we're going to be very bold for you to do a two stop around here, especially when position is so crucial in these early stints. I think, yeah, we'll probably see most drivers go for a one stop, and Joy coming in, putting in 78 litres of fuel, he definitely can get home, be that with maybe a little bit of fuel saving, but it'll be very simple for him to get home from here. It's just a question of tyre wear and how long he can look after those tyres to make sure that they're still optimal at the end of this one, because remember, you know, staying out longer, you will have fresher tyres towards the end of this race. It just goes without saying. So these guys here, so this is Mitch Curry chasing after the 117 car, I believe. And so these guys will be sort of looking at what's around them, looking at how much traffic they've got. And we saw, yeah, Joy making probably the smart decision there to sort of get out of the way of the traffic that he was in. And while it might hurt him a little bit later on, he's got the advantage now of clean air and no one holding him up and battling with him. So these guys, as we get further into this and maybe they start to close up, we can see Mitch Curry starting to catch up to the back of the 117 car here. He will probably start to think about strategy as well, especially if the 117 car makes it difficult to overtake. You won't want to spend too long trying to fight that, because you'll lose out to the cars behind him. He has got a bit of a gap to Ando. It is 15 seconds at the moment, but we will sort of, you know, whether they pit earlier and then, you know, possibly turn out some really good laps, and you know, it only takes one small mistake for that gap to diminish and go back to being very small. And we've seen that across both events that we've done, both these endurance events so far, that one mistake can be very costly, especially when it's a longer lap like this, and especially if you get damage given it's a longer lap. So that's something that we'll keep an eye on. Twitchy out in front, Guy Barber, I should say, done a 3:07.3, so he's absolutely flying out the front, and Holton in second. So the two guys that I believe are top contenders for this championship are currently first and second. So we'll see what transpires between that as it goes on, but I believe the gap is fairly sizable at the moment. This Make It PH car of Liam Hedges now down into 11th place, so he's lost out to Federico Costale as well, who now finds himself inside the top 10. Obviously, we don't know where they'll pop out in regards to Adam Joy once these guys pit, but for now he's up into the top 10, so he's got to be happy with that performance so far to get himself up as high as he has so far.
Yeah, for sure. And I do want to call attention to the fact that Ando and the 787 car has fallen a long way behind the number 7. Number 7 managed to get through that rear pack really efficiently at the beginning of this race and has now found his way right back up to the rear end, essentially, of this battle pack and making a lot of progress. So Mitch Curry doing a really good job today on getting close to the rear now of the number 117 car. Wade Von Duvet in that car right now in P7. And Andrew Scott, 15 seconds is a huge gap. So he was held up a lot by those WRT and PHE sports cars. It might have cost him a bit in this early part of the race, and he'll have a little bit of extra delta on the overall race time for himself, which is never good to hold. But it was a tricky starting position for them. They were in the battle pack right at the back of the field, and it's a tricky place to start. But we know that Andrew Scott's got a lot of speed. He's got two great teammates with him, Graham Smith and Colin Thomas. Who'll be there to back him up in the later stints as well. So I feel like the 787 car's got a bit more in the tank. That was a near miss there for Ben Keat. We can't stop singing the praises of this man right here. He is just a champion. Drives with his chin, the true chin here for Kiwi pit lane. And I honestly think he drives better with his chin than I drive with a wheel and pedals. Genuinely. It is super, super impressive. So, big battle to keep an eye on is Mitch Curry and his progress towards the 117 car, and obviously keeping an eye on Andrew Scott and his progress now that he's been let loose from the pack of WRT and PHE sports cars. So we shall see. Comments and welcome into chat, by the way, everyone. Lovely that we'll have you in here on the Track Stars Racing Series YouTube channel. If you haven't liked and subscribed, then give us a like and subscribe. Why not? Really helps out the channel. And I hope you're all enjoying. Hope you're all ready for your stints later on in the race. Let us know in chat your predictions. Do you think it's a one-stopper? Do you think the two-stopper is better? Do you think a fuel saver is a good idea? Do you think that you need to be focused on the tyres? Or is it all about the slipstream? You guys let us know what you think over there in chat. But a little update from around the grid. Fastest lap right now still with Guy Barbara at 3:07.2. So by the way, this is only 0.3 away from his qualifying pace, which was a 3:06.987. No one else on the grid for the top 10 was able to get into the 3:07s. I think we might have seen a few in the qualifying on Friday, but the top 10 shootout was super impressive by Guy Barbara. He's leading the race by quite some distance, 10 seconds to get back to Aidan Holton, who's rapidly fell off the back of him. Look at this consistency here. His laps so far, other than the first lap, was a 3:08 flat, a 3:07.6, a 3:07.3, a 3:07.4, and then a 3:07.2 on that last lap. And he's on track to equal that lap right now. Absolutely amazing stuff. In fact, he's actually going faster. He wants to be back in the 3:06s consistently. Just goes to show the level of skill shown by Guy Barbara. And this number 1 ITS FR racing team, just unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying. I will not be surprised if we see a 3:06 from him by the end of this stint, let alone the end of the day. Absolute masterclass he's putting on at the moment. 10 seconds back to Aidan Holton in second place. And as you mentioned, that consistency has been ridiculous, but still fairly consistent from Aidan Holton as well. He's in the 3:08s and 3:09, so he's churning out some good laps as well. He's got a fair gap back to Ryan Palmer in third place. So these guys are battling it out at the moment. This is Ryan Palmer and Matt Donetti. These guys are going for it. They have been inseparable since the start of this race, and they're not going to let each other go. So this is going to go on for a little while, I should suspect. And it looks like that Nick Partasso has dropped off the back of these guys a little bit. So he was catching for a little while, but he looks like he's just sort of dropped off the back of this battle pack. And Matt Donetti closed right up to the back and then has sort of pulled away. So we see Aidan Holton is in. It looks like Donetti's going to be in as well. So both CP Motorsports cars in for their stop. So they're essentially splitting this race in half, and they're going 50-50 with this. So fuel now going in, and it's going to be, where do they spit out? We know there's been a bit of a separation in terms of the battle packs here, so we're going to watch closely to see where these guys come out in relation to Andrew Scott here, because this could be crucial if they come out in traffic to be held. It looks like Aidan Holton's got away with it, and it looks like Donetti might just get away with it as well. So they've found themselves in that gap. They've almost timed that to perfection to find themselves in that gap between Mitch Curry and Andrew Scott. So they've done very well there to put themselves into that gap. And yeah, speed out. So the 787 car running up in 9th at the moment and running quite well as well. So he's sort of built a little bit of a gap. He's got 5 seconds back to Federico Cristallo, sorry, I should say, behind. And then Liam Hedges not too far behind them as well. So bit of strategy starting to take shape here, George, and it's all starting to sort of play out in front of us as this race goes on.
Certainly is, and yeah, now of course elevated up into P3, and Nick Pautasso in the number 32 car, and Ryan Palmer elevated up into P2 at the moment. So that battle that he probably didn't really want to take part in with Matt Dernetti comes to a rapid end, and I think that was a smart move from the number 12. Yeah, it was probably part of their strategy to pit at the end of lap 7, so maybe a little bit of fortune flowing their way that they ended up just at the overtaking opportunity as they ended their stint. Whoa, Nick Pautasso nearly having a moment heading in towards the bridge. That right-hander is so tricky. It's a tricky series of corners there. You're downhill, you're flat out, then you need to lift off, get the angle to open up that right-hander into the bridge. It's not an easy sequence of corners to get right.
No, it's a very tricky sequence of corners, especially if you're trying to run a bit of a lower downforce setup. The fortune favours the bolt through there. There'll be drivers that will take it a little bit easier, and there'll be drivers that will take it a little bit more aggressive, and that's where all your time can be sort of gained and lost on a lap. Like, it can set you up really well if you get a lot of time versus the car in front of you through onto this long neck straight. So and even across the bridge, it can set you up well as well. So these guys, they'll be just trying to keep it on rails and keep it smooth through there. And yeah, so here we go. This is the other WRT car now looking to make a move on the PH car of Liam Hedges. So these guys are still battling, still going on. This will be, I believe, was outside the top 10. I believe these guys are both yet to stop. So looking at the times, I don't think they have. There's a little P there next to their lap 6. But I think that's a bit of I think that's a glitch in the game. I think we see that fairly often, that the P symbol for pit comes up on when it probably shouldn't. But either way, they are still going at it now. There's about an 8/10 gap between these guys at the moment as we come down into turn 16. You can see the very wide line, whether that was on purpose or not, that very deep line that Hedges took into the turn 16 versus Scuts took a very narrow line and sort of hit the apex of that turn 16. But this Lexus is doing very well in the corners. He's pulled out a bit of a gap now. It's over a second, and that may also be to do with tyre life. So we'll see how that plays out. Someone just went purple, I saw in one of the sectors as we were flicking through. But this is Ben Chieti. I'm not sure how you say his last name.
We think it's Keats, but I'm not sure. I haven't confirmed it. It's easier to say Keats.
Keats. All right, we'll go with Keats, and if we're wrong, then we're all wrong, and that's okay. But yes, he is now come into the lane, and he's just come out in front of Federico Cristallo as well. So he's found himself into a little bit of a gap here. He'll want to get those tyres up to temperature quickly so he doesn't spend too long battling. You see him weaving across the track there to get a bit of temperature in those tyres. And yeah, we'll see how this goes for him, but he was up fairly well. So once everyone stops, he should find himself back out of a strong position. We've got 5 seconds up the road to Ando, so he has a bit of breathing room as long as he can keep the number 5 MSR car behind him at this stage. So we'll keep an eye on that and how that unfolds. But I believe we're starting to see most cars start to pit now. I believe the top 3 are yet to stop. Maybe the top 4, 5 are yet to stop. So Aiden Holton is the first of our drivers that have stopped. And I'm going to be very interested to see, I don't know about you, George, I'm going to be very interested to see what the gap to Guy Barbara is once Guy Barbara stops, because these guys were about 10 seconds apart when Holton came to the pit. So I'm going to be interested to see whether that gap has been closed down and is closer, or whether it's further apart.
Yeah, well, one of the interesting things, of course, is fuel is cheap in these races, so it's easy to spend fuel out on track and then regain it quicker than you're spending it. So that limits the amount of time that you need to spend in the pit stop getting the fuel back in the car. Wow, that was close to the barrier for Aiden Holton. He's pushing hard. But it is one of those things, if you stop halfway through the race and you've saved a bit of fuel, that will save you some time in the pit stop, and Guy Barbara being out so long, 9 laps so far for him. He'll be on his 10th very soon. He might come into the pit now, so it might be limiting the damage, any damage that's being done by the CP Motorsports 232 car in this race, and it is in fact in because he's on 2% of fuel, so has to pit this lap. No way you're making it round another lap with that amount of fuel on the car. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye because he is now, in the pits. Tires will be changed, and he will get a full tank of fuel, or not full, but he'll fill up to wherever 100% is for his strategy. Still coming through the last few corners. Turn 22 now, just coming up to turn 23. Up the hill we go. Love this corner, by the way. Cut it beautifully. If you get that right, it just feels so satisfying, and you're launched out in the exit very, very nicely as well. Into turn 24. Looks like Twitchy will get away very easily at this point. So Captain Muffin, Aiden Holton, what is going to be the gap here? Let's keep an eye on it. We've got Ryan Palmer, Nick Pautasso, and Mitch Curry in the pits, and that looks like Slapper's mate has yet to come in. It's still about 10 seconds, maybe a little bit less, maybe 9 seconds or even 8.5. So he's really only gained about a second. Oh, that was quite the grass riding there on the entry as well. So Aiden Holton pushing as hard as he possibly can, but the gap is still 9 seconds. Twitchy's going to have fresher tires and plenty of fuel to the end of this race. 4 laps to go, so we're about 10 minutes out. No, 12 minutes out. I can't do math.
Yeah, we've still got a little bit of a way to go in this race yet. 12 minutes left, but yeah, I think he gained about a second, which is not a lot in the grand scheme of things for a 10-second gap, but for cars that have been fairly close together, like these guys, we've seen that Ryan Palmer still comes out in front of Matt Donetti, which is crucial. So that he held on to that track position. That gap stayed at about a second as well. So that gap's still where it was before those guys pitted, if not maybe a little bit bigger. And Nick Pautasso has dropped off the back of these guys as well. So it's interesting because it looks like Ryan Palmer sort of gained a little bit by staying out longer, but Nick Pautasso has lost out by a couple seconds from staying out longer. So it's a bit of a cat and mouse game, really. And I think part of it will be the setup and how the tires wear based on your setup, but part of it will also just be how you drive the car, and the more aggressive you are and the more you take advantage of that fresh tire early on will sort of play a crucial role in how you sort of gain after your gain on the undercut, but also how you manage the tire and how much you have towards the back end of your stint. We've seen that Palmer and Pautasso ran longer, so maybe looking after the tyre for Palmer was an advantage that he could still sort of keep at a consistent pace that was similar to what he had been doing. He gets very loose on the exits of, I believe that is turn 14 there, as they come down into 15, which is the entry to the long neck straight. So yeah, it's very interesting to see various strategies playing out here, and how it all works, and trying to sort of decipher what it is that everyone's doing. It's it's really good to sort of try and piece together the puzzle that is the strategy game of this 1,000 kilometer race.
It's a subtle art of observation that is developed by us commentators, mostly only commentators, because we have to sometimes just interpret what we're seeing. But yeah, I completely agree with what you were saying there. And fresher tires will be there for Ryan Palmer, but he's actually not quite got them into the zone just yet, so still a chance for Matt Donetti. We know Matt Donetti has got the ultimate pace over all of these cars. He qualified in P2 in the top 10 shootout with a 308.5, has yet to reach that pace. Again, I think it was a 308.4 that he was able to do in the previous qualifying. That elevated them up into the top 10 shootout. So he's got a lot of pace on him, does Matt Donetti, but he's not really, I don't think, fully shown his capabilities yet. So a bit of conservative driving from a lot on the grid. Wade Von Duve in the 117 comes into the pit, 7% of fuel on board. They'll get a fresh set of tires and go again. The battle that they were engaged in was around where Ando currently is sitting now. And I don't think Ando has pitted yet either, unless I'm mistaken. I think he must have pitted by now, because there's no way you're holding enough fuel for yet another lap. 12 laps through this. He's just, oh wow, close one between teammates there, the two WTCR cars, and Ando wasn't quite expecting a car to pop out just in front of him, but does. And Bazza has managed to get one up on the 117 as well. So Kiwi pit lane, the number 44, done extremely well. But this is great driving here from Andrew Scott. If he hasn't done his pit stop, let's just double check here. I don't think he has done a pit stop yet. I think he's out of position right now, based on what I can tell. But there is a battle. This is a battle for position between Ben Keats in the 44 car and the 117 with Wade Von Duve. So this is the battle for the real position 6 as it stands right now, and we expect to see Andrew Scott at the pit in the next lap or so.
Yeah, he's done extremely well to run this long in the race. This is a fuel-saving masterclass, and we sort of saw it, Bath, as we alluded to the fact that he's a bit of a tyre whisperer, and I think this race he's being a fuel whisperer as well. He's absolutely coaxing that car along, because yeah, looking at the times, he's not pitted yet, so he's done very well to run as long as he has, which will give him brilliant tyre life at the end of this race. So we're gonna be, yeah, it looks like a bit of a gap has grown between Keats and the 117 car, so that started to sort of stabilise out now, and we saw Keats arrive very quickly on the scene at the exit of the pit lane, and had to go very quickly to move to the inside to sort of try and get past this 117 car. But he's done a great job and gets himself back up into 7th place, and now Mitch Curry will set after that 117 car, only a 3.5 second gap, and Adam Joy, as a result of the stops and the early stop, finds himself up into 10th place. So he's got himself up into the top 10 with about a second gap now towards back to, I should say, Federico Casale. But there's going to be a question of the tyre life on this car. What is it? What's he got left? He's been out there since lap 5. At the start of lap 5 is when he pitted. So he's been going for a fair while, and there's still 3 laps to go after this one, 3.5 from here. And Cristallo only just came into the pits on the previous lap. So yeah, this is going to be interesting to watch now, because this gap is sitting at a second. There's no threat from the PH car behind. They're 13 seconds away. But yeah, this battle for the back half of the top 10, the final position in the top 10. We see yellow flags out. Not sure what that is for. It looks like Ryan Palmer has lost a spot to Matt Donetti. And I'm just trying to see, there's now a 17-second gap, it looks like, between Aiden Holton and Guy Barbara. So something must have happened and he's run very wide on the exit there.
This is Captain Muppin. He has had a major problem. He's spun around, he's got damage on the car. And yes, we have also missed the overtake by Matt Donetti on Ryan Palmer, which has brought Nick Pertasso into the fray as well, only a 1.5 seconds between them. But big news, the 232 car having to repair the damage they've received at the end of this race from a spin. Looks like an unforced error in turn 22. There are the WTCR cars going past, and the pit lane car. They're out on P8. That is maybe P9, because Mitch Curry has had a look. Oh, wow. That was super, super close. There was definitely contact between the two, and Aiden Holton has absolutely hooked it into the barrier at turn 2. There's been extra contact with Mitch Curry as well. He just went in way too hot.
Yeah, he carried a lot of speed into that corner. I'm not sure whether he missed his braking zone. I don't know if he changed tyres, but cold tyres can also be a factor into that corner as well. And yeah, the contact, it was a very bold move from Mitch Curry. Obviously, the speed difference coming out of the pit lane versus being already up the top of 6th gear by the time you get to turn 1 there. It's not even really a turn, it's more of just a kink to the left. But yeah, that was very bold. And that'll be absolutely crushing for the 232 crew. They were running really well up in 2nd place, and still a long way to go, so there's plenty of time for them to fight back. But yeah, they'll be disappointed that they're on the back foot at the start of this one. However, that puts the other CP Motorsports car of Matt Donetti and Matt Campbell up into 2nd place after that brilliant overtake that we've obviously missed with Ryan Palmer. And that actually puts Ryan Palmer now, looks like he's falling back into the clutches of Nick Pertasso behind him. Only half a second between these guys at the moment. So this is starting to shape up as a little bit of a battle with 2.5 to go here. This is becoming a little bit of a battle for the back half of the podium at the first start of this race, this first stint. So yeah, it's very loose number 16 car, and he's got the slide going on the exit of turn 14 as they come through 15. But yeah, this is starting to shape up now. This sprint race is starting to become a little bit more sprint as we get to the back end of this.
This is brilliant. I love it when strategies start to come together. They always start to diverge a little bit at the beginning, and they all come back together, and we're seeing that right now. Nick Pertasso in the slipstream, big move to the outside, pulls out and he'll have the outside line and the braking zone to himself. Question is, can the number 16 break deep? He does so, but the switchback from Nick Pautasso is beautiful. Ryan Palmer
Brilliant.
can't get the grip down at all, and MSR, number 32, up into P3. I don't think they were expecting to be there this race.
No, he's done a great job to get himself up into P3. He went very deep on the brakes, did Ryan Palmer, into turn 16. I could see, he tried to carry a lot of speed just to try and defend the position and sort of hold on to get an apex advantage, but he ran a little bit too wide and got loose on the exit, and that was brilliant driving from Nick Pautasso just to do the switchback. It's one of my favourite moves in racing, the switchback. I love it very much. He's run very wide. On the exit of the final corner, though, all four wheels on the grass, doing a little bit of gardening service there for the folks here at St. Croix. Very loose in a straight line there, maybe trying to scrub the tyres a little bit to get a bit of dirt off them. But yeah, brilliant job. He's got himself up into third place, and that puts Ryan Palmer back down into fourth. So these guys, yeah, probably didn't expect to be up into third place, but I'm sure he'll take it. He'll be very happy with that, and I don't think he's going to quite close up that gap to Mazzinetti. He's got a lot of pace in that CP Motorsports car. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. I'm wondering how the other CP Motorsports car is traveling at the moment as well. We've got the 117 and the 787, but yeah, Aiden Holton now, it's 9 seconds to Mitch Curry in front, but 17 seconds back to Adam Joy behind. So I think I'm trying to work out whether he came in. I think he might have come in at the end of that lap to fix that damage. So we'll see. He's got a lot of pace in that car. We're trying to make up time now to make sure that he doesn't lose out too much in the overall standings. Remember, these results are calculated based on all the stint times added together. So previous years gone by, I believe it's been whoever's ahead at the end, or whatever position you're in at the end of stint 4, that's where you finish for the day. Now it's all the stint times are taken together and added up, and that's how we calculate our overall winner. They are updated throughout the day, obviously. Lovely Excel spreadsheet master Rubin Ibn Hamza will add them up as the day goes on. So we'll have a bit of an idea throughout the day where everyone sort of sits in this race. But yeah, we'll get a bit of a form guide as we get further into the day. But yeah, these guys are fighting for overall position based on time. So making up time now, even if you've made a mistake and lost out, making up time now could be crucial. Could be the difference between a podium and not a podium later in the day.
Exactly, yeah. I think we need to rename MSR from Mash Spuds Racing to Mash Spuds Mowing, especially with that move at 24, because that was a full send onto the grass. Just got the angle all wrong there, but he just needs to hold on now, does Nick Pautasso. He's doing well. In the background, we've got Ando Scott. He's under a bit of pressure from Mitch Curry, who's been on a charge this race. Finds his way back up into P8 after a bit of a disastrous start, and now really putting a lot of pressure onto the WTCR cars. Obviously got a lot of fuel to ride. He's in the slipstream, and ahead of them, of course, the number 44 and the number 117 car, that's P5 and P6 respectively. So Ando's just fallen off the back of the other WTCR car just a little bit. Might be working to hold up Mitch Curry as much as possible. We are coming towards now the last lap of this race, and was that a car very, very wide there on the entry to turn 16? Does look like they're back on the tarmac, so that's positive. But Guy Barbara is now on the final lap of this first part of the race. 14 laps almost done for them, and what a dominant situation they are in already. 20 seconds up on the field in this first part of racing. But yeah, Matt Dernetti, after a bit of a shocker of a start, let's be honest, down to P5 early on, had to fight his way back, was fighting with Ryan Palmer, found his way back past Ryan Palmer, having a few issues, and that beautiful overtake by Nick Pautasso completely changes up how the top 3 is looking at the moment, especially with Aiden Holton and the unfortunate unforced error in the S's in Sector 5. Just turned himself around, and it was all over at that point. They might have been able to hold on to a slightly higher position had they not pitted, and then suddenly fighting with Mitch Curry, found himself headfirst into the barrier at turn 2, which was an absolute disaster. You've just repaired all the damage, and then 150 meters later, well, you're in the barrier again. You've got more damage, so he's holding damage and having to make a bit of progress back. Nonetheless, last lap we are now on, and Guy Barbara is still leading us away, of course. By the way, an honourable mention there for the number 56, currently in last place for the Kiwi Pit Lane Sim Racing outfit, and they are doing their best at the moment. They'll have a better run through the longer stints, I believe. So here we are, part 1 of 4, rapidly coming to its conclusion. And 14 laps done. Lots of exciting racing so far. The strategy's, of course, a little bit simpler in these shorter formats. Next time around, we've got the 23-lap stint, so that's a lot longer. There's a lot more consideration on what you're doing and how you're doing it.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot more strategy. We're getting into the longer races now, so we'll see people try to go for 1 stops. People probably try and go full send and go for 2 stops as we get into these longer 22 and 23 lap races. So that's going to be very interesting to see what everyone is doing. But yeah, it's been brilliant for this opening stint. There's been a lot of action for us to sort of keep up with. It doesn't look like it's over yet because Mitch Curry is right behind the 787 still. He's not letting him go. And we know that Lexus struggles in comparison to the Nissan in a straight line. So as we're coming up to the faster section of the circuit, we've got this straight across the bridge, and then we've got the long next straight not long after this. So this is going to be where he tries to make it happen. He's going to try and make it happen now as we come up towards turn 14. Looks to the outside at the exit of the bridge. Gets squeezed by Andrew Scott there on the exit. Brilliant racing between these two. And he goes for a little bit of a switchback, but that puts him on the outside again for the run into turn 15. And he'll have to sort of settle in behind, hope he can get a good exit here, get in the slipstream, which he is doing. And you can see Andrew Scott moves to the inside to defend that position and get out of the slipstream. He's going to hold his line, is Mitch Curry. Now he falls in behind, probably waited a little bit too long, I would think, to fall in behind there to get into the slipstream. But he's going to look to the outside now, down towards turn 16. Is he going to be able to make this move around the outside? I think he's going to make it, he's going to make it very difficult for him. They stay side by side through turn 16, but the better line, the shallower line, just pays dividends. And there we go. So Twitchy has, Guy Barbara has come across the line to take victory in this first stint. Matt Donetti, a brilliant job to come across in 2nd place, and Nick Pautasso in 3rd after starting 7th. So brilliant run for those guys.
Indeed, yeah, and then it'll be Ryan Palmer for the number 16 car in P4, followed by the number 44 car. Ben Keats has driven very, very well this stint, and that is a great result for them in P5. Then P6, 117 car, followed by Curry. And it looks like that we've managed to miss it at the wrong time. Ando has run out of fuel.
Oh, no!
Ando has run out of fuel, and he is crawling back. In fact, Aidan Holton will catch him on this last corner, and we'll just go sweeping around the outside of him. No worries about that overtake. Andrew Scott, who we thought was so on top of the fueling, maybe just took a couple of litres too few in that pit stop, and he is going to crawl across the line. Will he actually hold on to P9? Hold on. Here's Adam Joy. Oh, Frederic Castale. That was a major move. He's actually going to lose both positions. P11 now for Andrew Scott.
No.
Oh my goodness. That is a disaster. And ladies and gentlemen, that is example A of what running out of fuel will do to you in a race like this. Wow.
Yeah, and especially the start finish line is so long down the straight here. Like, you have to get almost over halfway down the straight before you even cross the line. So running out of fuel at that point is so crucial. And I did think, as I was watching him come through that final corner, that Adam Joy and Frederico Cristallo, they weren't too far behind, and Cristallo has actually got Adam Joy on the line there as well. So that little bit of confusion with that car meant that he's jumped up into 9. He was behind for pretty much all of that stint, but he has jumped up into the P9, and Adam Joy drops back to P10 for this one. And yeah, just disappointing for Andrew Scott to drop out of the top 10 there, running out of fuel right at the end. Yeah, but as you said, very crucial to make sure you have enough fuel to get to the end. And yeah, running out of fuel will cost you big time, as we just saw in just evidence. And that should be a warning to everyone else, I think, to make sure that they have enough fuel to get to the end, because if you run out of fuel, it's going to hurt you big time.
Yeah, I think probably what's happened there is he's seen the number 7 Mitch Curry making all this progress rapidly, coming up on his rear end, and yeah, he's had to use a bit more fuel than he would have liked, and probably tried lifting and coasting through the S's. He would have known that straight that Mitch Curry was on. If he didn't give it full fuel at that point in map 1, then he was going to be overtaken. So he had to try it. I think Andrew Scott probably planned it to perfection with his fuel. But what's happened is he's ended up in a situation where he's been forced to use a bit more fuel than he would have wanted, and suddenly, yeah, he's out of fuel. So here's how Stint 1 has finished up, and Guy Barber in the number 1, it's FR racing car with a 3-minute 07.123. Love that number. Whenever I see a 123, very satisfied. And also 007. I digress. A 44-minute, 26-second total race time there for Guy Barbara. Really impressive work by them on Stint 1. It puts them in a great position for the following stints. Then Matt Dernetti, a surprise return to P2. He was starting in P2 with a great qualifying in the top 10 shootout, and he'll be in P2 starting the next stint. Then Nick Pautasso in the 32 car, followed by Ryan Palmer and the number 16. So actually a really good return to racing for Ryan Palmer, and the 16 will be stoked because at the end of Stint 1 at Bathurst, they were finishing well down the order after starting P2. Then it is Ben Keats in the number 44 Kiwi pit lane car for P5, 117 car in P6 for Wade Von Duvet. Then Mitch Curry finds his way in a little bit lucky with Andrew Scott running out of fuel, though the overtake was looking rather inevitable anyway. P7 for him and a good recovery drive. So the number 7 in P7, you'll love to see it, with a good lap there of a 309.7, his best lap in the race. Then Aidan Holt in P8, followed by Federico Cristale in the number 5 car, sorry, for MSR number 5. Then, of course, the 964. Sorry, that's the 15. I'll have to check that.
15,
that is the 15. Yes. It is the 15. Yeah. The number 15. What a drive back. Early pit stop for them, and actually a really impressive bit of racing at the end. Shame they lost out that P9 right on the line.
Yeah, no, they did extremely well. So they qualified P11 and they sort of lost out at the start, pitted early, got out of traffic, and sort of paid dividends for them to get up into P10. Obviously, as we continue down the field, we can see Andrew Scott there. Very disappointing for him to run out of fuel, so he drops out of the side of the top 10. But it's a long day. There's a lot of racing left. Liam Hedges, a great result. In the PH esports car, they did a great job to come home in P12, running in the top 10 early on in that race as well. They got a brilliant start. And then the other WRT car in P13 and the 56 Kiwi pit lane car in P14. It says running, but I believe that was because the time may have expired before they were able to cross the line. But yeah, brilliant result for those guys.
Absolutely right. So we are going to be taking a short break while the lobby gets reset for Stint 2. The drivers will get set up, and we'll have a couple of new commentators in the box. So it's going to be yourself and Nick Pautasso, I believe. Let me look at the schedule. No, it's going to be Nick Pautasso and Ryan Palmer, because you're driving, aren't you?
I was about to say, it'd be very difficult for me to commentate and drive at the same time. I'm sure I could do it, but I don't think Nick would be very impressed that his co-driver was trying to do two things at once. I think he just wants me to focus on the driving. So no, I'm gonna go and jump in, but I'll be back later on to be back in the commentary box. So it's been a pleasure to jump in for this first stint with you, George. I appreciate you having me back in, and we'll catch up a bit later on.
Always most welcome in the commentary box. Ladies and gentlemen, Isaac Fogarty, thank you very much, and good luck on your stint in Stint 2. We will be taking a short break. We'll be back once Lobby 2 and Stint 2 begins, and Nick Pautasso and Ryan Palmer will be in the comments box, the legendary duo returning to jump in together. So thank you all so much. We will talk to you in a few moments' time. Stay tuned. Give us a like and subscribe. You're watching Track Stars Racing Series. It's the Endurance Championship for the touring cars. It's round 10, St. Croix. What a Stint 1 we've had, and we will return soon with Stint 2 coverage. Stay tuned. Right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Track Stars Racing Series. It is the St. Croix 1000, and Stint 2 is about to kick off. We've got 23 laps in this stint after a 14-lap stint just before, and it was quite the sprint. Joining me in the comms box for the moment is going to be the legendary Ryan Palmer. We'll have Nick Paustasso, Spud jumping in as well once the second stint has kicked off. But Ryan Palmer, lovely to be back in the comms box with you, mate, and nice driving there in stint 1 as well.
Yeah, no, it's lovely to be back. It's been a very long time. I think we go back to Motor Motion days is the last year, but I haven't done anything with Nick for a while. But no, yeah, that stint was good. I had a not too bad start. Kind of centered up the inside of Slappers at turn 3, got that move stuck and stuck behind Matt. He had a little bit of a sketchy run onto the bridge, and I kind of faked him right and left and shoved that up the inside, and then kind of went to work. And yeah, my pit strategy kind of screwed me over there, which is why I dropped off. I didn't take tyres in the second stint, so I tried to take track position instead. But nah, it's all good. I have full faith in Chris. He'll get cooking and he'll do Chris Lashbook things. But nah, it's good to be back. And for this round 10 here at the St. Croix, and obviously thank you to you taking time out of your day to help us stream this one. It's always good fun just to get to events like this on the broadcast.
Exactly right. Yeah, there's a lot of ups and down stories through that stint 1. It's going to set things out and lay out the territory for which we're going to journey through in the next few stints. And some other stories around the grid, of course, was Mitch Curry in the number 7 making it back up well through the grid. The number 44 car, Ben Keats, having a good first stint out there. Of course, the Chin, as we like to call him now, doing incredible work with his shin, among other things, but also doing really well just to get the car up there further in the grid. We're about to go to our rolling start, and we'll take it away very, very soon. So let's get out on track and have a little look. So yeah, Guy Barbara and the number 1 FR racing team out to a great start. 20 to 30 seconds-ish already on the board for them. Rolling start will begin now. Then it'll be Matt Campbell jumping in the number 12 car, followed by Isaac Fogarty in the number 32. And then, of course, Chris Lashbrook, who is Ryan Palmer's teammate. And let's see what happens. Lights a go. And Stint 2 has begun 23 laps ahead of us. And let's see what happens down in turn 2. And Guy Barbara just wants to heat in the tyres already for turn 2.
Yeah, they were a little bit cold for me here, but no, Guy Barbara here. I do know he's set. He's 3 wide into 1. That's not gonna. Oh, what a massive cluster there! And Isaac's gone out into the lead there. Where's Chris? Chris is down in 6th place. He's dropped there, but the Chin's come up into 3rd place. 3 wide into turn 3. This is not going to end well, boys.
Oh dear, it's the scary territory. Doc is going to try down the inside. They're 4 wide into turn 3. What is going on? What a crazy start this is, and it all was predicated by Isaac Fogarty in the 32 car going up the inside and making it 3 wide into turn 2. Matt Campbell's had a decent start, holds on to P2. Then it's Guy Barbara down in P4, not the start he was looking for. Suddenly found himself, after losing a little bit of time to the tyre warming action he did early on, suddenly found himself with 2 cars sandwiching him into the middle of that quarter. They're still 2 wide all the way down the field, Ryan.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy there going there. But as we know, the format for these Enduros has changed. So although you do see here Isaac out in front, it is based on overall time. Oh, Chris trying to go for a move there on Jacobs. But yeah, so as I said, overall time here. So as much as Twitchy's 3rd place on the track, he's still 30 seconds essentially up the road. So it's going to be interesting here. But as we go here into the bridge section, into the S's, looks like Chris lost out there. We have Nick here in the comm box. So welcome, my friend. And that was a good hustle there that we had for a little bit.
Yeah, good afternoon, DJ. Good afternoon, George. Good afternoon, viewers. Yeah, it was really good fun out there in that first stint, as we see Matt Campbell making the move on Isaac Fogarty at the end of the bridge section, going up onto the back straight. Guy Barbara about to make that position. So Isaac goes from 1st to 3rd in a span of 1 corner. But looks like a good start amongst our viewers, amongst our drivers here so far. We've got 14 runners here. Obviously, the 71 of the MC Motorsport is not racing with us this afternoon and today, so very sad to not see the double MC car on the grid. But yeah, no, definitely was a very good hustle there between you and myself there throughout the whole race in general, with yourself, Danetti, and myself, whereas we're about to go 3 wide. It's going to be very wild here. It's a very tentative start for race 2 here, DJ, because usually we always say this is usually about stint 2. The middle stint is where we always see the co-drivers go crazy and hammer and tong, and the main drivers are always up in the first stint and the last stint as well. But it's great to see some great racing amongst our drivers so far. Not too many mistakes going on there, as Greeny's trying to work his way up after what was an unfortunate and a bit of contact made between himself and Ben Keats in the 44. So a bit of sideways action there for the 232, and Ben Keat has just hit the side. Unfortunately, no room for him, but Fogarty holds on to 4th, and then we have Rob Jacobs and Mitch Curry 5th and 6th place. So I wonder what Bass is going to do here. Will he let that position go? Will he have to drop back, or is he just going to have to wait until he gets to the stewards room? But great start overall in this first part of the St. Croix 1000, and it is Matt Campbell ahead of Guy Barber, ahead of Lashbrook in the 3rd place.
Yeah, that's interesting. There, can we just get some telemetry up, because I just want to see if anyone's got damage there of the top kind of runners. So just here. So no, Twitchy escape. Wow, and Lashbrook as well. Nothing. Yeah, that's very, very, very lucky there by those drivers to not get damage out of that, especially with us obviously running full damage. So no, that was good. No, that was Jacobs getting really loose there. Mitch Curry up into 6th place. We all know that Mitch Curry is not GT7. He hates this game so much, but he's come in to race with Ward, and yeah, look at him. Looks like
he's doing well. He's doing very well, Mitch Curry. Even though he's not a fan of the game, he's always more for the livery creation and the freedom of making liveries on GT7, as we see all the liveries that we have on the grid this for today's 1000, all very well presented by all the 7 teams, well 8 teams if you include the PH Esports wildcard entry. That make it PH Esports that are making it super cheap. We make it PH Esports, and they're doing a really good job there. Had a very good first stint. It was a very good start there as well, from I believe they were from P12 up to P8 in the span of a couple of laps there. So very strong start by the wildcard team. As we see, Lashbrook now makes the move well before the bridge on Matt Campbell, and now it says it's FR12.
Wide. Yeah, I did see Matt run a little bit wide there going onto the downhill section. So Chris made the most of that, done very well there. So he, as we say, we have this little thing, we like to go cook, so I kind of gave it to him in the best hands I could. You know, if I took tyres, it probably would have been a bit of a better fight with us, but yeah, I tried to do the one stop, no tyres for track position, but it kind of shafted me. So yeah, he's done. Now they're in B2, and now he's just, as we say, he's just going to go cook. So he's going to be in the car for this one, and then we'll see how the end of the race goes. But here we have Jacobs trying to go for a move on Isaac Fogarty here. It's so hard to try and make a move stick on the outside, because obviously the corner goes off camber, but don't pull Curry out of this. Curry says, hold my beer. Will he make a move here on the inside of Jacobs? Oh, in saying that, the chin tries to go inside Curry. This car's going everywhere. What is happening?
Oh, it's a great battle pack for P4, while the top 3 are running away, which are the usual top 3 contenders in for the St. Croix 1000 victory here this afternoon, as Jacobs just gives Fogarty a little bit of a touch on the rear right of the Lexus RCF, which kind of unsettles the 32, which Jacobs has to go around the outside, and he has done it very nicely leading up to the second last corner. Mitch Curry hits the back end of the WTC Racing 117, but now he's going to throw it up on the inside of the 32. So Isaac Fogarty, who was leading the initial early stages of the St. Croix 1000, has now dropped down to P7, now down to P8 in the span of two completed laps here. So not the start that the 32 wanted. So he hasn't really had much practice this week. He's been down with the flu. He's also had to make a very long road trip from his hometown of Newcastle to Melbourne and for a concert, and then back to Newcastle, also as well as coming down with food poisoning during the week as well. So he hasn't been 100%, but he's here, he's ready to go, and he's having a good time and just wants to bring the car home in a good position. So holding on to P8 at the moment and running very nicely. It's all about the long game here, Ryan. It's 23 laps of racing, and we're really not even 10% of the way there.
Yeah, no, definitely, that's it there. And yeah, he's hats off to Isaac there for doing that road trip. That's what, onwards of 9 hours or so. You obviously did that yourself too. move down to Melbourne. But no, it's good there. But in saying that, in all of that happening, someone's off in the grass there. Baz with the chin nearly puts it off into the wall. Done a very good job there to save that. Greenie's come up through the ranks here. He's up into P5. So I watched the replay back pretty quickly, and I did see that Muffin had a massive moment going through turn 22. So looks like the car snapped on him, and then he spun, put it in the wall, and then apparently George was saying that when he came out of the pits, he then put it back in the wall again at turn 1 or turn 2 there, battling with Curry. So not the best start that Aiden probably wanted. He was sitting out there in P2 for quite a while. But Greenie's just doing a bit of a recovery drive here, seeing where he can get. As long as these 4 guys start battling here, Greenie's just going to get out in front of these guys and drive away. So see how the end of this goes. But no, this is getting exciting. We got Lamb here in the number 5, so he's partnered up with Crestdale. So see how he goes. Haven't seen Lamb on the grid since Bathurst, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely, and we also have to remember our viewers, the 5 actually didn't make the qualifying on Friday night, the top 14 qualifying, so they had to start rear of the grid, so from 14th all the way up to finishing into P9 at the end of the first stint, which in the hands of Federico Crestdale in Cylon 96, so a really good job there as we see Greenie now making a move on the outside of Rob Jacobs. He's actually already done that well before the end of the straight there, so really good job there by Greenie, but now hugs the inside line. We definitely saw the 16 do a fair bit of that in the first stint as well with yourself and the number 12. It was it almost got to a point I was just like, is there any room left for these guys to try and go for someone to throw it up on the inside, just maybe a millimetre of margin? But nope, you definitely hugged that inside very well. Compromised both your exits though on the final, going onto the corner, leading into the windy section here of Sector 5 and Sector 6, but there's some really nice racing between yourself and Donetti in that first stint.
Yeah, no, it was good there. I did the same thing coming off the bridge too, going into the left-hander. I know I'm probably running a bit more downforce than what he is, so I kind of got to make the most of it. The dirty air, we know how pretty bad it is. So yeah, I just made the most of it and went high defend, and I knew how late I could brake with that massive headwind there going into that corner. So, wow, Fogarty's getting absolutely hounded here. Look at this, Purton up into P12 on the back of Colin and Fogarty. We have a 3-way Lexus battle here. Oh, Purton, come on, mate. You're going to need some bigger balls than that. You can just send it up the inside there at Colin.
He's a wild card. He can do whatever he likes. Flash the lights there because we know he's on the controller as well. Just giving us a bit of entertainment there in the background, but yeah, very tentative start there by Fogarty. So obviously just trying to get used to the car, trying to get used to the conditions, as well as it is cloudy on the 06 setting, but it's all then set to random. So you do get a few moments of the race where actually a bit of sunlight on the track, so it definitely heats up the temperatures and heats up the tires quite a fair bit, and you actually do feel a little bit of that. And then when the track gets a little bit cloudy, that's when you start getting the optimum temperatures and a little bit more grip underneath your hardware of the steering wheel or on the controller.
I actually found when we had a little bit of cloudy section, I gained a lot of time through this mid pack where they're coming through now. So when the clouds kind of did go away and it heated up the track a little bit more, I did get a bit more grip. So it was that Fogarty running off into the sand there. Be careful, stay there, driver's right. Good job. Okay, slightly. Wow. Okay, but the conditions are very interesting. Obviously, we're in late morning, and then the time of day is going to change for the next stint, so it's going to go to afternoon, I believe. But top 3 here looks like Twitchy's sent out into a 5.5 second lead here over Lashbrook in the number 1 and number 16 here. 4.3 seconds to Matt Campbell. Obviously, the timing that we've got between these cars, so we've got 26 seconds between the number 1 and the number 12. So at the moment, as it sits, there's about 12 seconds extra on that. So that's now actually probably about 40 of it. Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting with this whole cumulative time situation. So we had 26 seconds between the number 1 and the number 12. And then 4 seconds between the Matt, Donetti, and yourself, and then 4.9 from me to you, from me to the Chin in Baza, 6.8, and then 13 back to the WTC 117. So not too far away in terms of relative. So
Oh, Buzz has actually got a bit of damage. Apologies there. I can just see it flashing up on our telemetry that he's got a bit of front splitter and a front right suspension. So that car's definitely not going to be handling at its absolute best. He must have actually picked that up early because the lap times are sitting at about 3 minutes 14, 3 minutes 13.4, and we know Baz is quite a very strong and fast driver. We definitely saw that in that first stint as he was coming up towards the field. He's hanging on to the back end of my MSR Lexus, but he's doing a really good job there. I think he's just kind of sticking to plan A with the strategy. Just run the tank to the absolute brim. I'll run it to the absolute emptiness and then change the tires and then fix the damage in that pit window, because I don't think he's going to want to lose too much time and maybe make a two-stop, because a two-stop will definitely be the slower option when it comes to the 23 lapper. We are looking at about a one-stop strategy for our drivers here in both Stint 2 and potentially Stint 3. A two-stopper might be a little bit tricky, but it's, I mean, if you're someone like Guy Barbaro or even someone like Chris Lashbrook up ahead in P2, it could be a viable option. But I think they just you want to be playing it safe, and you want to make sure you just get the cars to the end. But down to the battle pack for to P4, Mitch Curry's not letting go of Greeny here, DJ, and he's doing a really good job. He's showed some very promising signs in that first stint in Mitch Curry. And we're also going to remember as well, this car was a very, very late entry into the St. Croix 1000. So throughout the whole week, they were really struggling to find a co-driver to partner Ian Ward. And when the curtain was about to fall and the retirement of the number 7, in comes Mitch Curry to the rescue, the team boss of MC Motorsport, and says, I'm going to throw my name in and I'm going to have another crack and I'm going to support my driver. He comes in, and unfortunately no qualifying was set, or qualifying was done by Ian Ward to get it to P9, which then finishes in P10. First stint, very strong. Second stint looks to be the same repeat for Mitch Curry.
Yeah, well, definitely here. He's got 3.7 there, back to Jacobs, and Baz a little bit further back. Let me just see where he's at. 2 seconds to the 117, and then 13.5 to the 44. So, I think that if Mitch Curry keeps this up, doesn't battle too much with Greeny there, he may be able to push that car a little bit further up the grid come the end of this race. So you never know. The return of Mitch Curry may even see a top 5, even touch wood, maybe a podium. So we'll keep an eye on this. But yeah, well, this is getting exciting here. As you said, late entry, and Ian made a mistake into turn 2 there in the shootout. That was a massive mistake by him. He was fortunate that I accidentally left off damage, so he didn't get damage for it. Yeah, well, you got Natoli down here, who's running with Luke Hayden in the number 56. Got damage and a penalty, so probably not the best. And he did say as well, I don't know if you heard it, he actually was at his partner's house in qualifying, and he qualified on a controller. So
that's very committed for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
It's very, very committed to step away from your hardware and your safety zone, or you could say in your comfort zone of the wheel, and then jumping on the controller, as we see the PHE Sports just gliding it through the turns 21 and then up towards 22, then into a very tricky section here. And we were talking about it throughout the pre-race banter before Stint 1, and even through the shootout between yourself and Wade Von Duvey in the qualifying shooter, as we see Percy just drifting through the last quarter there. Just the way that Von Duvey managed to take away your provisional pole position by 0.008 of a second, and it all came down to that last sector, because every single sector was just down. It wasn't green, it wasn't purple, it was all in the red. I don't know what the gap would have been, but if it was tenths, maybe half a second, and then he just magically found some time in that last sector. It was absolutely crazy, and it was definitely worthy of a man of the match performance for that was at the time the fastest Lexus that started high up in the grid.
Yeah, so I actually worked it out. Obviously, I did see George say you missed it on my shootout. I actually just tickled the wall going onto the back straight, and I ended up losing 7/10. So it was not my finest moment, but then I think going through turn 21, that long left-hand sweeper at the back, I missed the apex by about half a car. So he hit the apex, I missed it. That's where he got the time back. So no, solid job there by him. Obviously, as you said, being down every sector and then just getting me by, ever so slightly. So, yeah, he's done a solid job there, and he's handed it over to Jacob. So we'll wait and see what he can do. So, yeah, it's getting pretty spicy here in the overall teams championship as well. So it's very, very close. We've got 4 teams separated by just over 100 points. So come the Enduros, it's exciting. I'll definitely wait to see what happens at the end of this with 3 rounds to go at the end of this.
The Enduros always throws a bit of a curveball anyway, where you get, your top caliber drivers as your co-driver. Obviously, you don't want to be looking at the number 1, obviously so far winning 2 out of 2 in both the Spa 500 and the Bathurst 1000. But so far from stint 2 of 4, it looks like it's going the way of Guy Barbara at the same time. But looking at that, it's still quite a competitive field there amongst our drivers, that most of them are having to really just have to research for some drivers, have to find some drivers. And I guess the most important thing is that, you have to come in with your best lineup possible. So obviously with Ridwan coming in, trying to find the best driver lineup that he can, and then also as well trying to find that perfect lineup for the rest of the field to try and compete and try and match. And, I guess in a way, just be at the point, just be like, you know what, we have an elite driver, one of the best oceanic drivers in the GT world, in Guy Barbara. It's always good things to learn about as well.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I've been paired with Matt the last 3 seasons. So unfortunately, he wasn't available. He's got some uni stuff and traveling overseas and stuff. So I thought, well, Matt can't race. Why not jump in, give Chris? Obviously, Chris is a new signing for us this year. He's doing very well. Had a bit of an unfortunate race in TS2 yesterday. Got caught up in some incidents, but no, we're doing well here with Chris. He's done an absolute phenomenal job. I couldn't thank him more, mate. I don't know about you about Spa, but he absolutely done a killing job in that second stint there. He was really the reason why we ended up getting that 1-2. But obviously yourself bringing Ollie back. Good to see Ollie back on the grid. Matt Campbell here up into P3. Got on the back of Greeny's, caught him now. So this may. Oh, I thought he really lost a slide there, but that was a bit of a netcode. So yeah, I'm curious to know what the time is for Matt. I'd say it'd be either late at night or like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
It'll have to be. I think with America, I think the American time, they must be just well before midnight. I think they are roughly similar times, maybe about 13 hours, 14 hours behind us. So it could potentially. I think it could be. Oh, sorry, not 14 hours. It'd probably be about.
Yeah, not sure where he is, but go to
18
Washington.
To 19.
Go to Washington. It's 9 o'clock.
There
Los
you go.
Angeles is 6, so it'd be late afternoon. After dinner over there, so yeah, wow. He's racing, I think, what is it, 5 or 6 a.m. in the morning?
4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. That's very brave by our American import in Matt Campbell. No, it's not.
Curry nearly went for a move there on Greeny. That was close.
Yeah, absolutely. So the top 5 occupied by the Nissan GTRs with Guy Barbara, Chris Lashbrook, Matt Campbell, Josh Green, and Mitch Curry are the top 5 in the Nissan GTRs. The first of the Lexus RCF, Rob Jacobs in 6th place, followed by Ben Keat, the Chin Master in 7th place, while we have Adam Joy making a bit of a recovery drive. Just finished out in P11 outside the top 10. It actually ran out of fuel on that very last lap as well, so he was very unlucky. So that's why we saw the number 5 go from P11 to P9 all of a sudden. I was watching that on the timing screen, but that car just ran out of fuel, just got the calculations wrong, and so did the 787.
Wow, the fuel master in Ando ran out of fuel.
So very unlucky there, but it looks like he's about to make the move on Ben Keat, and he's done that very nicely. So obviously Ben Keat's still carrying that damage, and that just shows when you are getting onto the long neck straight, it does really affect the straight line speed. So that was an easy move there for Adam Joy up into 7th place, and just doing a nice little recovery drive to try and get himself back up towards the pointy end, where we normally see the 15 in the hands of Day. in Les Sandwith. Doing a really good job there throughout the whole season in season 2024. Had a very competitive Formula Track Stars campaign, and is now trying to back that up in the Touring Cars Championship.
Yeah, definitely sitting in P10. Unfortunately, had a bit of a DNF there. So yeah, but no, he's doing really well. Good to see Les on the grid there. But did I hear you say correctly that the 787 ran out of fuel? The fuel master running out of fuel? That can't happen. Can't happen.
Yeah, they did.
Wow.
Yeah, it did,
Wow.
because it's crazy. Just fine margins, because I guess in a way it really depends, because we saw, like, I remember from what I saw in that first stint, especially with the likes of Aidan Holton and even Guy Barbara, when I was looking at when you guys were coming into the pit lane, the fuel numbers were so different coming into that pit sequence. He was, I believe he was on 1 or 2%, and then when I was coming into the pit lane, I was about 7 or 8%. So you're losing roughly about 7 to 8 liters per lap around this track, depending on what you're actually doing on the fuel saving telemetry. Whether you're really pushing it out, you're roughly about 6 liters per second lost, and if you're saving a little bit more, you're getting around about 8 to 9 liters extra on your car. So it was actually very interesting as well, because I believe I saw with Aidan Holton in the 232, he was running very similar lap times to myself, and similar numbers to myself. As we have a yellow flag here, that looks to be Josh Green. He's dropped down the order, so Josh Green. No, it's actually Midge Curry, I believe.
No, Greeny has damage. Yeah.
It was Green. It was. So he's got front splitter damage, has Josh Green. So something happened on the... Well, it will have to happen on the gravel trap there on the outside. Just maybe ran a little bit too wide, kissed the curb, and then into the barrier on the left-hand side. And it's very easy to do, DJ, because even though the corner it feels like you could take the corner a little bit extra. You want to put the power down a little bit earlier, but then that gravel trap, all of a sudden, it just comes up out of nowhere.
Yeah, definitely. And back on those fuel numbers there, unfortunately, Greeny's not in his fuel window. So just running some quick numbers here. On the 75 litre tank that we have, you can get probably on a maximum push, you could squeeze 10. So fuel save, 11, and then obviously we can refuel back to 100, so we get an extra few laps in that second tank. But Curry on the back here of Matt Campbell, what a drive by Curry. This is phenomenal. If he can somewhat manage this, and then sucking back out there into the fresh air, give himself back some downforce, because as George probably knows from racing some other series, once you're in that dirty air, you come into a braking zone, your aero basically goes from 100% down to 0. So just pulled himself out into that clean air and gave him his aero back, sucked back in, and he made the corner. So no, smart job there by Curry. He's got a smart head on there. But good race so far, and I think maybe in the future, I think we should get Georgie boy in one of these cars. I reckon he'd have some fun.
I'd love to see George Cook have a belt around in the commentator's car. Maybe he's just going to do what he did, what Mark Larkman and Greg Murphy used to do back in the old Supercars coverage, just jumping into a random car, just picking somebody's car up, and he's just mentioned it in the chat as well. He's having a good time. That we just saw a couple of the commentators just jumping in the supercars. Any driver's supercar, just belting around his Curry. Oh, look at him around the inside of turn 1. And now he looks towards the inside of turn 2, makes the move stick. Well done. That's the 7 up to P3. And that is a very handy move there by Midge Curry. Now he's got himself, as you mentioned, a good gap between himself and Chris Lashbrook in second place. Now he can take advantage of the clean air, but he's got low fuel. This is probably the time that he's going to come into. When I saw the fuel light coming up, that's roughly when you've got only 1 lap to go till the end of this track. Oh, nearly puts it into the fence after making a move there. Great save, great car control by the 7.
Yeah, he's doing really well.
Yeah, very close between those two. And Campbell, I feel like Campbell is doing really well as well. I think just with the guidance and a little bit more pace in his teammate, the other Matt, the dynamic duo of the Matts in the number 12 Motorsports Aussie Tyres sponsored Nissan GTR. That looks like he's learning a lot from Donetti as well. So he looks like he's actually picked up his pace throughout this Enduro campaign. As I say that, he just kisses the gravel trap on the outside of the double left-hander. So that'll definitely heat those tyres up and make them a little bit dirtier the next couple of corners. But he's doing a really good job there, keeping consistent, keeping the numbers clean, keeping the car clean, just to try and give it back to Danetti to whether he's going to be finishing off the stint or whether he's going to be jumping in for the next stint. We'll find out in due course. But Greeny's still out there on track. He's still looking to suffer the pain with the damage, try and hold this pack up, which is quite a big pack, to be honest. It's between himself, Adam Joy, and then we have, I believe that is Rob Jacobs, and then we also have another driver with damage on his car in Ben Keats, the Chin Man, in 8th place. So 2 drivers, 5th and 8th place, carrying damage. They're still holding out very well, DJ, just to get to their fuel window.
Yeah, definitely. Doing exceptionally well, mate. And, you know, I say it all the time. People say, oh, you know, I can't do this, I can't do that. Mate, I don't know how Bazza does it, and I probably don't even want to try. But, mate, hats off to him. Carrying that damage, mate, it's bad enough me driving on a controller, carrying damage, like, normally. Man, this man's driving with his chin. We do have a video, we'll post it in the Discord a little bit later of how he actually drives. But, yeah, no, he's phenomenal job there. 312.1, 312s. He's consistently doing 12s with that damage there while fighting in a battle pack. So, mate, that's absolutely astounding. And when people say, you know, you can't do it, basically, Brent said, hold my beer. So, nah, solid job there. No, this race is getting really good. And as you know, everyone probably knows, they can see it's a St. Croix 1000. We actually reduced the race this year by 500 Ks. So, Greeny running a little bit wide there, that damage really hounding him. We may see Greeny here come in. If not, it may be the next lap. So he's kind of coming into the fuel window. I don't think we have
right now.
Yeah, 2 liters of fuel there.
And I'll tell you what as well. I'm looking on the exterior, on the outboards, on the secondary cameras of Chris Lashbrook's fuel tank. That is a very fine margin as well. If I can see what Mitch Curry's got on his fuel tank, if their cameraman switches over to Chris Lashbrook on his fuel tank, it is absolutely on border of running out of fuel at the end of this lap. So this is going to be a very, very tight lap for Chris Lashbrook to try and get the cars. We look at Guy Barber, he's definitely going to be on for at least another lap, or maybe he's going to play it safe. But Chris Lashbrook, with that tank nearly running on the end of its lifespan, that is absolutely bold and brave for Chris Lashbrook to be going out for that extra lap. But in comes Curry, in comes Josh Green, about to fix the damage up, Adam Joy and Ben Keats, and then we have Cage Lamb, David Scott and Isaac Fogarty all coming into the pit lane to serve their one of their only pit stops. I would say the only pit stop that they're going to probably do in this race, with about 14 laps to go.
Yeah, definitely. Pert's still going, as you said. Chris should be good. He's a good fuel saver, that one. I know myself, I can't save fuel for the life of me, so that's probably not there. But that fuel, he may be short shifting here, but
it is so margin. It is so marginal. I'm looking at it. It is absolutely tentative. I want to just, his shifting points are, yeah, you can just see there. He's not even shifting halfway. So I wonder if he's made a mistake here. I wonder if he's actually.
He's probably just trying to hit his fuel margin. He knew what he had to set, and then he's just going from there. So, you know, he's got time up his sleeve. So not only that, you know, we're not even halfway into the race, and he's got. You look at it, his time to Guy as well. He's only 17 seconds behind, so he's doing really well. But Guy had so much fuel as well.
Yeah, he's got plenty of fuel.
He's still doing 307s. That's insane. The man is off chops. He done. Actually, looking at that now, he's thought, nah, here we go. I'm gonna set a quick lap in the midst of doing 3.9s and 3.10s.
Yeah, I think that's when he realised that he was just using a bit too much fuel and didn't want to run the risk of running out of fuel before the pit window. So he's looking at about lap 10, lap 11 to make your first pit stop. If you can get about lap 12, it would be really good. But one man that's actually doing a really good job with the fuel maps is Rob Jacobs in position 4. He's got the best fuel out of the lot. So he's actually still in the white. It's not even a flash of red on the 117. So he's doing a fantastic job. Can definitely make at least another lap or so. At about 36.8 seconds between himself and Guy Barbara in P1. If the top 3 come into the pit lane, he'll be inheriting the lead only for a brief moment, but depends how many laps he's going to go until the end, because fresh tyres and a less fuel in the car will serve really handy for Rob Jacobs, as we have Chris Lashbrook now coming into the pit lane with 1%. So calculating the margins to absolute perfection there. Whoa! Wow, that was a moment there for Rob Jacobs on the final corner there. What does he do here? Does he come into the pit lane? No, he doesn't. He goes out for another lap, same as well as Guy Barbara. So Guy Barbara stays out for another lap on lap 11 of 23. But both Chris and Matt coming in with 1% of fuel, Colin with 4%. So a bit of a difference there in the fuel numbers between the WTC boys and the CP and its FR respectively.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see Purden come in here as well. I think as well, the Lexus doesn't burn as much fuel as what the Nissan does. We obviously know through testing the Nissan does rev a little bit higher, but the Lexus is a lot better on corner exit. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit interesting. I just want to keep an eye on that delta between. That was close there, coming out of there. So Curry's got a massive gap here on Matt. So he's put in a stonker of an outlap, and he's got 2.5 seconds, 2.6, 2.7 seconds to Matt Campbell, and 3.7 to Chris.
He's gained time on Chris.
He's put in an absolute stonker of an in-lap and an outlap. That's insane.
I wonder if Chris actually. I wonder if that mistake of short shifting on that last lap and really going half shifts really cost Chris, because looking at that, it was about 10.8, nearly 11 seconds that he had when Curry came into the pit lane. He's gained over 7 seconds with just one lap of an undercut. So that is absolutely huge for Mitch Curry to actually gain so much time back. And we know Mitch Curry is a very fast driver, as well as Chris Lashbrook, as were very well demonstrated throughout his whole Formula 2 campaign, where Mitch Curry was the champion of 2023. That he actually managed, and it came in late 2022 to have a streak. 2023 of winning 3 on the trot at the same time. So he's no slouch in a very fast car, but in a Group 2 car, he's not a big fan of the Group 2 GT500s. But every time we see him in the car, he always seems to be settled in very well. He always seems to find a nice groove in the car. He always seems to find himself a little bit happier when it comes to racing in the tip tops. But the Formula cars is definitely where he shines. But the Group 2s and in the GT500, he's doing a really good job and holding on to a provisional P3.
Yeah, definitely. He's doing really well here. But now the chin's cleared his damage and he's on the charge. So we'll wait and see on how he goes here, because he was actually doing really well. As you see, Barbara jump in the pits there with 2 litres of fuel, so he got an extra lap. But looking at that delta when we were on it before, Chris actually lost about 3.5 seconds to Matt as well. So yeah, but Chris has the pace over Matt, which we've obviously seen, because I don't think Matt's done anything better than a 3:11, where I think Chris is doing 3:09. So that can definitely come into charge here. But speaking of charges, Curry's on the charge, so we'll see how this goes. But 100 litres of fuel, what would be 14 laps, so they'll be sweet to the run home here, as obviously there's a 25 litre difference between 75 and 100. Surprisingly, my math can math on this fine Sunday lunchtime here in Sydney. But yeah, Jacobs as well. I'd be keen to see where Jacobs comes out, because he's got 32 seconds back to Chris. Obviously, we know the fuel goes in pretty slow. It's just like supercars in real life. But yeah, I think he may come out here around.
You might be looking maybe towards Green, Josh Green and
Joy around that section. Yeah.
Well, the gap that's coming, the pack that's coming through now, we have Lashbrook, we have Curry, and we have Campbell coming through. We're about 75% leaders already. He doesn't need to put a lot of fuel in as well, because there you go. He stops at 84%, but now he comes out of the pit lane. What does Josh Green do? He's going to have a lot more momentum going into turn 1, but the car that is in the 117 is already past turn 1, about to approach turn 2. But watch that gap between Rob Jacobs and Josh Green to close at the end of turn 2. At the end of turn 2, as we see Ben Keats in the background making a nice move on Adam Joy up into P7. No damage on the car, fresh tyres and a good tank of fuel there to try and get the run home. But up into P7 is Ben Keats. But now we're looking at about 2.7 seconds. So he's actually gained time on Greeny as well, because Greeny was ahead of that battle pack when he got the damage. So Rob Jacobs has made the jump from the back end, from the tail end of this group to now the front.
Yeah, he's done an outstanding job there, and it's massive. Obviously, over 3 minute 8, 3 minute 9 lap. What 1 lap of extra fuel does. in this thing here. But not only that, look at this delta here between Ben Keat and Greeny. It's actually staying hesitant at about 1.8, 1.7. So question is, can Keat actually gain time on Greeny through this section? So I don't know about you, but following these CP cars and having them behind you, they are running a little bit less downforce, same as obviously yourself, because you absolutely obliterated me in the straight line. Yeah, they're running a little bit less downforce, which you lose a little bit more time through this second section, which is kind of what I've noticed.
Yeah, you do lose a little bit, but because it is basically it's very hard to. It was actually very hard to actually come up with a final decision on what to run on this track because it
Yep.
invites you to run less downforce because the track is so flowing. It's very open. It's you can really put the foot down as early as you can, and you want to take advantage of getting onto the track and onto the traction zones as quickly as you can. But at the same time, it does get a little bit tricky at the same time just to be like, well, I'm trying my best to keep up with the driver ahead of me who's got a little bit more downforce. But as soon as you get to the long neck straight and you get to parts of the track that has a straight on it, you're kind of in a situation where the guy with more downforce is just praying that the car behind doesn't really come up charging towards them and send a dive bomb move into what are our zones there. We're looking at potentially turn 3 and down the back end of this straight as well.
Yeah, definitely, and onto the bridge too. But yeah, I definitely felt that. You had a higher downforce set and a lower downforce set. I was running the lower, but I was yeah, I don't know, I couldn't get the car to turn into the S's before the bridge. Like it was just holding out and it wasn't kind of grabbing in. So I definitely swapped around, did some changes, and found a set that worked. But yeah, 2.2 seconds here from Curry to Chris. But
gap's closed a bit. Yeah, so as we were looking down the back of the field there, we had Jalen Natoli, and then we had Isaac Fogarty and Ben Burton rounding up the rear of the field, just trying to keep their cars in one piece to hand over to their co-drivers, or for Ben Burton's case, potentially going back to back in his stints. But as we now keep ourselves an eye on this battle pack for P2, the gap has closed between Chris Lashbrook and Mitch Curry. The gap between Campbell and Curry has really opened up. So that strategy of getting past Campbell before the pit stop really worked for Mitch Curry, but also what could potentially be a blunder for Chris Lashbrook with the fuel saving on that in lap could definitely cost him. He definitely could have come in you could say probably the lap earlier, maybe not run the risk of having to short shift that final stint. So who knows? Maybe it will bite back. Maybe it will give him the upper hand in the remaining 10 and a half laps of this stint. We'll find out in due time. But it is Guy Barber, as we know, leading the way, 28 seconds clear of Chris Lashbrook in P2. Then Mitch Curry third, Matt Campbell fourth, Rob Jacobs in fifth, trying to hold off Josh Green in P6, with Ben Keats in seventh and Adam Joy in P8. Yeah, he has actually. So what we're looking at about 1.8 on the last lap. You called it, DJs, now down to 0.4. So something a bit of a different strategy, as you mentioned, with the CP cars. Something maybe just a different setup that they seem to be liking a little bit more in the 232. It's not really liking it on race day, because we saw it in the top 10 shootout that between the CP cars of Matt Donetti, who got provisional pole position at the time, and Aidan Holton was matching him, that it got to the last couple of sectors where you need the downforce, really lost a lot of time there. So maybe they were running about, probably a lot less wing than what Matt Donetti was running. But now come race day, looks like they've just taken a little bit off just to try and take advantage of the straight lines.
Yeah, definitely. As you obviously saw in the shootout, they're hitting 289, 290, where other people. Greeny tapped the wall there on the inside, really compromised his run, no damage there, but Ben Keats about to say thank you very much, I'll take that position off you, and head up there into P6 there. Solid work, but can Greeny make this position back at the end, because we know how long the straight is? Got to be careful there swerving. You can, as we all know, racing rules, you can only make one defensive move, so...
Yeah, a little bit of the flash of the headlights there from Josh Green to say you can't do that. You can't be moving more than once on the straight, so obviously we'll keep an eye on that in the stewards room, whether that gets reported or not. But nonetheless, it is Ben Keats ahead of Josh Green in 7th place, up into P6 for Josh. Oh, sorry, up into 6th place is Ben Keats and Josh Green down demoted to P7. But now the gap's opened up a little bit between Chris and Curry. Now back up to 2.6, where we last caught it at 1.6 between the two cars. So he's gained a second on that last lap as Chris Lashbrook. So running very nicely, 3-minute 10.7 on that last lap for Chris Lashbrook compared to Mitch Curry's 3:11 on the previous lap. So very consistent lap times that the two boys are setting ahead, but definitely not like the lap times that we've seen with Guy Barbara up in towards the front there. But to keep an eye on Matt Campbell, 3:11.1, gaining a little bit of time on Mitch Curry on this last lap. So keep an eye on him, and he's actually going green in the first sector, and it's. Yeah, I don't know about you, DJ, but when it came to either qualifying or the top 10 shooter, if you wanted to get purple or green when you came through that first sector, you were always going to be like, yes, I'm actually on for a good lap, and then you get to the next couple of sectors, you're like, damn it, where did I lose that?
Yeah, well, I think I was actually down in the first sector in my shootout lap, so I made a bit of a blunder going through turn 2, had a pretty bad exit, but yeah, I was down through the first sector because, as you said, Ollie did that ripper of a first sector. You feel like I think he did a 23.7 or something like that. So that was massive. But yeah, coming to this section here, and then you saw it go a little bit purple, and then a little bit more purple, and then it went massively purple. So
yeah,
it was. I don't know about you, but sometimes seeing all those purples come up actually makes me a little bit nervous. So
it does.
I'm like,
hey.
you know, it's like, can I keep this up? Oh, Ben Keat really sliding the car there. He's actually hunting down the back of Jacobs now. That Lexus is loose. Second Lexus on the road so far. That 117 there of Von Juby and Rob Jacobs, and I believe
Tim Crawford is the new
Crawford
driver.
is the other driver, yeah. So we'll probably see Crawford in the next stint. So we'll wait and see. But yeah, no, they're doing they kind of fly under the radar a little bit, Stuppers has this season. So
Yeah, he has. I don't know. It really hasn't been a strong season compared to what we saw in the first season. Yes, they did pick up a victory at I believe that was at Watkins game with the hands of the 787 and Nando Scott, as we have. But that slipstream that Ben Keat has got on the car, he's going to make the move on Rob Jacobs. Down the inside he goes at the end of Longneck as he tries to go side by side. He's going to outbrake the 117, but what can Rob Jacobs do? Can he hold it around the outside? He's not going to fight it. Ben Keat up into P5. It's a bit of a different lines that you can take there of what I've noticed as well, DJ, and I think you and I we've raced around this track for many years in the old-fashioned Group 2 machinery, in the 2008 model machinery, that the outside in that corner can be a very handy position to actually go for an overtake, because you can actually get the power down a little bit sooner compared to when you're on the inside.
Yeah, it also depends on the wind that you've got too. So it's a very, hard corner to get right. Once you get it right, it's good. And then defending, attacking, like there's a bunch of different ways you can kind of attack it. But yeah, defending, you actually can be overtaken by crisscross, which Dernetti actually nearly did to me 3 times. So I managed to somehow,
as well.
and then you did to me, because I went massively. I went so far, and I went so deep under brakes, it was ridiculous. I actually missed the corner by a country mile. I ended up in the marbles. So, but yeah, you can really end up be on the receiving end of a crisscross there, and they can go around the outside, which in turn puts them on the inside for the right-hander.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a head on, put your helmet on. Do we want to be smart about it, or do we want to go full send? So yeah, interesting ways.
Absolutely, and I definitely want to be keeping my eyes on Bazza, on Matt Campbell in Ben Keats. He is really closing the gap to the number 12. So I want to be keeping my eyes out later on for Ben Keats in the 44 Kiwi pit lane. We saw the gap between Matt Campbell and Ben Keats at just over 9 seconds before the conclusion of lap 14. It's now 7.9 seconds. So that Lexus, Kiwi pit lane Lexus, is absolutely flying in this stint 2 of the St. Croix 1000. Shows a very promising pace in stint 1, is now backing it up with double duties in stint 2 and about to hand the keys over to a very fast teammate in Justin Ladaway. I'm very keen to see what Justin can do when he steps into the car of the 44. Really going to put himself into contention of potentially getting themselves onto the podium as well, with the likes of Chris Lashbrook, yourself, the number 7 of Ian Ward and Mitch Curry, the number 12 of Matt Donetti and Matt Campbell. So it's going to be a very close battle between the positionings of 2 down to 4 between those cars.
Definitely. As Barbara goes purple here, approaching, I believe that's Natoli in the other KPL car. 34 seconds to Chris, which in turn would essentially be, he'd probably have over about a minute and a half lead by this point. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Fingers crossed that Natoli can obey these blue flags, and Barbara's going to probably use this slipstream and say, give me a 306. No,
During
he
a
lost
race?
time. Yeah, he lost time there, 307.8. So
I love how we say that he lost time and he sets a 307.8. How did he lose time? I don't get it. That doesn't make any sense in the Guy Barbara's world. Yeah, George actually mentioning us in the chat there. He's absolutely, yeah, Guy Barbara's absolutely washed. I agree there, George, 100%. Even he actually mentioned it in the chat as well. Like we gave him a nice little acronym for his SS rating. We don't want to repeat that on the stream there, but he kind of says like, yeah, that's quite accurate sometimes. But no, Guy Barbara's about to pass Jalen Natoli in the 56, which actually has showed a very promising start to the season, DJ, in the hands of Liam Tame. Obviously, the colours are very different compared to what we're seeing with the 44 due to the satellites racing branding that they have in the hands with Liam Tame, as well as the colours of Hoon Corp Esports, where we have seen Lewis Atkinson jump into the car as well. So there's a lot of partnerships growing with Kiwi Pit Lane, with Satellite Racing, Hoon Corp Esports, and as well as Kiwi Pit Lane. So three brands in the one car as well.
yeah, definitely they're doing a good job there with that. So he's done that. But then we also had Brian Satch. I think that car got its first win too. So
yeah. Second win, because Liam won the first round at the Nürburgring. So yeah, it was I believe it was Campbell. Can't remember the first name of the driver though. It was Apex Humper. A very fast Kiwi from another community as well that just came into the Kiwi pit lanes. It's like, yep, Lewis Atkinson's not available, Liam Tame's not available. I'll jump in the car. Gets in, puts it on pole position, and just drives away to victory. I was like, wow, that is impressive in the Kiwi pit lane. But and it's also interesting as well because Justin is also a Kiwi as well, even though he's got the Australian flag next to his name. But he is definitely a Kiwi. So it's kind of like humbling for Kiwi pit lane to actually have Kiwis in the cars rather than just having to throw it in a couple of Aussies, just like Ben Keats as well as Jalen Tolley as well. So Ben Keats down in 5th place. The gap has actually increased to about 9.1 seconds. So Campbell looks like he's just got the foot down a little bit more on this lap compared to Ben Keats. He's actually lost time to Rob Jacobs and with nearly 7.5 laps to go till the end of the race. It's quite a long stint as well, DJ. We thought the 14 laps was took a toll on our hands because we're on the controller. Imagine what these guys are feeling behind the steering wheel, or in Ben Keats' case, on the chin, trying to navigate this car around. And it still surprises me. A 3-odd minute lap around here, and doing that whilst you're driving on the chin. It's absolutely incredible, and what a story it was. And we definitely have a couple of remarkable stories in our Trackstars history as well. We're celebrating our 10-year anniversary of Trackstars Racing Series. That we also had another driver a couple of seasons ago. He was we had one of the drivers. He was actually quadriplegic, and I think it was sort of like right side of his body was paralyzed. So he actually had to have a custom wheel set up in his house. So he actually...
It was actually sent to him by Logitech. So I think he talked to Devlin Calypso over in Belgium. I I think it was, he actually spoke to Logitech and he had a custom wheel set up. So he like accelerated and braked on his left side, and then he shifted with something else, and yeah, it was just it was massive there. But yeah, I think there was one event he was actually involved in an incident, and it kind of snapped him out of his wheel, and he was like,
Yeah, I remember that.
yeah. So yeah, he had a bit of an incident there, but yeah, mate, how people do it is absolutely phenomenal, and you know, hats off to them and
Yeah.
massive respect. But yeah, not only that, Justin as well. He actually wasn't signed up initially with KPL. Obviously, the draft ended up putting him there, but you know, I know that Tristan Mason in KPL Baseman, the owner of that team, is thought, what a signing that we've got, and then putting Bazza in the car as well. They've done an absolutely phenomenal job in the Enduros. So watch this space for Bazza next year. We will see him full time on the grid. That's the next question. But yeah, 10 years of the track stars. Oh, he's made a big mistake there. He looks like he's gone a little bit deep.
Yeah, seems he's got any damage on the car there, so we might be able to see if we can find an instant replay of what happened to Bazza. But it looks like he just locked up the rears at turn 3, going into the corner. So very unlucky there for Ben Keats. Unfortunately for Ben Keats, he actually got damage on the car, so that's front splitter and front left suspension. So while the car was damaged on the right-hand side, now it's time for the left-hand side to cop damage. And what was going to be a remarkable comeback drive for Ben Keats now has to try and sit through for the next 6.5 laps of carrying damage whilst he's got a fast Adam Joy as well as KH Lamb right behind in 8th and 9th place. They're both dueling it out for P8s at the same time. There they are in the background. They're going to be coming down and hunting down Ben Keats in P7. That is a costly mistake there by Ben Keats. The fatigue definitely does start to kick in once you get about past our lap 14, because we did 14 laps. And I was just mentioning earlier with the fatigue coming in, whether you're on the controller or on the wheel, it really takes a toll with being 3 odd minutes around here every single lap, and the concentration levels are so high in this race.
Yeah, as well, not only that, 3 minutes consistently. No safety cars, as I was mentioning to George just before the stream started on how the new format worked. So no safety cars, so it's just running. It's essentially the Bathurst 1000 of supercars. The guys run for like 120 odd laps without a safety car. So solid work there by these guys. Look at Greeny in this slip here, 285. Ooh, looks like he's running a little bit more downforce than what we saw that car yesterday. So he was hitting 289, 290. So looks like they, had a big changes to that car overnight. So that's a little bit curious to see.
So here I was thinking, like, he was struggling to get to try and keep up in that first stint, but obviously that was probably the case of just running more downforce on the car. I thought it was actually he was running a lot less, running the Aiden Holson strategy where he was clocking at about 292 down the long neck straight. That's absolutely incredible pace. I don't think I've seen the cars hit to 292 down there at all until I saw Aiden's lap. Until I saw Aiden's lap in the shootout. That was absolutely remarkable pace there. But yeah, I think just going back in that early theory that we said earlier in the broadcast, that it's a bit of a tricky track to set your downforce levels, whether it's going to be full downforce, mid downforce, or a very low package. But it looks like some of the drivers are roughly looking about that mid downforce range. Some of them are running a bit higher just to help them throughout the windy sections and losing a bit of time in the slipstream down the straight. But when you are actually in the slipstream, you can actually gain that time back just a little bit, because these cars are very even on straight line speed. As we see Greeny trying to go for an outside move on the 117. Can he outbrake the 117? Does a little bit of contact made between the two cars. They go side by side, but this gives Greeny the inside advantage going into turn 4, and Rob Jacobs backs out of that, tries to do a bit of a switchback, and he's done that very nicely. So around the outside, this can be a hold your breath moment here around the outside, because this car this quarter really creeps up on you.
2, 4. Could have had a second switchback there, but that was solid there. That was
very nicely done there by Josh Green there to get that car back up to P5. So it looks like he's now switched the tyres on. It looks like he's got an understanding of how the package is working in the 232, and now he's got it back up to where he needs it to get it up into P5 at the moment, well behind his teammate in Matt Campbell. The battle pack for P7 still rages on there with Adam Joy, KH Lamb, and Colin Colin Thomas in Colin T24 in the 787, slowly catching up to these guys. We did see Ben Keith did come into the pit lane to repair that damage, so he definitely couldn't take it anymore. He didn't want to suffer because he saw those 3 cars behind him catching him at a rate of knots. So he thought, you know what, I can't hold it out like I did in that first stint. Time to try again. He's got fresh tyres, less fuel in the car, and he's going to go for it. As we look down the rest of the field, we have David Scott in Old Soul Reaper in 11th place, then Ben Purton rounding up in 12th in the wildcard 84. Then we have Isaac Fogarty, looks like he's about to get lapped by Guy Barbara in 13th place, and then we have Jaden Natoli in the 56 down in 14th and last place, 22.7 behind Isaac Fogarty in 13th place. But Guy Barbara is about to complete lap 18 as we start lap 19 of 23. 5 laps to go till the end of stint 2 of 4 for this St. Croix 1000, where he's been led by Nitz FR, Nissan GTR 1 and 2, and Mitch Curry still not giving up. He still wants to try and put all the pressure he can on Chris Lashbrook to try and get into P2, and then Matt Campbell right behind in position 4. But it looks like Chris has definitely started to flex his muscles a little bit. 5.1 the gap now. We're looking at as low as about 1.6 only a handful of laps ago. Now Chris has opened up the gap and he's stretched his legs. 5.1 over Mitch Curry, and Mitch Curry is actually losing time to Matt Campbell. So Matt Campbell's now starting to close up on the 7 MC Motorsport entry, and he's starting to find some pace on his number 12 as well.
Yeah, you can see him there set at 3 minute 10.1, and then an 11.1 and a 10.8. So it looks like he's started to find some time, as you said. So yeah, I think Chris maybe just tried to come to terms with the heavy fuel load, new tyres thing there, but now he's used to it. I do know we were actually in the 16. I don't know about the 1, but we were actually struggling for a set, so we kind of weren't comfortable on. You know, I had one and then he had another. So obviously, you know, controller and wheel, it's kind of a bit iffy on what works. So probably going to have the same issue with Curry and Ward. So obviously Curry's on a wheel, Ward's on a controller. So trying to make the same set work for both drivers can be a little bit iffy. But it looks like that Chris has got himself comfortable now and put out a healthy gap there to Curry. Obviously, you know, Guy Barber is out of reach now completely. They've probably got that one and done already by the end of the first stint. So, good race in there. But yeah, it's this stint here with everyone everywhere. Obviously, Chris in second, Curry in third, Campbell fourth, Green in 5, Jacob 6, Joyce 7, Lamb 8, and then Colin down in 9, and then Keith down in 10. Like the people are going to be everywhere in the standings. So I think this is probably the closest St. Croix race we've had in the last couple of years. And I don't know about you, but our co-drivers lately that we've been getting have also got a lot faster as well.
Excluding Guy Barbara, absolutely the co-drivers have been getting a little bit.
Well, obviously, you know,
it is very respectful as well, like because he's he's done very well there, just to, you know, try to keep that winning streak of the number 1, trying to get it to go 3-3, and so far looking in the rightful place to take the overall victory. But we are we're not.
Richie killed me in Matt's streak of 2 out of 3.
Absolutely, but yeah, he's holding on very well there. It's about 43 seconds clear of Chris Lashbrook in P2. But as you were talking about the drivers and the co-driver lineups, I'm looking at that battle pack there between Colin, Lamb, Joy, and as well as Jacobs. These guys are pretty much in the middle of the long neck straight, and it could also throw in the hands of the hats of Josh Green. These cars can see each other all within a span of about 5 to 6 seconds, or probably 8 seconds between separating those cars. So any one of these drivers that makes a mistake here in any corner of the track, someone's going to capitalize on it, because the 2 gaps are so close, and the drivers are starting to really push themselves beyond their limits of endurance here. Here at St. Croix, we can see HPR just kicking the ass out of the Lexus RCF on the fast sweeper corner. But yeah, any of these drivers that makes a mistake late into this race is probably going to cost them quite a fair bit, and how much it's going to cost them is going to be the next thing as well. We could definitely see Green, for example. If he makes a mistake there, he could drop well down behind Colin in 9th place, and he would have been in a very good position. While we could see maybe Joy move up a couple of positions up into P5 or even HBR. We don't know yet because these cars are so competitive. They're pretty much setting even lap times. But it's just the endurance that these guys can put on through with 4 laps to go. This is the key laps, remaining laps until the end of the second stint. These guys need to keep their heads down. They need to keep their concentration levels up high. And this is why the endurance series in this championship is so competitive amongst
the
them.
yellow. No, that was just sorry, it was an in-game flag. I did see a yellow wave there. I didn't know what that was. But yeah, no, that definitely, as you're saying, the endurance. You know, as we did remove the safety car, as I said earlier, we used to take that safety car as a little bit of a break. But in saying that, people haven't got engine damage, so they haven't really warranted a safety car. Even so we wouldn't have had one by this point as of yet. So
Absolutely.
yes.
I'm looking at the gaps here right now, and we're looking at about 8.5 to nearly 9 seconds between Green and Colin. It's absolutely crazy from P5 to P9. It is so close between those drivers. Anything can happen there. Looks like I think Green is kind of checked out a little bit, so he's kind of pulling away from Rob Jacobs in P6. So it looks like it could be a potential battle for P6, 2.1, 2.2 between Jacobs and Joy, and HBR is not too far behind in 1.2 seconds, with Colin Thomas right behind in 2.6 seconds. So any one of these drivers that make mistakes, someone's going to capitalize on it. But yeah, the lineups that we have here is so impressive, and it all goes back to our TS2 program as well, that the drivers coming into TS2 really developing their craft of racing, especially with the likes of HBR, who is a veteran of TS2 touring cars, and as well as Adam Joy, who's actually made his debut this season in the TS2 touring cars championship. He's been he's been absolutely a star shining in the TS2 campaign, getting himself that first race, first eligibility in round 1. So it's absolutely incredible what these drivers can do. We have to also think back with Rob Jacobs as well. He was a driver that actually started out his campaign this year in the Formula 3 Championship as well. But through hard work and through and all the time that he could do throughout the daily races, got himself into A+ to make himself eligible to race in the main series to help out WTC Racing in the 117. Is doing a really good job in 6th place at the moment. Now under the pressure of Adam Joy down in sixth place at the moment. The gap was about 2.1. That's now down to 0.6. So the Nissans are really starting to stretch their legs out with the first 5 occupied by the Nissan GTRs, and the first of the Lexis in Rob Jacobs in 6th place. But can Joy make that 6 Nissans in the first 6 spots? We'll find out in the next 3 or so laps. But Lamb right behind is not far to capitalize on any mistake that these guys make. He kicks up a bit of dirt there on the exit, and Colin Thomas right behind in P9. So this battle pack is going to be very, very spicy come towards the end of there. It feels like the top 5 has started to settle in, have their own rhythm. This is the battle pack that we're keeping our eyes on for the last 3 laps.
Yeah, he's done well there, but also Ben Key as well got eligibility on his first round in TS2 that he raced. He got a top 5.
Correct.
So he's done well there, but he's also solidified that with his previous results in the Enduro. So he's done well, and we'll always be happy to have him. Yeah, Rob Jacobs as well, done solid work. He came through with the WTC program as well, racing F3. I think he finished top 3 in that as well. So yeah, he raced in PS2, doing solid work. Lamb was the F3 champion. Obviously dropped out of PS2 then to F3. Did that one, but you know, they've gotten a lot better and a lot faster, and you know, for us to see that that's working. Obviously, you know, at the front you have like, you know, Donetti, Halton, Lashbrook. Sometimes we may have a Matt Simmons make an appearance, but yeah, the TS2 is kind of like, you know, the front 3, and then that mid pack there is just absolutely few and far between. You know, the qualifying times and the race times and fastest laps and all that, they're all so close to each other. Even, you know, in main series now as well, with this current new regulation, you know, we see qualifying and we separate 9.5 tenths between the 14 cars. So
yeah,
You know, I think
Absolutely.
this year is definitely a solid one there, as we see Natoli getting lapped by by Green, soon to be Jacobs. But no, they're doing Tokyo
Good
Drift there
save.
by Jacobs. That was a good save there. No,
That
yeah,
was a
no,
hard
solid
mouth
work.
moment there for the 117, and Rob Jacobs just really getting on the traction zone and nearly put it into the Armco. All the hard work undone by Rob Jacobs is now lost about a couple of tenths there, but in critically for Joy, he's in the slipstream, less than a second covering himself and Jacobs down the long neck. As he comes down, the gap is closing a little bit, but it's not going to be enough to send a move down the exit of this back straight here. And HBR as well, not too far behind. Colin Thomas right behind as well. Also, we have to remember as well, Colin Thomas was a veteran of Track Stars Racing Series throughout the pandemic era as well, in 2020, 2021, as well as the early stages of 2022 before he had to move on and do some other projects in his career. So, and then now we've welcomed him back with open arms, and he's doing a really good job for WTC Racing in 9th place. But it's great to see some very competitive formats as well. The drivers having a really good go as well as with the endurance campaign. We do also allow our TS2 drivers to compete in their mini endurance campaign as well. So we see the HBR really trying to abuse the track limits on the last corner there. It's actually funny, you can get away with running absolute track limits there, not get a penalty. But we did see that not being proved with Graham Smith, as he got that half-second penalty. As we see HBR throwing the car down the inside of Adam Joy. Of the inside he goes, and that is a position made and gained for the number 5 in the MSR Lexus. Up into P7 goes Lamb, and now he wants to try and get that 117 and take the top spot of the Lexus field here amongst our 14 drivers. But nice move there by Lamb into turn 2.
Yeah, that was good work there by Lamb. Full send basically with that one. Now he's trying to get past Natoli, which shouldn't be too bad. He's doing well, but yeah, nice drives here. 47 seconds behind Fogarty there, unfortunately. So he's having a bit of an unfortunate race, but hats off to him there. That fuel level there from Lamb is very, very close. I'm curious. Will he have to stop? That's.
I don't think he'll have to stop. I think it might be this last lap. He just might have to save a bit of fuel. As both Lexus go through the gravel trap on the exit of the double left-hander. It's kind of like a bit of an odd corner there. Kind of like what George was mentioning on the stream. That he runs it wide on going into the entry of the slalom, going onto the bridge there. Kind of feels like a little bit of a paperclip corner. That double left-hander. So it's a very interesting alternate lines that you can take through there, but the gravel track just approach you all of a sudden, so it is very tricky to get right. But with that costly mistake there, he's lost time to Jacobs, has now brought back Adam Joy in the WRT Motorsports. The bright green, the fluorescent green of the WRT Motorsports, really trying to show his presence in the side mirrors of HBR's Lexus RCF. But it's all about this back straight there. Lamb runs it very wide there, so it takes a really bad line onto long neck, and this is going to open up an opportunity for Joy to take back P7 on lap 22 of 23 as he comes through, but not getting a lot of time as what I thought he would hope there, and a bit of a bump draft. So interesting strategy here. Is he waiting for the last lap here, DJ, or is he just playing with him?
I don't know. That was interesting. I would have bumped him once and then went for the overtake because he had the speed, but yeah, that was interesting. I don't know. Yeah, right, okay. I don't reckon Liam's gonna make it because that fuel goes red at 10 liters, and he's probably got like 5, maybe 4, and
yeah,
he won't be able to make that last.
I'm looking at my secondary cameras there. We've got Adam Joy and Colin on the red as well, but have more fuel than HBR, and Rob Jacobs is still in the white, so he's still pretty clear. He's going full send on this last lap, so you might be right here. There could be a slight concern there. Speaking of concern, he actually ran wide on the final corner, so where he actually gained time, and he's actually in the pit lane. So you called it there, DJ. He's made the fuel calculations wrong and damage on the car, so he must have gone wide on that final corner and clipped the barrier. And that is all the hard work undone by Lamb in the 5 MSR, and has dropping well down the order outside, or just holding on to 10th place now. No tyres, of course. You don't want to be wasting time because you won't be able to set a hot lap with 1 lap to go. But that is a huge mistake there by the number 5 in Lamb. Definitely not what he wanted to see out the end of this race.
Yeah, definitely. He's done a solid job there. But yeah, that where that went into red, that was kind of very early on in the lap. So that's why I did say that. And yeah, coming in 5%, he was 3% short. So that's a bit of a worry. As we jump to the front now, we have Twitchy coming down long neck straight, 48.9 seconds there, back to Chris Flash. That's insane. Here doing 308, 39, 310s. He's off chops. There's a reason he went overseas for GT World Series, representing Oceania. So solid job there to Guy, and then Chris Lashbrook P2 here. He looks like he's doing well as well. So consistent laps. That's what he's got, and then put him in the car again for the next one. And yeah, but there 5.8 seconds back to Curry, 8.5 then from Curry to Campbell. That's what's that, 8 and 5. That's like 13, 14 seconds between Chris and Campbell. So we may see that number 16 jump into second place here, with then 6.9 seconds back to Greeny. So Greeny has made up a lot of time on those cars in front there from that big massive mistake there by Aiden. There as Twitchy comes across the line there. Sorry we missed that. You are very fast for our liking. But, good to see there. He's put that in the hands of Grid 1 with over nearly a minute 20 of say minute 20 or so of that. As we jump back here with Joy. Yeah, he's gained a lot of time there on the field. So yeah, but then we jump back up into second here with Chris coming around the final corner now. You can't take your eyes off this battle here, but yeah, solid drive there by Twitchy and Apex. That'll be a Nits Racing 1-2 with Curry coming across in P3. Oh, that must be a lapped car there coming across the line. But yeah, Campbell holding on to P4.
Very nice drive there by Campbell.
Yeah, very, very good drive there.
Chris will be very happy. Chris will be very happy to get the car back up into P2, and I think a man of the match as well. Man of the match performance there for Mitch Curry. Last minute substitute driver for Ian Ward. Did not want to see any of his cars miss out on a special event that is the crown jewel of our Trackstars Endurance campaign, where we're on the final leg here at St. Croix. Gets the car into P3 in Stint 2. Is going to leave the car in the hands of Ian Ward, and we both know how strong and fast Ian Ward is. But when it comes to the race distance, whether he can make it work, whether he can keep that consistency, time will tell as the rest of the field comes across the line and that is going to conclude the end of Stint 2 here for the St. Croix 1000. We're halfway, ladies and gentlemen, so we've got another couple of stints to go till the end of this one. It's still a long day here, ladies and gentlemen. It's only 1 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. So if you're still here, you're still around on the YouTube, thank you so much for your support. And we can't wait to see you guys keep chatting away, keep bantering away in our chat. We love to see it. We love to hear what you guys are thinking about the racing and the commentary as well, and a couple of guest appearances that we're going to be seeing in the comms box as well. We're going to probably see the return of George Cook. We'll be seeing a couple of new faces joining myself in the commentary booth in Stint 3, while we have in Stint 4, we have Isaac Fogarty and Chris Lashbrook and George Cook calling the final stint to conclude the Trackstars Racing Series Touring Cars Enduro. That is the St. Croix 1000.
Yeah, it was a good stint there, and yeah, as I said, big thank you to George for this. Beers on me, mate, whenever I come to New Zealand or you come to Australia. But yeah, you can see there 307.6, 307.6, 309.5, 309.6, 310.1, 398. So yeah, no, solid work there. Massive gaps to the field. So yeah, solid work.
Yeah, absolutely. As we have the rest of the grid there, rounding up the end of the top 10, HBR does cross the line in P10 after a last lap mistake in the number 5. So unfortunately, all the hard work he's done, he's now considered that Not a great event, not a great stint for him, but he's looking to back it up in stint 2. Then we have Ben Purton in 11th place, Sol Reaper in 12th place in David Scott, and then the laps drivers in Isaac Fogarty and Jalen Natoli in 13th and 14th place. So that is going to conclude our stint 2, ladies and gentlemen. So stick around, make sure you grab yourself some food. It is lunchtime here in Australia, or whether you are watching us from around the world or even in New Zealand in the capable hands of George Cook, you might be getting close to dinner time already. So grab yourself a drink, grab some food, and we'll tune into the broadcast. But final thoughts from you, DJ, before we get yourself back into the car. What did you think of those couple of stints that we have seen so far in our stream? What are your hot takes going into the second half of the St. Croix 1000?
Good racing overall by everyone, except for Twitchy, because Twitchy's just off in his own race. But yeah, no, the racing is good with everyone. Everyone's keeping it clean. You know, people are making moves on everyone, and you know they're having them back. So no, they're doing really well. The racecraft is there. It's good. Obviously, that first that turn 2 on that lap 1 was a little bit sketchy. You know, 3, 4, 5 cars there, but they all got through. But yeah, no, that was exciting, and I'm keen to see what the next 2 stints have.
Absolutely. Halfway to go, ladies and gentlemen. So stick around. Thank you so much for tuning into these first couple of stints, and we'll catch you guys for the coverage of stint 3 coming up very shortly. But until then, grab some food, grab some drinks, and we'll see you guys very shortly.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Trackstars Racing Series as we continue our push through 1,000 kilometers of St. Croix. Stint 1 and Stint 2 both now complete, and we head to Stint 3 for 22 laps. We do apologize for the long intermission there. We had a few issues with the lobby, hashtag GT7 things as per usual, but we are now back and we are rearing to go. In the commentary box for this stint will be Nick Pautasso. He'll be along in a little bit, and also Isaac Fogarty. Isaac, welcome back to the commentary box. And yeah, stint 2 was pretty spicy, and I don't want to put any undue pressure on you to talk about your own stint, but it was overall it was a pretty mega stint around the grid. Lots happening. Guy Barber extending his lead by a significant margin. A big battle for P2, 3, 4 between a number of drivers. Number 7 came out on top in that. Matt Campbell dropping down to P4. So a lot happening in stint 2, and it's really setting us up for quite an interesting stint 3 and stint 4.
Absolutely. It's been, yeah, it was a very action-packed stint. It was very spicy, especially for the first few laps, so I won't go into too much detail there. But, yeah, it was really close racing at the start, and it looked like it continued through the whole of the stint. I sort of missed out on all that, struggling around here. I've had limited running in the lead up to this event, being quite unwell, so and I struggle at St. Croix at the best of times, so wasn't to be for me today. I was fighting a losing battle at the start, but yeah, we did what we could, and yeah, it looks like it was fairly spicy at the front, and we're going to get into stint 3 now by the looks of it.
We certainly are, yeah. Rolling start once again, and it'll be Ridwan Hamza who takes up the number 1 FR Racing seat. There are the lights going now, and we are about to go racing. Chris Lashbrook back in the number 16, taking P2, and then Ian Ward jumps into the number 7. It was an amazing stint from the number 7 last time out. Matt Campbell continuing his run in P4 for the number 12 car, and then it's Josh Green back in the number 232 as we barrel down into turn 2 for the first time of 22 laps in stint 3. Always a really interesting place to start. We had so much antics going on, and already Matt Campbell looking really spicy, really racy in this. He wants to make the move on the number 7 as soon as possible. He's got the inside line heading to turn 3. That is where you want to be if you're going to make a move early on. Looks like he's got that done really nicely. We'll hold the apex. Both of them going side by side. That inside line rapidly becoming the outside line for turn 5, and that's going to be back in the hands of Ian Ward as he goes ahead once again of Matt Campbell, running a little bit wide on the exit of turn 4 and into the S's section, and now towards the paperclip. Beautiful section of track here. Relatively calm start for stint 3, and a good one for Ridwan Hamza, not being let off the leash though by Smashing Apex and Chris Lashbrook. So going to be an interesting battle, especially here, P3, P4, P5. This is going to be a battle that we've been waiting to see, I think.
Yeah, this is where all the action will be all day. Matt Campbell has a bit of time to make up. He's the lead driver in this second of the 2 CP Motorsports cars, and he's got Josh Green right behind him, who's also fighting position, looking to make up time after a difficult first stint as well. I'm not too sure how they went in the second stint, but yeah, difficult first stint for the 232, so they'll be looking to make up time as well. So this is going to be a very crucial. Missed the apex, ran wide of the exit of the turn onto the bridge there for Matt Campbell, and this is going to open Josh Green up to have a look around the outside as they come down across the bridge towards turn 14. So this is where he's gonna already have it done, and I think Matt Campbell may have just rolled out a little bit there to let him have the position to let him go, and that means that Josh Green is now going to be on a charge to chase after Ian Ward. So these CP cars maybe playing a little bit of a strategy game, a little bit of a team game early on in the piece here to not hold each other up too much. They want to work together, and they've got Les Sandwich in right behind them, affectionately known as LJ. He's right behind. He was supposed to run the last stint, had technical difficulties, wasn't able to, so he's in the car for this. He's going to do a double stint to the end. It seems that a couple of guys are doing a double stint to the end here. It looks like Justin Ladaway will do the same thing. Ridwan will do the same thing, and then it looks like a couple of guys are also double stinting the second and third stint. So there's a few different strategies going around, but Justin, he's had Ben Keats in the car this morning. He's done a very good job to get this car well positioned inside the top 10, and Justin will want to continue that trend. They had a bit of a difficult run at Bathurst, so they're going to look to make that up. And we've got a car around. We've got another car in the wall, and also around. That's the 56 Team Kiwi pit lane car, and I believe it is one of the WTCR cars, and can't quite see the number. I think it's the 117.
It is the
Tim
117. Oh, the 117's had a huge accident there, and they picked up someone else in that as well. Someone got a little bit loose. I think it was Larox as well, because they picked up damage too. Crikey, that's a disaster for the 117, and punts for PH Esports, I believe it is. He's going to be in the pits immediately. He's also got damage, so a lot of damage early on here. No, that's not. That is, of course, the 32 car. That's exactly it. And speaking of the 32 car, it's time to bring in Nick Pautasso into the conversation, and I will be ducking back out into the broadcasting booth. So I will let you chaps continue on. Nick Pautasso and Isaac Fogarty, take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. I just caught the back end of that cluster of cars going into the back section on the opening lap there. So unfortunately, Ollie Dowswell just got the back end of that, getting him some front splitter damage, but thankfully no more damage on the car. So he's looking. So it's going to be a long stint for Ollie Dowswell. But the good thing is he's actually put some fuel in the car. He's going to be running a two-stop strategy, but he's going to be using this pace now to try and work his way up towards the front there. So a bit of an unfortunate start on his return to the Touring Cars Championship, but it's still running down in 12th place, and still a long way to go to the end of this race as the drivers behind Luke Hayden in the 56 began getting caught in that accident as well. But it was one of the drivers there. I don't know about you, Isaac, but one of them actually still stayed out in that race. I think it was Tim Crawford in the WTC Racing entry. I believe he still stayed out. He has. So he's carrying a heap amount of damage on his car, and he still stayed out. So this is... I'm not so sure if this is a wise decision from the 117. I wonder if his team boss and Slappers mate in Von Duby might just get over the radio and say to him, you've got to pit, because that's just, you're going to be wasting too much time.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting. I know carrying damage around here can really hurt your lap time, so it's going to be quite fascinating actually to see what he does from here, whether, as you said, Von Duby gets over the radio and says, look mate, just bring it in, it's not worth trying to carry on this early into the stint, just put fuel in the car, as Ollie Dowswell has done there, and just run to the end, because you can see the time that Ollie's making up on him already and how much he's gaining on him, so that damage is hurting him. It's only front splitter damage, I believe, but it's still really going to hurt that car, especially through the corners, because these cars are so aero dependent. So it's going to be interesting to keep an eye on that and see what happens early into the stint. Damage is never good. So
well,
yeah.
It's the whole front, it's the whole right side of the car that's caused damage everywhere. The front splitter, the rear bumper,
yes.
the front and right suspension, and the wheel bearings have just gone out of all alignment. So you're going to watch this car come down the pit straight. It's going to be crabbing along long neck straight. So you're going to watch this car. He's going to get absolutely monstered up here by Ollie Dowswell with a fresh car now under the disposal of the 32, as he's trying and control the car. Crawford, he's not. And this is actually his first time out in the Trackstars Racing Series Enduro, so he's making his debut in the St. Croix 1000. So definitely not the debut that he wanted to remember in his touring cars campaign. But hopefully, with a fresh car and a clean car, he might be able to try and see if he can get himself back towards the pointy end and maybe throw some impressive lap times. But it is the end of lap 2. We've got 20 laps to go. It is a Ridwan leading the way ahead of Chris Lashbrook in P2, as we see Josh Green's actually come into the pit lane as well. So I wonder if he's also picked up damage as well. So we saw this in the early stages in Stint 2 when I was commentating alongside Ryan Palmer, Isaac, that we were seeing a lot of drivers come into the pit lane and picking up damage early on. And to make matters worse, he's got a half-second penalty next to his name, which will feel like about 2 seconds when he comes down that back straight. So there we go, Crawford into the pit lane. The team has called him in. He's given up. It is now his turn to try and get into the pit lane and try and fix the car up and get the car in the right position there, as we see Nightwalker and Nick Scott go for a loop around turn 2, so definitely not where he wanted to be there. It's a bit of a tough time in the 964 with David Scott being a lap down in Stint 2, unfortunately, or almost got a lap down in Stint 2. I think he got himself into the lead lap in Stint 1 as well, so they're still running very well in the 964, but a lot of work to do now for Nick Scott to get the car back inside the top 10. Now Ollie Dowswell, the first man that has come into the pit lane, is inside that top 10, but 12.8 behind the wildcard entry of Ben Pertz and Liam Hedges.
Yeah, no, it's been very action-packed at the start here. There's lots of damage. I'm not entirely sure what happened to Josh Green there. He was up in 4th place where Matt Kemp currently is, so may have been a mistake there from Josh Green, but he'll put fuel in the car. He's fix the damage, and you'll push on. So hopefully we can see that car bounce back. They were very good at that at Bathurst. They had a habit of having a bit of an incident early on in the stint and then pushing really hard, putting fuel in the car and just going hard till the end. So I think we'll see something similar today, and it worked very well for them at Bathurst. So hopefully it continues to work for them today. But we see Justin Ladaway here chasing down Matt Campbell. As I mentioned earlier, this car has done very well so far in this. They had a bit of a difficult run at Bathurst, but it looks like it's going a lot better for them so far today. And they're up into 5th place at the start of this race. I'm not sure where they're currently sitting overall, but it's got to be a decent position because I believe it was 2 7th places, one on the first stint, one in the second stint. So they've done a great job so far to get that 44 up inside the top 5.
Yeah, the 44 has definitely been running very nicely in the hands of Ben Keats. Showed very impressive pace in stint 1 to be running with us inside the top 6 to top 5. He was actually keeping up very well when I was racing up against him in stint 1, and then stint 2 was definitely where he's really decided to stretch his legs out. Obviously, with the man himself, can't really stretch his legs out. Not trying to be rude or anything, but not trying to be a silly person or anything. But at the same time, he was really trying to get the car to his liking. Obviously, he must have done a quick setup change on his Lexus RCF, and he actually made that car work really well. Worked the car up to as high as P4 at the time. Oh, sorry, P5 at the time. But then, unfortunately, at the end of his first stint, going into the second stint on the tires, was running really well, and then unfortunately just picked up damage going onto the bridge, which was a little bit unfortunate. With his side of things, picking up a bit of damage, so definitely not what he wanted. Now LJ is coming to the pit lane. I'm probably going to be guessing that's damage on the 15. Yes, it is. It's actually front splitter, and then we can see only just front splitter damage. Interesting there. I thought I saw a couple of other lights being shone there, but he's now coming to the pit lane, putting some fuel inside the car. Ollie Daleswell now moves up into 9th place, so a little bit of a salvage drive so far on lap 4 for Ollie Daleswell to get the car up into 9th place, but there's still quite a fair way back from that leading pack that are yet to make their pit stop. So he's going to be keeping his heads down, just the same as Josh Green. He's going to be keeping his heads down and going for it. It might work with Ollie Daleswell to try and close up to that top 8 that are yet to make that pit stop. But we're seeing some early casualties so far here, Isaac. I mean, not even in the first stint, drivers were that did pick up damage. They actually managed to stay out, which is very interesting. I believe Ben Keats was actually one of them. He got front splitter and the right side of his car damaged, but he stayed out and he was actually still setting quite competitive pace. But the thing was, he was actually in a pack of cars, so he was actually able to keep slipstream, and he was able to keep it inside the toe of other drivers ahead of him. So that's what really kind of saved his bacon at the time, until in that second stint, unfortunately, he did pick up damage. And that's in that second stint, which actually he did have to come in for that extra pit stop.
Yeah, it does help even if you have a little bit of damage, just being in a pack, because you can get that slipstream and that advantage that helps you sort of, especially when high speed is so crucial around here, stay with those cars. As we see, this is Lamb and Smith, I believe, going hammer and tong for P6, but. Yeah, he did a great job. There's quite a few cars, I think, that were carrying damage across those 2 stints, and I think we've also seen how crucial it is to sort of not have damage, the pace advantage that you can have if you have a car that is fully intact if you pit for damage, and especially with such a long way to go, it's probably not worth carrying damage at this early stage. Maybe if there was 4 laps to go, you'd probably deal with it and take the pain of that, as opposed to come through the lane to try and We are seeing a lot of damage and a lot of incidents early on in this one, a lot more than we have seen across the day. Like 9 downwards has come into the lane to repair damage, and I think that's probably it's getting later into the day. There's a couple of drivers in there that are currently in their second of 2 stints, so there's maybe a little bit of exhaustion, a little bit of fatigue kicking in for them. But I also just think it's getting to the point now where you've got to send it. You're getting to the pointy end of the day. Like we're almost, I think we're almost halfway into this race. So it's getting to the point now where people are going to need to start making moves, and I think they all know that. And it's just bringing people a little bit unstuck on those cold tires. But we can can see now that this is Ward chasing down Christopher Lashbrook for P2. So this number 7 car has had a brilliant day so far. They've done absolutely brilliantly. They had a difficult time out at Spa. They had a difficult time out at Bathurst. And they'll just be wanting to turn it around today, keep it steady, keep it going. And they've done that brilliantly so far. Mitch Curry did a brilliant job in stints 1 and 2. And now it's over to Ian Ward to do the same job to bring it home for stints 2 and 3. He has a little bit of a look there into turn 3. That was a very bold move there from Ward to try and make that move stick. And he's right on the back of Chris Lashbrook here as we come up in towards the paperclip section as it is coined by George. So this is where he's going to have to try and get a nice run through here, try and keep with him. It's very hard to follow in these cars. The aero wash is crazy, and that is something that I think Ward has been very vocal about across the course of this season, is the aero wash in these cars makes it very hard to follow, but he's going to have to do his best to try and keep up because we're coming up to the fast, high-speed section of the track where slipstream is key. So how close can he stay to Chris Lashbrook here as we come up into, I believe this is turn 9. I may have my turn numbers wrong, though. I will confirm that. There's turn 11, and we're down towards the bridge, which will be turn 13 when we get to the turn onto the bridge. So he's staying fairly close, within he's 0.6 of a second. He was within half a second. He's dropped off a little bit through that section, which just shows the dirty air and the effect it can have. But now we have the straight across the bridge, down into through turns 14 and 15, and then onto the long next straight. So this is where he's going to have to try and shape up a move, Nick, to try and see if he can get ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, and we also have to remind our viewers at home throughout the backstory of the 7 MC Motorsport. That car was nearly a non-classified car that was going to be racing here at the St. Croix 1000. Ian Ward did not have a co-driver. He was about to do the whole 1000 himself, just to try and just at least have the car on the grid there. But unfortunately, if that was the case, that team would be scoring 0 points next to their name. You can compete in the 1000, but you're not racing for anything. So he was worried that he was not going to be able to get that himself on the grid for this race here. As we all know, with Race Pig and Ian Ward, he loves to go for those late moves. He loves to send it down the inside. He likes to do the old Daniel Ricciardo, lick the stamp and send it. Most of the time it works, most of the times it doesn't. Sometimes drivers don't mind, some drivers do complain about it of his aggressive nature, but that's his style of racing. He loves to be aggressive, he loves to throw the car around. He wants to make sure that he inserts himself as one of the drivers to keep an eye out in, especially in the St. Croix 1000, but wasn't close enough to Chris Lashbrook there, just trying to get a little bit of, trying to unsettle Ian Ward by just doing a little bit of weaving down the straight there. But remember, you can only move once down on that back straight, so it's kind of playing into that rule books of moving once in a straight line and not hampering the car behind you. But yeah, the car was nearly a non-starter, and so far that car is sitting P3 and potentially could be sitting P3 overall as he's looking to make a move, throw the nose down the inside. Contact made between the two cars at 16 and 7, so that's the first strike there for Race Pig, and Chris knows that. He knows how aggressive a Ward can be, so he knows what kind of moves he's going to throw in on the 16, and he's looked at that and said, right, if that's how we're going to play, game on.
Yeah, Chris he can stay cool, calm and collected, but as soon as you get on his not his bad side, but if you get racy with him, he's going to get racy with you. He's not going to just lay down and take it. So this is a man that will get very defensive, and I think we're going to see a lot of that now because Ward has made his intentions clear, especially with that move into turn 2. He wants that P2. He wants to solidify his charge towards the podium overall, like the overall podium places. And Chris isn't going to take this one lying down, so he's going to get very defensive. You can see through this section, Ward just drops off the back of Chris a little bit, and I think that probably is maybe a little bit to do with setup. It's very loose out of that turn. Jeez, that is a very slidey Nissan GTR, but yeah, we saw this last lap that Chris just has the advantage through the paperclip section down in through turns 9, 10, 11, 12. And he's just able to bring a big enough gap that he's far enough away from Ward. A little bit closer this time is Ward coming onto the bridge. And yeah, he's very loose, that number 7 Nissan GTR. But he's a little bit closer this time. I still don't think he's close enough though. Chris does a very good job through that very twisty section of circuit to sort of build the gap back out to Ward and take advantage of that. But then this is where Ward is stronger. These straight lines, it must be maybe he's running a little bit less downforce to give himself the straight line speed, but he's doing very well so far to keep up with Chris Lashbrook in front. And this is shaping up to be a very, very spicy battle. He's about 8/10 back now, so probably a bit too far back to make a move this time around. It was a little bit closer last time, but that slipstream will still help, but we'll keep an eye on this.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we're discussing the battle pack between P2 and 3, we've seen Justin Ladaway has actually made the move now on Matt Campbell. So he's up into P4 to be the first Lexus up into P4 as we see the battle pack going on with HPR in Lamb and Graham Smith in the 787. They're doing a really good job as they go side by side. Lamb looks like he's got a little bit more straight line speed than the WTC Racing, but what does Smith do? Does he defend this? Does he send it down the inside? No, he decides to back out of it. So very smart racing there by Graham Smith in the 787. Just concedes the position, lets HPR go, and wants to follow him with his slipstream and follow his lines. But that's a position gain for HPR, who was actually looking very strong, very competitive in the last phase of Stint 2. Unfortunately, a mistake on the final corner compromised his end to Stint 2, finishing in P10, unfortunately. So he's now moved up into P6. So that's a few positions gained in Stint 3, but a lot of work to do for the 5 to get themselves up towards the front there. Then we see down in 8th place, we see Josh Green is now up into P8 at the moment. And then we have Ben Purton and Nick Scott inside the top 10 with Les Sandwith in 11th. I believe we can see Ollie Dowswell. It looks like he's made a mistake on a couple of his laps there because he was one of the drivers that was contending to be up at the front end of that race there. So it looks like he's come into the pit lane again. It looks like he's had to fix some damage on his car. Just not the race to remember for Ollie to make his return in the 32. So mistakes in the 32 on his side of things, but as the battle packs, while there's mistakes on one end, there's battles brewing on as we have yellow flags ahead. There we can see a car has gone off. Is that the leader of Ridwan Hamza? Yes, it is. It is Ridwan that has gone spinning around on the fast section on the never-ending right-hander. He's got some rear bumper damage, so that's going to probably concede him the race lead in this early stages of Stint 3. Which is going to open up the opportunity for Chris Lashbrook and Race Pig and Ian Ward to try and capitalize on that. But this is a huge story change in Stint 3 of the St. Croix 1000. Ridwan Hamza has got damage on the rear bumper. Thankfully, it's only rear bumper and nothing else on the car, but it'll still be very heavily compromised throughout these windy corners, especially in that last section.
Yeah, it's going to be, there's a question mark now over how much that damage is going to affect Ridwan, and the lasting effect it'll have. How long does he stay up, or does he try and pit? And as we said, there's a lot of cars that are making mistakes early on in this stint that have caused damage. Disappointing for Ollie Dowswell to have more damage and have to come back into the lane. He qualified extremely well in that number 32. He did a great job in the top 10 shootout. However, yeah, this is now what we're looking at. So the gap has closed right down. I don't think the overall lead is at threat at this stage. But very rare mistake from Ridwan there. And it's just unfortunate that he's now ended up with some rear bumper damage. But this is going to open it up. And I would wonder, Nick, whether the team game gets played a little bit here. Maybe if Ridwan knows that he's not going to be as fast as Chris Lashbrook, does he let Chris go and do his best to try and hold up Ward behind to sort of protect that 1-2 overall finish that they're trying to go for here at ITSFR Racing? It's very, very interesting to see if they try to play this out like a team game, or whether they just straight out fight and go for the position, and it doesn't matter. But I think he sort of started to stabilize a little bit here, Ridwan, saying it at about 1.5 seconds. So that damage might not be as bad as what we thought it could have been. It will affect him in a straight line though. I'd say there's damage to the diffuser on the rear end of that car if it's rear bumper damage, but he stays out for another lap, so he's going to continue on with this damage, Ridwan. He's gonna soldier on, so hopefully it doesn't affect him too much. He pulled that gap back at 2 seconds to Chris Lashbrook behind, who now has half a second to, or just under half a second to Ian Ward behind him. So this could be in a few laps' time if Ridwan struggles with this damage. He's closer, that's right, he is close. He's very close this time. He is shaping up. You can see he's gaining in the slipstream here as we move down towards turn 3. Lashbrook defends the inside, which means Ward has to go to the outside line as they break into turn 3. He goes very deep into the corner. So does Chris Lashbrook. There's a little bit of side-to-side contact that results in a slight tap of the wall from Ian Ward. I think he's got away with no damage there, but both of those cars went very deep into that corner. You could see Lashbrook struggling to make the apex of turn 3, and it's resulted in a little bit of side-to-side contact, which just escorted Ward wide. So these guys are getting very racy, very spicy with each other in the early stage of this race. Neither of them want to go down without a fight, and we did say that Chris Lashbrook is one that will not roll over. He will defend that position with everything he's got, and it's a very hotly contested battle for this second place, but this will be great for Ridwan. He'll get a little bit of breathing room the longer that these two battle.
Oh, some great racing there amongst the Nissan duo of Chris Lashbrook and Ian Ward there. Ian Ward threw his cards with a sneaky, cheeky inside move at turn 2 only a couple of laps ago, then throws it around the inside, and then Chris is like, nah, I'm not letting you take that space there, son. And he's going hard, and he knows he's going to be heated underneath that helmet, and he's going to be fighting really hard to keep Ian Ward behind, because Ian Ward's definitely got some pace in the 7MC Motorsport Nissan GTR. He knows it. He can see it on the straight line speed. He can see it on some of the traction zones, so he can actually gain a little bit more time than Chris Lashbrook. But it's all about just trying to maximize what you can with the package you've got. And this time, he's a lot closer now, so 4/10 now going on to long neck straight. So this is the closest he's actually been all of these 8 laps. So now he's got the best opportunity to tuck underneath that rear wing of Chris Lashbrook, throw it around the outside and try and see if he can take advantage with the straight line speed. Now what will he do here? Will he clear him before he gets to the corner, or will they go side by side through the windy section? No, Chris backs out of it. So he backs out of the move, trying to defend that position. He thinks, you know what, you take it. You're going to be challenging Ridwan for the lead now, which is 1.6 seconds. So they're still getting time on Ridwan, but now you've got Ward challenging Ridwan for the lead of stint 3 or 4. But obviously overall, the number 1 is still leading the way with a healthy margin. But you don't want to be losing too much time, especially in Ridwan's case. If he has another moment in this race, it could cost Provely at the end of the St. Croix 1000.
Yeah, he wants to keep it on the road now, everyone. There's no more mistakes, because these guys behind him are very quick, and they have shown that massively, and they're going to set after him. Now, this is Josh Green, who's trying to do a little bit of a recovery drive here after an early mistake meant that he had to pick. Oh, he's got damage again. That's so frustrating for him. I would assume that he may try and stick that out, but he's got, I believe that is Nick Scott in behind him, that's a lot quicker at the moment, and is trying to size up a move. You can see that damage is just hampering Josh Green a fair bit, and he's not able to really keep up the mid-corner speed that Nick Scott is able to carry. So this time around, we'll see whether he comes in and gets out of the way, or whether he's going to continue on. But yeah, 8 laps into this of 22 lap stints, and I think he is going to come in. No, he's going to stay out. So he's going to carry on with this damage that he's got, and try and hold on to P8. He knows that he only has to run for a couple more laps, and then he should be able to pit and easily get to the end on fuel and hope for the. Yeah, the speed difference is crazy, and I think that is helped by the slipstream, but that damage that is on Josh Green's car will not be helping him at the moment. He will be struggling for straight line speed, and here I think we're going to see fair speed difference as we get up to the higher gears on this straight. You can see how much Scott is closing on him as we come down towards turn 3. He does put the hazards on, I believe, as if to indicate for Scott to go past. He doesn't want to fight this one too hard, Josh. He's just trying to do a little bit of a recovery drive at the moment, just sort of keep it on the road and hand the car over to Aiden Holton in the last stint to bring it all home. But yeah, very, very close racing so far. And here we go. So this is Ward. Look how much he has closed up to the back of Ridwan. This is less than a second now. So close to the wall on the exit.
Nearly quit the Armco there. That was
so close.
That is commitment, and he's gone 3/10 purple in sector 3. Sector 3, yes, that's sector 3. My goodness, that was commitment. That's as fine as you can get to crashing into the barriers on the bridge and creating a massive roadblock there. But that's fine margins there for Ian Ward, and now he's going to be within slipstream range. He's definitely going to be finding the advantages compared to Ridwan's straight line speed. Now 4/10 purple through sector 4, but Ridwan's going to be holding that inside line as we go for the outboard shot of Ridwan's rear wing of the number 1. It's FR Racing. What does Race Pig do? What does Ian Ward do? Does he throw it down the inside and scare Ridwan going into the move there? He breaks it late, but Ridwan capitalizes and he does the exact same thing. So nice defensive driving by Ridwan, but this is going to be very tactical here, Isaac. I wonder if he's going to be holding Ward up just a little bit here to say, Chris, come on, make him come on down. I want to help you out. So this could be some team rivalry. This could be a team battle between the It's FR boys as well as MC Motorsport, and this could definitely help Chris if Ridwan decides to stay out for a few more laps, especially when it comes to the pit window in the next lap or so.
Yeah, well, you can already see about 4/10 is what Chris has gained just in those last few corners. So Ridwan has sort of probably held him up a little bit, whether that's on purpose or the damage he's carrying, but he's held him up and he's coming to the pit lane. So he's released Ward into the lead of this race, and Ward probably wouldn't have been too happy that he was in an It's FR Racing sandwich. You would have tried to get out of that as quickly as possible. And now Ridwan, your current race, well, what was our race leader, has come into the lane, so he will put fuel in. He will repair that damage, and this promotes Justin Ladaway up into 3rd place, which is a brilliant effort for him so far. He's running in P4 before this first round of stops came about, so he's been doing a brilliant job and just sort of staying away from all of this drama that is happening at the top end of the field, as is Matt Campbell. He's running in 4th at the moment, and just sort of these guys are sort of just in no man's land. They're about 5 seconds away from each other and about 5 seconds away to the cars on either side. And that is Tim Crawford again making a mistake down just at the exit of turn 16 and through 17. So that is very unfortunate for Tim Crawford, as you mentioned earlier, on debut here at the Trackstars Enduros, and it'll be a very frustrating debut for him so far, I'm sure. But there's plenty of laps left, plenty of time left in this race to run. Nightwalker, and Scott is in. Josh Green is in to put in fuel and fix his damage to hopefully run to the end. So we're starting to see the regular period stop starting to play out now. Cars that are pitting now will probably have to do a little bit of fuel saving, I'd say, to make sure they definitely get to the end.
Well, everyone's got a full tank of fuel. They're looking at the numbers. You're definitely going to be able to get the tank right up to the end there. We did see a couple of drivers in the last stint of stint 2. We saw, especially with HBR, he was running on fumes on the last stint. And we also saw Chris Lashbrook play a very interesting strategy on staying an extra lap where he was doing his in-lap. I will remind you, Isaac, because I know you were in the car at the time, he was doing his in-lap on half revs on his Nissan GTR. So he was saving ultra hard in stint 2. Obviously, it worked out in his favor finishing P2 in stint 2, but it was a close call. He lost about nearly 8 seconds to Mitch Curry in stint 2, and he almost lost out to P2 to Mitch Curry as well. So played the games well, but a very close call. And it's about these drivers as well, just trying to find what they can do a little bit more of. They're going to try and save a little bit more, try something different, try to get to a lap 11, maybe save a little bit more fuel, get to 12. We saw the 117 very strong with fuel numbers. We saw with the 787 in Colin Thomas in stint 2 and Rob Jacobs in the 117. Those guys saved a lot of fuel in that first stint, and that really helps them well in the final stages of stint 2. So they've done very well with WTC Racing. Their fuel economy has probably been the best out of everybody so far in the St. Croix 1000, but it just might have to be, it's probably going to be a bit of a fuel game. Like you mentioned, it's all about the fuel numbers, and especially come the last stint, which is going to be longer, about 34 laps of racing, that's where it's going to be on its head.
Yeah, it's all of this is building towards what is going to be like a mega last stint. There's going to be various different strategies going, as we see both Ward and Lashbrook are now into the lane. So our two leaders are into the lane, and I would be very curious to know where they pop out in terms of where Ridwan is. But we can see here Tim Crawford and Scott, who has come into the lane and is sort of out of position here is Tim Crawford, because he moves to the inside. So I think he's just trying to let Scott go. I think he knows that he doesn't want to get in the way too much. So I think he just pulled to the inside to let him go. HPR inherits the race lead, and yeah, I'm watching really close just to see where Race Pig does pop out here in terms of where he is to Ridwan. I'm not sure where Ridwan currently is on circuit. Here he is into the final corner. So he's going to come down the front straight. How close is this going to be?
Oh, it's a healthy margin.
It's a very healthy margin. And that is
going to get ahead, just ahead of Ridwan. But we also have to remember as well, he had to stay in the pit lane longer to fix up damage on the number 1. So there was an extra 3-4 seconds in the pit lane hold for Ridwan Hamza to fix the damage. So that's why he's gone from P1 down to P3 before he came into the pit lane, leading the race only just ahead of Ian Ward and Chris Lashbrook, but now drops down to a net P3 and Stint 3. What does Chris do? Does he actually let Ridwan go here? Is there any sign that they're going to be swapping positions? No, there's not. So Chris has just come out of the pit lane on cold medium tyres, while Ridwan has got some very warm and fresh mediums as well to his disposal. So these next few corners are going to be very critical for the number 1. I'm sure these two are in the party chat, in their own party chat, just discussing and talking about plans and strategies on how to catch Ward, because Ward is definitely showing the pace in the number 7 MC Motorsports. And again, it just brings back to my story that number 7 was so close to not making the grid at the Senkai 1000, and look where it is in a net P1. Is absolutely incredible, and an incredible stint by Mitch Curry in stint 1 and 2, now being backed up by Ian Ward in stint 3.
Yeah, they've done a brilliant job, this car, to get themselves up. And he's pointing to the gap that is 3 seconds between Ian Ward and Christopher Lashbrook. So thank you,
it's actually great.
Our TV director. You're right. It has grown. That gap is continuing to grow as well. So I did notice that Ian Ward did underfuel that car, and here we go. So Chris is going to indicate to the left to say that Ridwan should go past, but it doesn't look like Ridwan is going past. He's too far back. I think
Ridwan made a mistake.
He didn't get a good exit onto the bridge.
Yeah, so I think they just played that wrong, unfortunately. But now on the long neck, they're going to be able to get themselves past and do a bit of a team change or swap between the two cars. You can see there, Chris is throwing the indicator on, say, you go ahead, Ridwan, you go chase Ian, and let's go for it. But doing very nicely there, just underneath that slipstream of the 16 of Chris Lashbrook and his co-driver in Ryan Palmer, the main driver in Ryan Palmer in the 16. It's FR now unleashing Ridwan Hamza to try and catch Ian Ward, who's got a 3.9 second gap over Ridwan Hamza, who runs very, very deep on the exit of the back straight. So really struggling there just to try and pull the car up, especially with that slipstream. You're clocking at about nearly 290 Ks in that slipstream, and you're just trying to, find your braking zone. And plus, you got to remember as well that there is now a tailwind going down the long neck. So before the first few stints, it was a headwind going onto long neck, but now it is a tailwind. So that's actually making the braking a little bit more tricky for our drivers here in the third stint, just trying to find their brake markers and their braking zones to try and not overcook it.
Yeah, it's very nice when you're trying to get a nice top speed down the long neck straight, but it's not great when you're coming into the braking zone. The tailwind isn't very helpful in that sense. But here we go. So LJ L Sandwith is in. Justin Ladaway back up into 4th place after his pit stop. So that's a brilliant run for him so far. And we can see Fuel going in for HPR in the number 5. He's going to come back out on track, maybe just ahead of Matt Campbell. That looks like that was very close between Matt Campbell and HPR. And not as close as I thought it was. They did briefly switch positions, and it looked like HPR was ahead, but the speed difference that Matt Campbell has had has meant that he's well up into 5th place now. HPR inherits 6th place in that number 5, and that is a great result for these guys, but they go back to sort of just being in that no man's land. Like the cars that are really closest together at the moment are those first 3 cars. 4th is sort of spread out, 5th is sort of spread out, and 6th is sort of spread out. So these guys and you can see the gap that Ridwan has pulled to Race Pig already. Ian Ward, that is close. Down. That is like 2 seconds in about half a lap. So that is he's on a mission in that number 1 car. He's got the eyes on. He is locked in, and Ridwan is pushing like there's no tomorrow to get that lead back. He wants that first position overall to be his yet again. He's gone fishing, and yeah, he's pushing very hard. He's got the eyes on, and it's about 1.5 seconds now. So this is going to be, I reckon, in about a lap or two's time, Nick, this is going to unfold as a very, very spicy battle for the lead.
It certainly will, and we're going to look down. We have to look down at that mid pack as well. We can see the track map just full of cars coming through Sector 2 and into Sector 3. So that battle pack as well is quite close. There's a couple of drivers that are out of sequence there, especially with the 32 and Ollie Dowswell and Josh Green, who are yet to make their pit stops. Their second pit stops, I believe. Actually, Josh Green might be okay with his round of pit stops. I think he's got enough fuel to the end, so long as he doesn't get any more damage. But Ollie Dowswell definitely has to make a pit stop. But it's about him trying to see what he can do, just maybe a bit of a splash and dash finish, maybe throw some fresh tyres and go full send at the end. We're not sure yet, but we can see his tyres are being worn out quite a fair bit, so definitely might have to be throw on some tyres on the car and go for it, try and set some fastest laps and try and see what you can do. But hitting the guardrail like that might not be the best option. A 3:11.4 is his fastest lap so far, whilst the rest of the field is ruffling around about that 3:10. That mid to high 3:10s, a couple of them running in the 3:09s, just like Ridwan and Race Pig, with a bit of a high 10, a bit of a low 10 next to his name. Tim Crawford as well, 3:13.4, just trying to get used to his car, and obviously his first time out in the series. A 3:15.2 as the fastest lap set by Ben Purton, but is looking to try and eclipse that time on this lap going by. And Lurox 22, Luke Hyden, making his return after what was a sensational stint 3 that he had at Mount Panorama, where he got himself in a really good position. Whoa, as we catch the battle pack here, we'll talk about Lurox later on, but that's Ridwan Hamza that has gone past Race Pig and Ian Ward. A mistake on the final corner, catching a lot of grass, and the back end really nearly snapping out on him. He gets up into P1, takes back P1 after getting damage in the first stint. And actually, speaking of damage, it's now Ward's turn that he's got damage. So did he actually pick it up when he actually made that mistake there? Because it looks so close. And that's probably why the gap was closing down pretty fast there, Isaac.
Yeah, I almost spat out my water when we just cut to that shot of the final corner. That was very close between those guys. He was on the grass, and I thought that might have ended in disaster for our two leading cars, but thankfully it didn't, and it looks like there's a little bit of damage on the front of that number 7 MC Motorsport car. So I think, yeah, he may have picked that up as a result of that incident when he just ran wide. I'm not sure where he would have made contact with the barrier, probably ran a bit too wide at the final corner, but we will continue on. Hopefully he can defend from Chris Lashbrook behind, but then there's a fair gap back to, or I say a fair gap, it's about 5 seconds back to Justin Ladaway behind these guys. So P3 for now still looking good, but there is a long way to go in this. Still 10 laps to go, 9 after this, so we've got about 9.5 laps to go from here for these guys. So there's a fair way left to go in this race. So I think if I'm Justin Ladaway at the moment, I wouldn't know that Ward has got damage, as he has been passed by Chris Lashbrook now.
I was going to say, he'll see the delta. Yeah, he'll see the delta close massively, and he's going to be licking his lips, seeing that number come down. There you go. So it went from about 8 seconds going into the end of the paperclip, and now going onto the bridge, it's going to be less than 7 seconds. So he should know that Ian Ward has got damage and something dramatic has happened to the car 7. So what has happened to this car? We have not been able to see anything of any resemblance of him slowing down. We saw quite the opposite. He was going really, really fast, and at a brief moment inheriting the lead, taking the lead in stint 3 of 4 here at the St. Croix 1000. But now it's all gone down south for Ian Ward. But what does he do now? He's got Justin Ladaway right behind. He's got in P4. Then he's got Campbell. Then he's got HBR. He's got Smithy, Graham Smith. And he's got Ollie Dowswell, who is yet to make a pit stop. He's got those cars behind. So, and you can see the mini-map as well there, Isaac. There's not much room to play with when it comes to strategy about coming in for a pit stop.
Yeah, that's right. But the question then becomes, is it more beneficial to stay out and deal with the damage, or do you come in and try and just get it out of the way? We know there is pace in that number 7 car. We know he can run long into this stint if he needs to with this damage, but we also know that if he comes in, puts fresh tyres on, he probably wouldn't need any fuel, so it'd be tyres and damage repair. He does have pace in that number 7, so he could potentially make it up. So that, I think, is the dilemma that he'll currently have in his head, and he may be consulting with team boss Mitch Curry at the moment about what it is that he does to try and strategize towards the end of this race. We're going to find out now what it is he thinks he wants to do,
Stays out.
and he stays out. So he's going to deal with it for now. I probably wouldn't come in after this if I was him, unless I lost too much time. But it sort of indicates to me staying out now that this is what he's going to do to the end. He's just going to stick with it.
Well, 3 minutes 16.4 kind of just says what the pace is at the moment for Ian Ward. So he's got 9 laps to go to think and talk with his team bosses what to do here. Talk to his co-driver and team boss Mitch Courage on what he should do, because it's 9 laps to go, and it's all about just trying to, you know, go for that straight, try and see what he can do with the straight lines here, because he's got the downforce, the low downforce package, but we just saw on his telemetry, as we see it with his telemetry, he's only clocking at about 275 kilometers down the straight, while everyone else is around about the 285, 288 kilometers. So he's losing straight line speed hand over fist, and even through the mid corners as well. With that front splitter damage, he's not able to bite into the corner as much as he'd like. 7/10 down through sector 2 from his personal best lap time of a 3:10.2. So I don't know. It's gonna be tight. If he comes into the pit lane, he might slot in between HBR and Graham Smith, I would say. But if he stays out, it's going to be a big gamble, because if he comes in, it's going to be 8 laps to go, and within 8 laps, you can gain all that time back with 8 laps to go on a fresh set of tyres.
Especially the amount of pace that he has in that car, I think he would gain that time back very quickly. Speaking of trying to gain time back, we're looking here at Ollie Dowswell and Josh Green, who has closed right up to the back of the number 32 now. So number 32, as you mentioned earlier, is going to have to stop again for fuel and tyres. So the question then, becomes, do you take your pain early, get onto fresh tyres now and push really hard with 8 to go, or do you stay out, run as long as you can, and then pit at the last minute? And that is the fine line that we sort of have to try and balance as racing drivers, and try and work out, do we take the late stop, or do we take the pain early and try and make up time later on? And I think for people like Ward and Ollie, who have a lot of pace in these cars and are quick when they have the right sort of conditions in terms of, fresh tyres, lowish fuel, no damage on the car, I think it's probably better that they take their pain early and take advantage of fresher tyres sooner, rather than wait too late into this race when they've lost more time to the cars behind and it's harder to make it back up again.
Well, Ollie Dowswell, if he comes into the pit lane now, he's got a huge chunk of clear air between LJ and Nightwalker, so he's going to be a bit of a baguette style sandwich of the WRT Motorsport, but he's got so much breathing room to actually come into the pit lane, as we see Josh Green about to make the move on Ollie Dowswell at the end of Long Neck, as he goes sailing through side by side down the Long Neck, and on the exit of the Long Neck, it is 232. Now up into P8. Ollie Dowswell tries to hold around the outside. He can't do it. Probably that might be the sign for Ollie to come into the pit lane, change those tyres, put a little bit of fuel in the car, and just go full send, because he's got so much clear air. I'm gonna keep that in, you have to keep that in mind. So much clear air, and these cars need that clear air. You need to have so much clean air in that car to actually get the car to work, because following the cars around, it is very tricky. The aero wash, especially through the sweeping corners here at the last corner as well, is probably the worst, one of the worst ones to be following a car. As you can see, they're very well demonstrated by Ollie Dowswell. It looks like he's going to come into the pit lane. There he goes. So we called it right there. Into the pit lane for Ollie Dowswell for the last time. He's going to drop down to P10. Probably will stay in P10 at the end of this stint. We'll see where Nick Scott ends up and see how much fuel he's going to be putting into the Lexus RCF. But P10 looks like to be the spot for Ollie Dowswell, unless there are a couple of cars ahead of him that get significant damage, and he'll be able to gain some positions. But time will tell. He's out of the pit lane now, and very clear in 10th place, and big gap between himself and LJ and Nightwalker respectively. So lots of work to do in the 32, but we're gonna give it a good old go in the last stint. We're gonna have lots of fun. But down in 12th place, we have Tim Crawford. Not the debut that he wanted to remember for WTC Racing. So again, for Slapper's mate and Wade Von Duvey, a lot of work to do in the 117 in the final stint. And then we have Ben Purton, who's going to be handing the car, the wild card super cheap making PH Esports entry to Liam Hedges for the final stint in Stint 4, and then Lurox22, who's picked up some damage, more damage on the car, and on low fuel, who'll be coming into the pit lane very shortly. As I was mentioning earlier, had a very good Bathurst on his second stint, but unfortunately St. Croix hasn't been very kind to him in this first stint, but stint 2, which is going to have one more crack at, he's going to try and give it his all and try to do the best he can to give the 56 a reasonable result in the last of the Enduros. But back up towards the front, we have Ridwan Hamza now 5.1 clear of Chris Lashbrook in P2. So the number 16, from where it finished in stint 1, Isaac, is really clawing itself back up to being at the pointy end of this fight in the overall standings of the St. Croix 1000. As it stands, it is the number 1 that is leading by a healthy margin over the rest of the field, and it's going to be very close between the number 16, and I feel like the number 7 has probably gained a bit of time as well, but also keep in mind of that number 44 of the KPL entry of Justin Ladaway and Ben Keith. If this car can get themselves into the top 5, or better yet, if they can get themselves on the podium, that is going to be an absolute story to have in the Track Stars community.
Absolutely, and these guys are definitely threatening for a podium. The two cars in front, the 16 and the 7, can't afford any mistakes because these guys have been almost, I want to say, near perfect all day. Ben Keith's read a brilliant stint in stints 1 and 2 this morning, and he's handed it over to Justin, who's done a great job so far in stint 3 to hold on to 4th place. And yeah, these guys are definitely threatening for an overall podium, and it would be a hell of a story if they could do that. And pull that off today. So they've done a brilliant job, and it's gonna all come down to this final stint, I think, and keeping it clear. That was out of nowhere. The sister KPL car out of the pit lane, and I don't think, because Justin wouldn't be able to see on the telemetry that there was a car in the pit lane, given that Lurox is so far down the order. Luke is so far down the order. Yeah, he wouldn't have known, and Luke would have seen the blue flags. They would have shown him blue flags as he was coming out of the pit lane. However, that car, for a brief second, is controlled by the game until you get just out onto the front straight. So he wouldn't have been able to do anything about it until the last second. But that was brilliant presence of mind there from Justin Ladaway. Just move the car over to the left and just avoid contact. That could have been disastrous, just as we were talking up their stocks, if the KPL cars had made contact right there.
Oh, that was absolutely close there. Close call by the Kiwi pit lane by releasing the 56 right in the path of the 44. We were praising the 44 of an incident that was going to happen within the inter-team battles, and it was definitely for Justin Ladaway. It definitely was probably more or less likely a Code Brown moment there. Obviously, thanked by the ghosting that the GT7 ghosting had in the exit of the pit lane. So saved his bacon there with the ghosting there, but that was close no matter what. Doesn't matter if you race in the real world or in the sim world, have a moment like that and it rockets your heart rate. Your heart rate rockets like nothing. But with his probably got to tone it down a little bit, try and see if he can get towards Race Pig and Ian Ward in for P3. The gap is closing, 3.4 seconds now for the battle for P3 in Stint 3 of the St. Croix 1000. Still carrying on with that damage there, and we're just reading through the chat as well that Mitch Curry says every time he says "Let's go, Pig," he always throws it into the wall there. So I'm sure he doesn't. I'm pretty sure he's going to tell him "Let's not go, Pig," and he actually might be able to finish the race in a handy position. But we'll see how that goes. And we see Big Smithy in Grey and Smooth has actually made a move on HBR, but HBR has actually got damage on his Lexus RCF front splitter and front right suspension damage, and now he's going to be in the clutches of Josh Green's. Bit of a recovery drive here for the 232 as well as the 12 there. So there's a bit of a no man's land since Stint 1 for the CP Motorsports entry. I'm going to throw the question to you, Isaac. Obviously, some strong performances by Aiden Holton and Matt Donetti in Stint 1. Unfortunately, a mistake on Aiden Holton's end in Stint 1 compromised him and hurt him, finishing down in P7. It's all been up to Josh Green to make a bit of a comeback and try and get this 232 as high up as he can, so that way Aiden Holton can do the long haul. But my question to you is the gaps between the CP cars and the ITS FR cars, and probably the cars that are fighting for P3, is it too large? Are these guys going to be able to make it up in the final stint, and will they be able to get past the ITS FR cars? We see a yellow flag ahead. we'll find out who that is in due course. Will we see those cars actually make any movement in the order and trying to see if they can actually get them towards the top, not the top step of the podium, but at least on the third step of the podium?
It's very tricky as we see the number 56 car of Luke Hyden facing the wrong way. That was what the yellow flag was for. But it's very tricky. I think there's a 45-second gap currently from Josh Green to Ridwan Ibn Hamza at the front, and we know that it'll be more than that given the strength that Guy Barbara had in stints 1 and 2, and obviously a mistake from Aiden Holton. I think these guys potentially, especially the car with Matt Campbell and Matt Zanetti at the wheel, that car is definitely on for a top 5. I think the podium is very hotly contested in this one, and it's been fairly mistake-free so far from... I say fairly mistake-free. It's been fairly clean racing from Chris Laxbrook in the number 16, Race Pig Ian Ward in the number 7, and then Justin Ladaway and Ben Keys in the 44. So I feel like probably not a podium for the CP Motorsports cars today, which is a bit disappointing to say because these guys are fighting with ITSFL Racing for the championship, but it's not gone their way today for them, unfortunately. I think the gap is just too large, and they need a miracle in this final stint. They need quite a few cars to get a lot more damage and sort of take themselves out of the equation for them to make up enough time. I think a top 5 definitely on for the Matt Campbell, Matt Zanetti car, the two Matts, Matt and Matt. But I think for the car of Holton and Green, we might not see them in the top 5 today, which is disappointing for sure. But yeah, I think it's just unfortunately with these longer races, anything can happen. And while there is still a long way to go, 34 laps after this stint is finished, I think it's a bit too large to overcome.
Yeah, and as I look back through the results in stint 1, it was actually the 7 that did finish ahead of Aiden Holton after he picked up damage twice in stint 2, unfortunately. So Mitch Curry did finish, I believe that is looking at about 15 seconds ahead of Aiden Holton in stint 1. So you're probably right there. Probably the stint, the 232 might not be in contention for the podium. The 12 potentially. But also, like you said, we could throw in the 44 in there, and that 44 has come from absolutely nowhere with Ben Keats in stint 1 and stint 2 putting on an absolute clinic and a true show of determination and not giving up and really having a good crack. And you know, he definitely he's one of the drivers that actually gained one of his eligibilities in his first race. While we saw a lot of drivers in the first round at the Nürburgring of the TS2 Championship, we saw a lot of new drivers gain their eligibility for the first time in 2024. But then as soon as we start getting more drivers coming into the series, some of them are just picking up their strides and picking up that eligibility as early as they can. And Ben Keats was one of them, racing around at Road Atlanta in the first race, gets himself inside the top 5, put himself in a really good qualifying position, and gets inside that top 5, earning his eligibility. And KPL saw the opportunity and said to him, "We're going to hire you, and we're going to have you on our program for the touring cars enduros." And look what it's done for them, a potential podium in the Senqua 1000 alongside the number 7 MC Motorsport as well as the 12 CP Motorsport entry.
Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant for that 44 car. I know both Ben and Justin quite well. They're very good mates. They've known each other for a very long time, and it's just two best buds really driving driving the car together, sharing the car, and I think they've really enjoyed this enduro. It hasn't always gone their way in the last couple of events, but I think they've really enjoyed the opportunity to share the car together and do this endurance race, because it really is two just really good mates sharing and driving together. But they're definitely within a shout. I think we've got maybe 3 or 4 cars that are potentially in the game for a podium here. I wouldn't count out the number 12 just yet. I definitely think they're in for a top 5, but if results go their way, they could be on for a podium here. And yeah, look, I think from 2nd place down to 5th place at the moment, any of those cars could find themselves on the podium overall at the end of today. It's definitely not over yet, and it's very close between all of these guys. The 787 car has also, with Smith behind the wheel at the moment, has also done a very good job in this stint to be in 6th place. Josh Green, I should say, is up into 7th now, chasing down that 787 WTCR car. And then LJ, Les Sandwith, not too far behind them, I don't believe. I think he's about 6 seconds behind Josh Green, but he's got a bit of a breathing room to HPR behind him as well, and then Ollie Downswell in 10th. So he's trying really hard to chase down HPR at the moment, but 14 seconds, I think, with 4 laps to go. It's just a bit too much to overcome, so it's going to be 9th and 10th for the 2 MSR cars in this one. We then have Nick Scutt down in 11th place, about 12 seconds off the back of Ollie at this point. And then Tim Crawford in his debut for... I believe it is his debut for Track Stars and the Endurance Series, and running down in 12th at the moment. Had a little bit of an up and down stint, but he's been fairly consistent in the 3:15s for the last 3 laps, so starting to try and churn out some consistent numbers towards the back end of this stint. And then we've got the Make It PH car down in P13 with Ben Purton behind the wheel, as I mentioned earlier, handing over to Liam Hedges for the final stint. They did a similar strategy at Bathurst. And then we have the number 56 car, which it's just not been the day for the number 56 car. They've definitely struggled. But here we go. This is closing up now, Nick. This is getting spicy. Runs on the grass. They're both 4 wheels on the grass, pulling out the lawn mowing service here at St. Croix. The grass obviously needs a little bit of trimming, obviously, because they're using their cars as lawnmowers at the moment, but it's now within a second, this gap between Ian Ward and Justin Ladaway. This is closing right up, and this is going to get spicy with 3 or 4 laps to go, I should say, in this race. Nick, it is getting spicy for the final podium place.
It certainly is, and with RacePig throwing the car on the final corner, Justin said, you know what, I'm going to do the exact same thing. I think that final corner at St. Croix is probably going to be non-existent. That grass is going to be gone, just kind of like what we saw with the Albert Park pit entry and pit exit, where Daniel Ricciardo had that massive accident where he actually dipped his car into the drain cover, into the drain grates, and it actually broke the front wing. So probably might be seeing something very similar. I think that patch of grass is probably going to be concrete by the end of the race. So we're probably going to be, it's going to be very slippery as the cars go through there, as they go through turns 1 and 2, hard on the brakes there. But Justin is closing, and it's closing really fast. Justin's got that Lexus really hooked nicely, and I think that's the key thing with Justin's and the 44. The car has looked really, really nice all weekend long. They've looked at each other. Apologies there. They've looked at each other and with the setups and with the setup pages, and I think they both are running very similar on the setup pages, because they look to be running about a mid downforce package, I believe, because they are really gaining a lot of time through the paperclip section, and especially through the traction zones as well. But as well with Ward, it looks like he's a little bit more aggressive on the front wing, so he has actually gained a little bit more time on the front wing. He's actually put a few more clicks from what I can see, and from what I can see on the onboards, a few more front clicks on the front wing and probably less on the rear. But when he needed front wing, when he needed front wing aero advantages, he's not getting it whatsoever with that front splitter damage hampering the 7's progress. It is actually 8.9 seconds behind Chris Lashbrook and 18.8 behind Ridwan Hamza. But the gaps between the 2 cars are very, very stable. So the 2 different packages that these cars have got, they have their strengths and weaknesses. But so far, even with damage on the car, RacePig in Ian Ward is still holding on nicely, and Justin is just slowly catching. He needs to get around about that 4/10 there, Isaac. Once he gets to that 4/10, I feel like that's going to be the comfort zone for Justin Ladaway to start thinking of a move there. But the gap just keeps fluctuating between 0.8 to about 1.2 seconds. I haven't seen anything lower than 7/10.
Yeah, it's ebbing and flowing a little bit at the moment. I wonder if that's just a little bit of strategy from Justin to not push too hard at the moment. You can see it's gone right back out there, so maybe a bit of a compromised line for Justin through that section of corner as we come down towards turn 23 and 24 to finish this lap, and we'll have 3 to go this time by. So 3 more opportunities of this circuit for Justin to make an impression on Ian Ward as we cross the line. This is, it's very interesting to watch, and we can see, here we go, this is Josh Green right on the back of, I believe that is G. Smith. So this is getting spicy as well. He's within a second as they come through the final two corners. That's the penultimate corner, and now we're into the final corner. It's very hard to follow through here, as you mentioned earlier. He gets very close to that inside wall. He is 7/10 away, so I don't think he's going to get it done this time. But if he can get a good run through down this straight and get into the slipstream, he's not closing up as much as he would like, I would say, is Josh Green. But if he can get a good run through here, he might be able to set himself up into turn 3. He's a little bit closer, but I don't think he's close enough. A little bit in contact with that outside wall on the exit of turn 2. So he's made contact with the wall. Hopefully that doesn't leave him with any damage. I'll have to confirm that, but he's still gaining in a straight line, but not enough. He has no damage on that car that I can see, which is good. So he's got away with it. He gains a lot in the braking.
He's confident in the braking.
He's very deep on the brakes, is Josh Green. He always has been in whatever he races. He's very deep on the brakes. He's another one of those Daniel Ricciardo-like figures that can just brake really late and still pull the car up, and he's very good at that. But whoa, that was Mad Max style stuff, sideways in the dirt, and he's gathered it back up. He's done a brilliant job to keep control of that, because I know getting wide out there, you're on the brakes, the car is sliding. To be able to regain control of that is absolutely brilliant car control from Josh Green. It's cost him time. He's lost about a second to G. Smith, but I think he'll just be going for so sideways. Those tyres are so dirty.
Wow.
That's some brilliant car control. Code Brown indeed. Code Brown indeed. That is a brilliant piece of car control from Josh Green to keep that pointing in the straight line. And I think he just needs to sort of reset himself now. Maybe take a minute to just breathe and be grateful that he's still going in the right direction. That was some excellent car control. That was absolutely wild, that was, Nick.
Absolutely, and the man's got got traction control on, so I don't think the traction control definitely saved his bacon, nearly going a full 360 on the gravel trap, and as worse on the exit of the double left-hander. So thankfully him, that TC saved him, otherwise we would have been seeing him in the arm go here. But we're now rejoining the battle pack for P3.
Here we go.
We've got Justin on the rear wing of the MC Motorsport. He nearly made the move at the end of Longneck, but as we go on board with the 44, really close there, but there's the aero wash from the 7 onto the 44. You can just see how bad it is between these two cars as they are trying to follow each other through these fast S sections in the back section of the track. He's going to have to try and think about making a move and trying to stay close with Ian Ward there, because then he starts to pull the gap out. 8/10 now. So whether it was a mistake on the bridge for Ian Ward for Justin to capitalise, but this is the only couple of opportunities he's going to have left. 2 laps to go to seal P3 in Stint 2 and trying to close the gap in the overall standings of the St. Croix 1000. Race Pig and Ian Ward alongside with Mitch Curry. He's done for the day. It's now up to Ian Ward to do the double in the St. Croix 1000. And same with Justin. He's given Ben keys, and he's now given Justin the keys to finish the last couple of stints. So these two will be hot-headed and still with a lot of adrenaline inside their veins when it comes to the final stint here, Isaac. These guys could potentially be battling it out for the overall P3 at the end of the Stint 4. But if this is going to be a taste of what we're going to see in Stint 4, strap yourself in, ladies and gentlemen, because this could be the battle of the Enduro campaign.
Oh, this is going to go on all day, and I'm absolutely here for it. These guys are sending it, and they are pushing so hard. These cars are on the limit. You can see Justin at the exit of turn 2 made slight contact with the wall, similar to what Josh Green did on the previous lap when he was battling with Smith. And yeah, these guys are absolutely sending it. You could see the aero wash effect through that final sector that affected Justin and meant that he was not able to stay with Ian Ward. So that is what is proving difficult for Justin at the moment, to be able to keep up and make a move on these cars. The Lexus especially, I think, struggles more so in the aero wash than the Nissan does, and it doesn't have the straight line speed to make up for it compared to the Nissan, whereas if you have a little bit of aero wash in the Nissan, you can make up for it in a straight line. This car is known for being stronger in the corners, and you can see he gets a little bit of a better exit there than Ian Ward did onto the bridge, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He's within 7/10 now, so he's going to be within 7/10 as we come down towards turn 14. This is where he has to get a good run. If he doesn't get a good run through here, it won't set him up. Whoa, a little bit loose. He had to correct that oversteer. The car turned more than he thought it would. He had to correct that oversteer, and it meant the car got loose, which meant he lost all that time that he gained. He's now 9/10 off and it's compromised his run through turn 15, which means that he's not going to be close enough to Ward this time around to make that move. So this is going to continue on. You can see the tailwinds, it's now more of a headwind really, on the long neck straight. He's within 6/10 now. He's gained a lot of time in a straight line, which tells me that car is very slippery compared to that of Ian Ward. However, it is not enough. He is still far back, and he won't be able to gain through here. He'll struggle to keep up through here with his aero wash. And the tyres don't go as well. The fuel is running low. These cars are reaching their absolute mechanical limit. The tyres will be screaming at them. Ridwan Ibn Hamza starts the final lap of this third stint. He has an 11-second lead over Christopher Lashbrook behind him, who has a fair lead back to almost the exact same size lead. Back to Ian Ward behind. And then the battle for third is where it is at, within just over a second now, with 1 lap to go. These cars are on the teetering edge, Nick. There is nothing left in it. There is no more room left on the track for these guys to use.
I feel like Ian Ward and Justin are going to be having to go to the dealership and try and go to the mechanics to try and get some oil changes on that car, because these guys are absolutely throwing these cars to the absolute limit. And if you don't think those two are trying their best, mate, absolutely, these guys are throwing their cars like it's nothing. This is like the battle. It's like the battle for the championship. These two are just battling it out. No matter what, they're trying their absolute best to try and get the best result for their team. And it's Justin Ladaway who's got their upper hand advantage with no damage on the car. But Race Pig and Ian Ward has got the best track position. He's in P3, but with front splitter damage. This is the section where Justin Ladaway. Justin Ladaway, he's actually got the upper hand advantage through the paperclip section, so he's actually able to gain a little bit more time. Lost a little bit on exit there as he's about to end sector 2, but trying to chase Ian Ward is not likely going to happen here. But we've got another battle pack brewing here between the CP car and the WTC Racing. Graham Smith and Josh Green around the outside. Is Josh Green going to try and go for the move around the outside? Will he fake it into the inside? He won't. So around the outside he goes. While we saw him make a mistake there 2 laps ago, he's now back underneath the rear wing of the WTC Racing. There is so much action up and down the front of the field. P1 and P2 are sorted, but P3 and P6 are definitely not sorted out at all.
No, it's very much on. I think it is advantage Ian Ward through the paperclip section. He's got that gap out to just over a second now. This is a lot closer. So that gap is now down to 9/10. Justin, he had a compromise run through here last time. He's going to need a lot better of a run this time. I don't think he's quite got it. He's within 9/10 now. He's gained a fair bit, actually. He got a better exit through off the bridge that time. This is through turn 15. This run is crucial because this is his last opportunity. He's not going to be able to keep up the way he would want with that aero wash through the final sector. So this is where he needs to make it happen, and I think he's just too far back, unfortunately.
He's going to be close.
He's going to be very close. He's within 4/10 now, but I don't think he's going to be close enough. It's 3/10 now, 2/10. Is he going to have a look as we enter the corner? He thinks about it. He shows the nose, but he doesn't. He's not quite close enough, and I think that means that Ian Ward is going to hold on to P3 as long as he can keep it together. However, this is close. This is going to be really close. This is within 4/10, and we've still got over half of the straight to go. This is still about a 1 kilometre run down to the braking zone of turn 16. This is very close between Josh Green and G. Smith. Here we go into the braking zone. He looks to the inside. He fakes to the outside first, sends it up the inside, makes the move stick. Yes, he does. Switchback. That is brilliant stuff. Shades of Nick Tartasso earlier on, and his switchback on Ryan Palmer in the first stint. But that was brilliant driving from these two, and he's held on. It looks like Race Pig is going to hold off Justin for third place. Ridwan comes home for the win in stint number 3. Christopher Lashbrook holds on for P2. It's going to be Race Pig in third, Ian Ward in third, then Justin Ladaway fourth. Matt Campbell will come in for a very quiet, achieved 5th place. Great drive from him. And Josh Green does, in fact, get G. Smith at the end of this race. So he will find himself back up into 6th place. That was a brilliant piece of wheel work for us between those two down to turn 16, Nick.
Oh, absolutely. What a battle that was for P3 and for P6. Yeah, they have showed some great racing there. I actually thought Justin was going to go for a late lunge there at the end of Longneck, and I thought he was going to throw it down the inside, but he played the conservative game. He knows he's got one more stint to capitalize on making the move and trying to get P3. But a big hats off to Matt Campbell in the number 12. He's put the car in the perfect position for Matt Donetti to finish this stint. But like we were saying earlier, don't count out car 12 to make their presence on the podium here, because Matt Campbell's showing quite consistency in stint 2 and now P5 in stint 3. Watch out for Matt Donetti in stint 4, because that car is going to be absolutely on the rails here, ladies and gentlemen, as well as the number 7 MC Motorsports in the hands of Ian Ward and the 44 of Justin Ladowes. As the rest of the field comes across the line, HBR in Lamb rounds up in 9th. Ollie Dowswell holds on to 10th place. Nick Scott in the WRT Motorsports entry finishes off in 11th place. Tim Crawford, Ben Purton, and Lurox rounds the end of stint 3 of the Senqua 1000. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have another 34 laps of racing to go. If you thought 22 and 23 and 14 was a high adrenaline, strap yourself in, because the 34 lapper in the final stint of the final endurance campaign of the Trackstars Racing Series 10th anniversary of the Touring Car Series Championship, the Senqua 1000, the last 34 laps of season 2024 to conclude this Enduro campaign is going to be one you don't want to miss. So as the cars are now starting to come across the line, there's only Lurox is the only car that's about to come across into the last couple of sections there. But I'll get a couple of hot takes on your end, Isaac. Obviously, you're done for the day. Ollie's done for the day. And obviously, you're going to be having a nice, good time here with George, and potentially we'll be seeing Chris Lashbrook joining you in the commentators booth. So what are you looking for, especially in this last stint of the Senqua 1000? Who are you going to be keeping your eyes on when it comes to this fight for the victory, and not just for the victory, but maybe for the podiums, maybe for top 5? Who have you got your money on trying to get those over those last few positions?
Well, I think it's fair, given that I'm going to be keeping a very close eye on the number 7 and the number 44 of Ian Ward and Justin Ladaway. It looks like those guys are both going to run this final stint as well. So I'm going to keep a very close eye on that, because that potentially is the podium, the last spot on the podium overall as well. So going to keep a very close eye on that. Matt Campbell as well, his co-driver Matt Donetti will jump in for the final stint. I'll keep a very close eye on both those CP Motorsports cars, actually. Finished 5th and 6th in this, so I wouldn't count them out to stir the pot and create some drama in this final stint by trying to find themselves towards the pointy end of this field, because they're racing for overall time. So they're definitely going to be looking for position in that final stint. They're not going to take it lying down. And the number 32 and the number 5, with both Cristale and yourself jumping back in the cars respectively, keeping an eye on those MSR cars, because you both had pace early on in stint 1. It's been a bit of a difficult stint 2 and 3 for both of those cars, but I wouldn't count them out yet. They're looking for top 10 finishes today, so we'll see what can be done in the final stint. There's a lot to play out yet, and there's a lot of moving parts still yet to unfold in this one.
Absolutely. And my final thoughts for that was, what a race we have seen so far in these 3 stints. We've seen a lot of battling up and down the pack, and it looks to be certain that the number 1 of the It's FR Racing looks to be in cruise control, winning 3 out of 3 stints so far. Can they complete the quadruple and go for that last stint victory? Will they be able to complete the ultimate hat trick of the crown jewel, or that is the Trackstars Racing Series Enduro campaign, Spa 500, the Bathurst 1000, and now the Senqua 1000? Can the number 1 keep that momentum going, and can these guys hold on to victory? We'll find out in the next 34 laps, but until then, we're going to be in for a very, very spicy finish in. So I got to go. I got to jump into my cockpit. I got to jump into my car. So I wish you gentlemen all the best. But for me, signing out here, thank you so much for tuning in, and stick around for what is going to be an epic finish to the Senqua 1000.
do it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to go immediately to part 4 because things are kicking off. We didn't get any warning of it, but we are ready to go. So let's get out on track. Part 4 about to begin. And of course, it is Ridwan Hamza that will be leading us away. Then it'll be Ryan Palmer back in the number 16, followed by Ian Ward. And what a race in Stint 3. We're back in the commentary box, myself, George Cook, and Isaac Fogarty. And here we go. Green flag racing immediately. Let's see how the drivers fare down into turn 2. Such a critical part on this early lap. Tyre warming already beginning for the number 1 and the number 16, Ian Ward. Getting a good run initially off the line there, and lots of power being put down by that car. Is it going to be an early send into turn 2? It is, and he's got the inside line beautifully there. Clean overtake at the beginning of this stint for Ian Ward, still side by side with Ryan Palmer, who doesn't want to give that position up at all. Then, of course, it is Justin Ladaway in the number 44 car fighting with Matt Dernetti back in the number 12. And the Captain Muffin, that's Aiden Holton, is back in the car as well. This is cars all over the road here as we head through turn 3. Flash of the lights there from Matt Dernetti. Something he's not quite happy about has just happened up above from Ryan Palmer. Oh, a little bit of a scrape of the barrier there as he's given up the position and takes P3 in this race. Ian Ward gets the launch that he really needs. Again, we talked about the battle between the number 7 and the number 44, and this is a good way for the number 7 to start off this final stint. Such a long stint, huge distance to go in this race, getting close to 2 hours of racing. Lataway falls to P6. Then it is Federico Crestale in P7, battling his way between the 964 and the 15, with Nick Pautasso trying to make a bit of pace back on this, because he's lost a few positions throughout the last few stints in the 32 car, and he needs to make those positions up and needs to make them up quickly. Wow, battles all over the place. Isaac, this is a fiery start to this stint.
Yeah, it's certainly been a very fiery start, and it doesn't look like it's over yet. Apologies, I gotta just conveniently timed frog in my throat there, but we saw that Justin Ladaway lost out at the start of that one. The two CPM Motorsports cars working together to push their way past up into turn 3. So he's fallen down, which is crucial for Ian Ward, who is fighting for that back end of the podium. A little bit of a touch up there from Matt Dernetti on the back of Ryan Palmer, and this is going to unfold even more so now. Will we see Aiden Holton again assist Matt Dernetti, and will they push each other down the straight? That's what they were doing earlier. And he's going to get very close as we go halfway down the straight now. He's covered to the inside, has Ryan Palmer. So it's going to have to be the outside for Matt Dernetti here into turn 16. The flying of sparks as the cars bottom out. And it looks like he may have got it to stick. Not quite. He gets very loose on the exit there. And that means that Ryan Palmer will continue side by side. This is going to keep going. This is still going, still going. Aiden Holton trying to get his nose in there as well. This is going to continue, and he's run wide, Matt Dernetti. He's made contact with the wall. He's run very wide on the exit of, I believe that's turn 18 maybe. I don't know. The numbers are sort of all blending into one. And that means that he's going to be under threat here from Justin Ladaway. He's going to cover the inside. But yes, the little bit of front to rear contact maybe, and he looks like he might have damage. He does to the front end and the front left corner. So will he pit now to try and get out of harm's way? He will. So he's into the lane, and that's another car we saw at the start of stint 3, George. A lot of cars getting damaged early on in the piece, and that's happened yet again to one of the key runners in this race.
It has, and we know that the drive back is entirely possible, so we will see Matt Dernetti come back out of the pits with that damage repaired. We'll try and go long in this race, I suspect, because there is a long way to go, so there's a lot of opportunity to make up the positions that have been lost, but a real shame for the number 12 yet again, just missing out. I mean, from 5th place, we were really expecting them to make a lot of progress in this race, and 3 side by side, they went through that entire rear sector, 4, 5, and 6, and unfortunately for Matt Dernetti, just didn't quite get the grip that he needed to and hit that barrier and damage on the left side of the car. Real shame for him. I'm sure Aiden Holton will be gutted to see his sister car go for the barrier But I think Ryan Palmer won't be too unhappy with this because he's got the lead now in terms of P3. 1.6 seconds a gap up to Ian Ward, who's still holding on a little bit to Ridwan Hamza, who we saw have to spin in the previous race. That shuffled around the order for P1 for quite a while until Ridwan and the number 1 car got back into the P1 spot. And Ryan Palmer with the flames shooting out the side of the car. I love this time of day, Isaac, because the cars just come to life.
Yeah, it's very picturesque at the moment. The cars come to life. The sun starts to go down and these cars will race into the night. Yeah, I'm not sure if it does get dark at St. Croix, but I think we're going to find out because it's very overcast, very cloudy at the moment. And yeah, very close between these two at the moment as well. This is half a second between Palmer and Aiden Holton, who is looking to make up for lost time after a very difficult first stint for him. Josh Green had a little bit of difficulty. He was telling me he was struggling with the tailwind and the wind direction changes in the second and third stint with the car not reacting well to those, especially under turning. So we'll see what Aiden Holton can do in this stint. He's very close. The outside puts the indicator on to tell him to go. So Ryan Palmer has just let him go. He's moved out of the way. He's put the indicator on to say go, and he's going to get very aggressive into this corner. I thought he was going to send it up the inside again, and Holton runs wide as a result. He's gone deep into the corner. This is going to put them side by side again. This is going to continue, and this has been brilliant for Ian Ward, who's just disappeared into the distance. He's now 2 seconds up the road on these guys. So this has been great for Ian Ward and his battle with Justin Ladaway, because he has just got off scot-free here, and Ridwan as well has just sort of disappeared, but I don't think Ian Ward's let him go yet. They look very close at the front, probably about 2 seconds. Okay, a little bit bigger of a gap than I thought it was, but about 2 seconds between those guys at the moment. And yeah, this is it's getting spicy here. It's all to play for. We're only 2 laps into the final stint, George, but it's all to play for here early on.
Yeah, we do say that in endurance racing, it's not won on the first lap, but in the first 2 laps, apparently the drivers think, well, yeah, second lap, it's all fair game, let's go for it. And yeah, that was a great overtake there by Aiden Holton. A little bit unfortunate for Ryan Palmer, got a little bit shoved out of that opportunity, but he was playing the tactical game. You know, he put the indicator on, he did the switch back, tried down the inside line into turn 16, tried everything through the book of defending at Aiden Holton, but unfortunately it kind of bounced off Aiden's car and over the barrier and into the shadow realm to that book, so he's not gonna have anything from it. Sector 1 purple from Aiden Holton. He's on a flyer right now, and I think Aiden Holton does have the pace to push Ian Ward really forward potentially. 1.6 seconds the gap has already come down by a couple of tenths, and that wind direction is a little bit odd, I have to admit. Gives you a little bit of extra grip into turn 15, but really no benefit down the straight whatsoever. So top speeds will be slightly limited. Luckily for them, though, it's not a headwind down that main straight, back straight of the long neck straight. By the way, this stint, we need to see if we can get Nick Pautasso to down the long neck and test it. Unfortunately, he's in the car, so that might not come of anything. Speaking of Nick Pautasso, he is now up into P7 in the 32 car and putting some pressure on Les Sandwith, who is in P6, just ahead of him. Justin Ladaway in P5, and then it is Federico Castale in P8. So the 2 MSR cars running Linus Stern and P7 and P8 respectively. With the 117 car also had a good start. They had a terrible finish in stint 3, already up into P9. Yeah,
they've had a great start. These two MSR cars and the 117 of Wavon Duke behind. There's yellow flags ahead. Not sure what that's for, but I think we're about to find out. The flag, it has continued, and I haven't seen anyone drop down. Oh, I believe it is Aiden Holton. So that is another incident for that 232 car, and that is so unfortunate for those guys. Not entirely sure what happened there to cause that yellow flag. I'm sure we will find out in due course, but that is very frustrating for Aiden Holton. He was running so well up until this point, and yeah, just so disappointing. He's plenty of laps to go. I'm sure he will get through. He's not far off the back of Justin Ladaway here. I'm not sure if there's any damage on that 232 car. I couldn't quite see, but I'm sure
yes, we do indeed have damage. So he's got rear diffuser damage all the way around the rear end. So he's kind of just backed it into the wall somewhere and obviously going again. But yes, so much for P3 for Aiden Holton, and all the pace that he was showing to catch up to Ward, that's gone too.
Yeah, all his paces started to disappear, which is frustrating. but there's a long way to go in this race. I'd say, given its rear diffuser damage, we'll probably do a red one and try and stick it out and continue on. So we will keep an eye on that as it progresses, but this battle down the back end of the top 10 as well is starting to heat up. So we have, this is, I believe, Nick Scuts in the car with Ando Scott as well in the 787 car. These guys looking to make up for lost time as well. Ando Scott, obviously, G Smith in the car last time out for him, and he's back in the car for this final stint, and he'll be hoping to have a similar final stint to that that of Bathurst. He had a brilliant last run at Bathurst a couple of weeks ago. And then you've got, there we go. This is Nick Scott looking for a move into turn 1. It's a very bold place to make a move, but he's made it stick. And they go into the braking zone at turn 2, and Andrew Scott is just going to have to fall in behind the 964 car of Nick Scott, who will now set after the number 5 of Federico Crostale, who is up in 9th place at this point, and I believe that is Wade Von Duve in front of him in the 117 car, and then Nick Pautasso up into 7th with that number 32 car looking to make up for lost time. So a lot of little battles starting to form now, and I think as this race goes on, it's going to become more crucial to have track position, but also what strategy you run, because strategy is going to play a big factor in this one.
It is, and I think that might account for why Andrew Scott was not too defensive against the move that Nick Scott made on him. I think he's just, he's running to his own numbers. He's running to his own strategy at the moment. We saw it not quite work out in the first stint for Andrew Scott, where he ran out of fuel at the end, but that was when he was battling with the number 7. He was under a lot of pressure, and I think this time round he'll probably be thinking, okay, a couple of extra liters, let's just do it. Let's get the extra fuel in the car just to make sure we can make it. But I don't think he's going to be too keen to ruin his race based off being overtaken by another car. He's going to go, cool, you want to send it, you want to burn your tires up, you want to spend a bit more fuel and sit in the pit for longer, you go for it. You absolutely go for it, and I'll sit back here and I'll play the strategy game. That's always been Ando's approach to this. When he does want to be full fuel and full attack, we see a very different Andrew Scott in those moments, and I suspect we'll be seeing that in the later stints for him. For now, it is P11, and of course it is Larox in P12, followed by the PH Esports car in P13, and there's Matt Dernetti. He's already made actually a bit of progress back towards the rear end of the field, didn't take tyres in that pit stop, but repaired the damage to the car and put a little bit of extra fuel in, so he'll be good to go till at least lap 12 or 13, probably even a little bit longer than that. What do you think, Isaac?
Yeah, he's going to try and maximise his run time now. He's had to make an early stop, so he's put more fuel in the car. Looks like he didn't probably put in 100% fuel, but he has put more fuel in the car to probably just extend his run time out a little bit to give him maybe a slight advantage over those around him to hopefully make up a bit of time. But he has gained a fair bit of time on the Make a PH car of, I believe that's Liam Hedges in the car, the 84. So he's gained a bit of time on him. There's about 7.5 second gap now to him, so we'll keep an eye on that. That's going to be something that we will have to follow very closely. He does love a good comeback story, does Matt Tonetti, and so do both of the CP Motorsports cars actually. But this gap to Ridwan and Race Pickers, we see the number 7 MC Motorsport car mowing service has resumed as per normal. It's taking care of the grass at the final corner there, nice and wide, all 4 wheels on the grass. But the gap is sort of stabilised, about 2.5 seconds to Ridwan, then about 2.5 seconds back to Ryan Palmer, and then Justin Ladaway running in 4th place at the moment, and about 5 seconds back to him. So maybe a little bit of a conservative first stint for Justin. We saw a lot more pace out of this car in the first stint, so I would hazard a guess that potentially maybe a bit of fuel saving could be going on here, George, especially with the compromised Aiden Holton behind holding up that of Les Sandwich and Nick Pautasso. I think Justin could just be taking this time to save a bit of fuel, maybe upshift a little bit early, maybe run a little bit of a different fuel mix in some of these more turning time sections.
Yeah, agreed. And yeah, Nick Pautasso is putting a lot of pressure now on the back of Les Sandwich. He's caught all the way back up, and yeah, Aiden Holton just doesn't have the pace to escape from that. So I do get the feeling that Nick Pautasso is going to be capturing that. Oh, big moment for Aiden Holton. That is scary at turn 6, especially when you're on the exit, because you're already on the power as you head through the apex of that corner, and you know you've just got to lock in and put your foot down and just hope the grip's there. And it just didn't quite work, and that rear diffuser, that's where a lot of that downforce is coming through the car in turn 6. Of course, it is against the wind too, so it's a rear tailwind through turn 6. That does not help the car, does not help the fact that the rear diffuser is going, well, sort of, yeah, not being at maximum efficiency, let's put it that way, for him. So Nick Pautasso is in the box seat for this one. It's usually in a pack of 3. It's the person right at the back of the group that has got the big advantage. Wow, Aiden Holton having moment after moment. That must have been a millimeter in that. That is absolutely crazy. I would flash up the Code Brown sign on the screen, but I can just say it. That is Code Brown. Certainly for me, that's for sure. That's so close to the barrier, and that area is scary because if you hit the barrier on the exit of the apex, or the entry of the exit curb, I should say, to the bridge, oh boy, your car's going sideways and quickly.
Oh yeah, and I can tell you my heart rate is going at the moment. I can only imagine what Aiden Holton is feeling in the cockpit of that 232 car at the moment. And he's got Les Sandwith, LJ, as he's affectionately known, for company here down the long neck straight. He's got a fair bit of time to try and get up the inside. Is he going to look for the move? I think he is. He shows the nose, but Aiden Holton just breaks a bit later, but he's compromised his line. He's run wide into that corner, and that means that the door is open for Les to look up the inside, but he backs out of it. And it is Aiden Holton that holds on to P5 for now, but this is brilliant for Justin Ladaway and his fuel-saving prospects, because he is just disappearing into the distance. That is 2.6 seconds now, that gap between himself and Aiden Holton. So you can tell that he runs on the grass, the mowing service back out yet again. Les Sandwith gets very wide on the grass and will hand that position, that P6, to Nick Pautasso. So this is becoming a very interesting battle, and just to add insult to injury there for Nick Pautasso, he's got a half-second slowdown penalty, which will hurt him the next time around on that long neck straight, because it's at a very inconvenient place halfway down that long neck straight, that slowdown penalty. So that's going to be a bit of a kick in the guts for Nick, but this is this is shaping up to be fairly contested. Doesn't look like Aiden Holton's going to let this one go laying down, but he's definitely struggling for pace compared to those cars behind him.
Certainly is, yeah, that half-second penalty is going to cost Nick all the progress that he's made. He'll probably end up a second behind Les Sandwith, and this has not worked out for Les Sandwith either. And the overtake, yeah, I knew it was only going to be a matter of corners because Nick Pautasso's pace has been absolutely mighty in this first part of the stint. And he has a real look there. Aiden Holton looking into the left rear mirror, the right rear mirror, the center rear mirror, every rear mirror, trying to figure out where Nick Pautasso is going to put the car. And the psychological game's going right now. And he really, what Nick Pautasso needs to do now is he just needs to get ahead and try and pull a little bit of a gap before the long neck straight, before that penalty zone down there on the 1.8 kilometer straight. And but he's pushing the car so hard at the moment. This is actually going to cost Nick a lot of tyre life. So he's pushing the car hard, wants the track position, and this is why that penalty is even more painful, because at the end of the day, he's pushing the car, he's using the resources of the car at a massively quick rate. And with that penalty, it's just going to cost him all of the advantage he's had. So a real shame there. But this is still a great battle to watch. 3 cars going at it. And it's a Lexus sandwich at the moment with 2 bits of Nissan bread. Oh, everyone's on the barrier. Everyone's pushing so hard. And all the grip, when you go offline and you've got rear diffuser damage, the grip that you thought you might have to launch it around the outside or to hold it around the outside, it's just not there.
No, it's not. And as this day gets on, it's very close to the wall again for Aiden Holton. As this day goes on, we're going to see the marbles sort of grow and grow, and we haven't run 34 laps in a row today. This is longer than any stint we've seen, and after about 23 laps, there was a fair bit of marbling happening on the outside of the circuit, so I can only imagine what it's going to look like as we get later into this race. And the more you go wide, especially with damage, you're going to lose grip, and then the arrow's not going to be there to try and hold you. So here we go. This is going to be LJ's definitely going to get this position on Nick Pautasso, who moves to the inside of the track as directed by the race directors to get out of the way to serve that half-second slowdown penalty. He's going to drop right off the back of these guys here, and he's going to have a lot of work to do to catch back up. So he's already lost 7 tenths to Les, 8 tenths now. Probably about 9 tenths by the time they get to the braking zone here, or close to. So this is going to be, I don't think it's going to be very difficult for him to catch back up, considering how much Aiden Holton is struggling for pace at the moment in that 232 car with the damage that he's carrying. However, this is going to be, a big question of who can get past first, because if LJ and Nick spend too much time battling each other, then it's going to help out Aiden massively and help him be able to pull away, as we see 4 wheels on the dirt yet again for Nick Pautasso. He is absolutely pushing that car to its limits to try and catch back up, and I think it's a case of go hard or go home for this first stint. This is a bit of a sprint one for Nick Partasso with all the time he has to make up.
It is, and it's actually also a sprint for Aiden Holton too. He just needs to hold on and slow these guys down enough to make it to that first pit stop. If he can do that, then he's going to mitigate a lot of the negatives of having the damage. But I think Les Sandwich has had something to say about it, and he's set it on track. Oh, side by side does go very shallow into the corner, so that gives Aiden Holton a chance to bring the car back alongside, and they will be side by side into turn 4 braking zone. That's a bit scary because the inside line usually has the advantage, but with the late apex, that could be an outside line. Let's see how the diffuser damage affects Aiden Holton's line through this. He's going to try and hold it around the outside, and he's actually done it. So he's held onto the position beautifully because he's now got the inside line. Sandwith moves back into single file and will have to go again. Brilliant racing from Aiden Holton. This is a real masterclass at the moment.
This is absolutely brilliant, and they're going to go side by side again. He stands it up the inside this time. He's saying, "Oh, no, that's it. I've had enough. I'm done. I'm getting past." And he's done it this time. LJ's probably stopped looking at his stream chat for a minute to make that move stick. He does get a little bit distracted sometimes, but he's done a very good job. He'll be absolutely locked in that number 15. I have no doubt. And he's moved it up the inside in a beautiful overtake as they come into the paperclip section now for Les Sandwich there. Brilliant move, and that means you can already see the gap he's pulling to Aiden Holton. So you can see how much advantage he has in terms of just having that rear diffuser intact, that rear aero intact, and how much he's able to pull away. He's closed up a little bit here at Aiden Holton. I think he got a bit of a compromised run there, did LJ.
Oh, my
but whoa, that was very wide from both the 232 and the 32. This is go proud indeed for both of those cars. These guys are absolutely on the limit. This is lap 7. We have not even made it anywhere near half race distance for this stint, and these guys are already on the teetering edge of what is the limit of this track. They are using every single bit of road that they can. We saw shades of this at the end of the last stint with Race Pig, with Ian Ward and Justin Ladaway, and then with Josh Green and I believe it was G Smith. But yeah, here we go. This is Nick Partasso looking up the inside now on Aiden Holton to try and get that move to stick. I think he may get it done this time. Hopefully Aiden's going to try and hold the outside line. Very deep on the brakes is Aiden to try and hold that position, but I think that's just a slightly better exit from Nick there means that he will hold on, and then a bit of aero wash through him should hopefully give Nick the advantage, but looks like Aiden's just going to absolutely push him through this fast section of corners and come into the final sector. But that is brilliant. You can see the gap that Les has pulled already, 1.4 seconds on Nick, which just sort of says the advantage that having your full rear diffuser intact has around here. And this has been great for Wade Von Duve, or Duvet I should say, because he's closed right up to the back of this group now. It was 5 seconds, that gap between himself and this little battle pack. It's now less than 2. So this has been great for him because he's closed right up to this and could potentially find himself with an opportunity to try and get past Aiden Holton within the next few laps if this trend continues. So it's starting to spice up now. You can see the gap between Partasso and Aiden Holton has started to grow now. So you can see that damage has sort of started to seal the fate of Aiden Holton a little bit, at least for this first stint, and he will have to sort of settle for P7 for now and hope that he can keep ahead of Wade Von Duve behind, but we'll keep an eye on that as we get through the stints, because I would not count out that 232 car to come back through the field once that damage is repaired later on in this race.
And we know how much pace Aiden Holton's got. You know, and again, he got up ahead of Ryan Palmer, was pushing Ian Ward as well. So we know he's got top 3 pace in that car. Ooh, another moment for Nick Partasso, doing a little bit of Tokyo drifting around the French circuit. Not sure how good that's going to be for his tyres. Not particularly good at all. But yeah, you can see the amount of distance that's being pulled immediately by these two guys. Aiden Holton's just got nothing, really. That rear diffuser is just so damaged. Looking back at the front of the grid, Ridwan Hamza's got a 2.8 second gap back to Ian Ward. So he's not been really released as much. Does hold the fastest lap at 308.439. And actually, to your point, now that we're talking about lap times, Slapper's mate putting in 2 good 309, sort of high 309 laps and that's going to bring him right back into the fray. And I don't think Aiden Holden's going to be able to hold him off for particularly long. So it's just costing or bleeding time really for the 232 car. It's a shame that they didn't consider pitting early. That might have helped them out, because of course we do know that the number 12 did decide to go and do that, and Matt Donetti starting to fight his way back through the field. We'll get an update on his position soon enough. Ian Ward, a 2.7 gap over Ryan Palmer, who's sitting with a 7-second gap over Justin Lattaway, who's still holding a 5-second gap over Les Samworth. So this is really good for these guys, and they've got plenty of fuel on board at the moment. The tyres are looking in good shape, and Justin Lattaway can just sit there and get his head down, get on with things. And just, as long as he's got that 5-second gap, well, he's in a good situation. Has had to increase his pace. Last lap there was a 309.619. So he's cut about, what was that, about 7/10 of a second or so out of his previous lap times. Has been chilling, but now that he's seen that the order has changed behind him, he needs to get on that gas, needs to start using the maximum potential of the car to keep ahead as we head now through the 8th lap of this race. We're probably 4 or 5 laps away from the first pit stops, and we're expecting a 2-stop strategy for this one most likely, because the fuel's just not going to make it 30 to 17 laps, and so you're just not going to be able to do a 1-stop really, are you?
No, I don't think. I think even the best fuel savers in this league will not be able to stay 75 litres of fuel for 17 laps. You'd have to be crawling around. But here we go, Matt Donetti up into 10th place already in this one. May have been a couple other pit stops behind him, not entirely sure, but he has caught right up to the back of Federico Cristale in the number 5, and I don't believe he's stopped yet. So this has been great as we see Aiden Holden now into the lane. So he has come in for his first stop with 13 litres of fuel left on board. So about, probably I'd say about time. He gets out of the way. He's lost those positions, and I think he probably should have come in a little bit earlier to limit the damage, but he's come in now, and he's going to fix that diffuser, and hopefully we'll see him back out on track and pushing harder.
Yeah, we can see exactly the damage that has been done by staying out and fighting for so long, because Matt Donetti was behind him when he picked up his damage, when he pitted. So Aiden Holden would have been, at the very least, in this battle right here had he pitted earlier on. And unfortunately for him, he's going to be slipping down not even to P10. It's going to be even lower down the field, that P11 at the moment for him. But he is going to take a full tank of fuel. So you'll slip back into the rear aero wash of Andrew Scott, and that'll be his battle for the foreseeable future. But he's going to have to get on with it, because now Matt Donetti, his colleague at CP Motorsports in the number 12, has made it up to P9 and looking really good for getting that P8 away from Federico Cristale, who's had a bit of a moment on the exit of turn 6. This is opening up the outside line into turn 7. So through paperclip we go. Will there be an opportunity around the outside? Is he going to be given enough room? He is. Good racing there by Federico Cristale. Knows he's in the dominant position to defend against the CP Motorsports car, and CP Motorsports will have to try again. It'll likely be next opportunity down the end of the braking zone at the end of the bridge, because there's no way to overtake in this section here. It's far too high speed.
Yeah, no, you definitely don't want to try and make a move through here. You're very bold if you do. He is looking. As we say that, he is looking. He's trying it. He wants to make this work. He wants to get this car out of his way as soon as possible. And I think that's what we have to consider as well with this car, is it didn't take anywhere near as much fuel as the number 232 car did. So the stationary time for 232, I don't think he would have come out anywhere near this car, even if he did take the same amount of fuel, but the stationary time for the 232 car, remember this car only took a little bit of fuel, so he's still going to probably have to do 2 stops from here, I would say. I don't think he's going to be able to get away with the 1 stop from here unless he really saves fuel, but he extends it up the inside into turn 15, sideways sprint car action from the number 5 of Federico Cristale. That was brilliant car control as he had the car very sideways, and that is P8 for Matt Donetti with 15 seconds to Wade Von Duve in front. And it looks like Cristale might try and come back at him here, but I feel like that will be in vain, because the pace that Matt Donetti has at the moment is just a lot higher than that of that number 5 car, and they're on very different strategies as well at this stage, with the number 5 car yet to stop. And he might be able to get away with the 1 stop. He still has a half a tank of fuel left, so he would be able to get maybe another 6, maybe 7 laps out of this fuel. So if he can get to lap 17 here, he might be able to. We have to get past lap 17, I'd say. So we will see him probably have to do a 2 stop from here. You're going to be very bold to go for a 1 stop from this point onwards. But there we go. Les Samworth into the lane as well. So that is the number 15 car, and that was a car that was not too far ahead of that of Aiden Holton as well. So that'll be interesting to see where he pops out in relation to Aiden Holton, what the gap is at the end of that stop. So we'll keep an eye on that as they come through, as he comes through the lane. I don't know where on track Aiden Holton currently is. He's coming through the we're coming to the penultimate corner now, turn 23. So you can see fuel still going in for Let's Down with. I'd say he'll take a full tank of fuel on here. It'd be silly not to at this point of the race. So he's at 92 litres. Here we go. That is onto the front straight now. 100% fuel in on board for LJ. He's out now into the front straight. He's got a fair gap to Andrew Scott behind him. So he should hold on to P10. He has got cold tyres, so that'll be a little bit of a factor for at least the first half a lap here. And Andrew Scott might try and scrape up a move on LJ if he can sort of get close enough. The slipstream here on the second straight will help him down into turn 3, but I don't think he's going to be quite close enough, and that is crucial track position for LJ because it means that he stays ahead of Aiden Holton, who is trying to mount a bit of a comeback drive after that rear diffuser damage early on in this race.
Yeah, we've had 4 stints and basically 4 comeback drives for the number 232 car, unfortunately for them, but they do seem to manage it quite well. I do wonder what might have been if Danetti and the number 12 car took a full tank. And yeah, you're absolutely right. That makes up for more than the majority of distance between the two cars. Makes me wonder if there was any thought put into that. You know, take a full tank. You've pitted on lap 2, but you can go to 100 litres. And if you do a little bit of fuel saving, you know you're going to be in a pack, you know you're going to have a slipstream, so you can save a little bit of fuel into some of that. And what you're really vying for is long-term track position, which is something you can do in a 34-lap race with other people who are going to end up with either more mistakes, more time in the pit, or having to pit an extra time for a longer period of time. It might have been a strategy call there for them to have a think about that, but they're obviously locked in. Matt Dennetty's locked in. He's got a lighter car now, so he can drive the car faster. We'll have to come in for that extra pit stop, and we'll see where he filters out. Again, one of the beauties about endurance racing is that everyone's got a different strategy. Everyone's going to have different results in this race, and all the strategies sort of just get away from each other at this stage of the race. After a couple of laps, you see things start to sort themselves out, and they get all mixed up, and the distances between the cars start to change a lot. And then right towards the end of the race, we start to see everything come back together, which is super exciting. Our leader, Ridwan Hamza, into the pit, 5% fuel, a little bit better than Ian Ward, so it'll be less time in the pits for Ridwan. Ian Ward's in for the number 7, 2% of fuel. Then it is Ryan Palmer. Used a lot of fuel there, 1% for him. Everyone will be going to a full tank most likely. Let's keep an eye on our leaders. Nick Pautasso in, Justin Lattaway in as well. This is going to elevate Slappers, mate, up into P1 in this race. It'll be one of the only times at St. Croix 1000 that the 117 has actually led the race, but they'll take that for now, and they're obviously executing a slightly different strategy. How much fuel they've got on board? They've got one more lap on board, so they can go just that one lap extra, which could pay dividends long term in this race. Everyone else is in the pits. Look at this, P2 all the way down to P8. Everyone's in the pits.
Yeah, everyone has sort of sprint raced this first stint, which is very interesting to see. I also noticed that Ridwan only took 91 litres of fuel on board compared to race peaks 100. So Ridwan going for maybe a potential fuel saving strategy here, or he knows that he's going to have to two-stop and he doesn't quite need 100 to get to where he needs to get to for his next stint. But everyone else sort of taking 100 and taking their pain now. And it looks like Nick Pautasso is going to lose out to both Andrew Scott and Aiden Holton here. Saw briefly he was ahead, but he is behind them now. So that's crucial because he was ahead coming into before Aiden Holton stopped. So that is crucial that he is now down behind those guys, and just shows the advantage you can have of having fresh tyres on the car. And he was pushing that car very hard. The number 32 was being pushed very hard until its limits. And he's now got 6 seconds back to Matt Danetti, who is still yet to stop, I would believe, for his what would be technically first but second stop. So he's probably trying to push as hard as he can, but I think a top 10 is going to be what they're looking out for in the back end of this stint. That was a shame because those guys were pushing really hard, and they were on for a definite, I reckon, a very strong P5, top 5 in this race overall. But Aiden Holton He's right on the back of Andrew Scott now, and he is pushing as hard as he can to try and get past. I don't think he's going to be able to get it done in this section, although I wouldn't count that out because we've seen a couple cars try to go around the outside and up the inside down through here. He is quite close. So will he bide his time, wait till he gets onto the bridge to try and make the move, or is he going to get a bit impatient, try and make it stick down through here? I think he's going to just sort of wait. He would have had to be side by side by now if he was going to try and make that stick, but he's close enough that he could definitely try to size up a move coming onto the bridge. He gets a great exit out of that corner, nice and close to the wall on the left-hand side. The closer you get to that wall, the faster you go, they tell me. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. I'm sure these drivers will be keeping it in mind. He's close, but I don't think close enough to shape up a move. No, he's not. He just backs out of it. He did think about it. You can see the car move slightly to the left as they approach the braking zone of turn 14. Through turn 15 now, if he gets a nice run through here, this is crucial to carry speed through this corner. It's very hard with aero wash because you get a little bit of understeer with that aero wash and it can put you in the outside wall if you're not careful. But now he's got 1.8 Ks of tarmac to make the move. He's in the slipstream. He's got the straight line speed up to 290 Ks an hour. There we go. There's the 290, 292. Absolutely flying. He's going to go side by side with Andrew Scott, and I think he's going to make the move stick into the braking zone. He is. Andrew Scott looks for the switchback.
Whoa.
We've seen that a few times. Slide to side contact. That was fairly hefty contact between those guys, front to rear. He's put the hazards on to, I'd say, show his displeasure with that contact with Andrew Scott.
I think it might be the opposite there, actually. With Andrew Scott, he was... you could be absolutely right. But at the same time, Andrew Scott did turn him, but he also went back into the rear of the car as he saw the CP Motorsports car get really unstable and was nearly about to flip around. So I do wonder if maybe that was a bit of a mixed signal there. Hey, that was a bit annoying, but thank you for straightening the car out for me. It was a very close call there between those two. And look at this. This is actually bringing Nick Spud back into things at the moment. Andrew Scott, the big body language difference between the car. You can see Andrew Scott really smooth, just trying to take it nice and paced, not trying to fight the car through the corner, just happy to let it roll on through. Whereas Aiden Holton pushing like, absolutely crazy at the moment, wants to be up ahead of Slapper's mate, who's just ahead of him now, and Nick Patasso entering the fray, and it's a four-way battle for P6.
Yeah, but I think Aiden Holden needs to. He needs to be aggressive at this stage. They have time they need to make up. He has a look up the inside. You can see the little look that he did into turn 3. He doesn't want to spend a lot of time behind these cars. He wants to make gains. I should mention that Earl Stanwith has moved up into P5, so that's a brilliant drive so far from Les to get that car up into P5. He has jumped Slapper's mate in the 117, Wave on Duve. But this is going to be interesting now. This is very, I'm getting deja vu to the previous lap, George. This looks very similar to what we saw this time around last lap. Is it going to end the same way? I think Aiden Holton will hopefully have learned his lesson and try and size up the move a little bit differently this time. He's going to have a look to the outside here. There was a slide onto the grass for Wade Von Duve, and he's made the move stick. That was a beautiful move around the outside for Aiden Holton, and he makes that stick, and then that means that Wade Von Duve is now under threat from the 787 car behind, so the sister car is now looking, and these cars, 4 cars line astern. You can throw a blanket over these cars at this point. They are that close together, all getting close to that wall on the exit of turn 13 as we run down to turn 14, and that is now about it's starting to build out that gap now, and it looks like he's got a better exit than Wade Von Duve did there. But this is very close. I don't know whether there's going to be any team orders here, George. We're going to have to see what happens as we get onto the long neck straight, whether these guys are allowed to race or whether they're going to try and get out of the way. You can see Andrew Scott just backed out a little bit into the fast turn 15. And as we come down the back straight now, it doesn't look like he's got quite the exit. He'll get the slipstream, which means that he'll have a higher top speed anyway, but he was falling behind at the start of that, so I think he will have to sit in behind his teammate for another lap at least here. But what is the pace difference in these guys? What is it? Are they similar pace? Is it going to be more beneficial to let Andrew go? What is Spud going to do from behind as well? Because remember, he's sitting right there. He is not too far off the back of these boys, and he wants a piece of the action as well. You can see them all getting into a little bit of a slice and dice. He says, boys, I want a part of this. I want to do some overtaking as well. So this is going to be very interesting. We're going to have to watch this one very closely. And yeah, it's we knew it was going to be an action-packed stint, George. I didn't think it was going to be this action-packed this early on.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the drivers are pushing as much as they possibly can. They want track position. That seems to be the key to the race now. And you know, getting ahead, that's going to help you. It's going to, you know, end up. Whoa, Nick Patasso!
Oh.
He's got fresh tyres, so luckily there's plenty of grip there for this, and this is the big difference with the cars ahead. Andrew Scott on worn mediums, but fresh mediums for Nick Pautasso. I get the feeling there's not going to be any team orders here. I think Andrew is probably going to think, okay, time for me to put on the Minister of Defence hat, try and protect my teammate as much as possible. This guy behind is going really, really quickly, so if I can just sit on the apex, just hold up Nick Pautasso just that little bit, this will pay dividends throughout the remainder of the race. We're 4 laps away from half distance. The wind is reducing, the sun is setting, and that is a sector purple in sector 1 for Nick Pautasso. He's flying. Is he going to have a little look down the inside? No, it's covered off beautifully by Andrew Scott, who aims for the apex, hits the brakes, trails into the corner, and locks that apex, and not going to be an opportunity for Nick Pautasso. We've had a question in chat as well from Venti Gaming asking what the gap out front is. Well, we've been so enthralled by this race for P6, we haven't even looked at that. It is now currently 8 seconds Ridwan Hamza, and look at the sunset happening here at the beautiful St. Croix circuit. It is stunning. Ian Ward is in P2, of course, 8-second gap back to Justin Lataway, who's now in a big battle with Ryan Palmer. So we've missed this altogether, Isaac, but there are battles starting to happen all around the grid. Still super keen to keep an eye on what's happening from P6 down. Les Sandwith is going to be catching up to this pack at some point too, but Lataway having a great race out there today, and Ryan Palmer is going to try and get that position back. He wants to be in P3, of course, wants the extra points there, and it'll be nice. I think there's been some suggestion in chat as well about a 1-2 finish for It's Racing FR Racing. The two cars, the number 1 and the number 16, would be lovely to see them across the line together, but there's a lot of cars out there that do not want that to be the case. One of those is the KPL car number 44.
Yeah, I definitely think the overall 1-2 is definitely still a very high possibility for these guys, but maybe not the 1-2 on track, because Ian Ward, very fast car, and Justin Lataway has come alive in this second stint. It sort of confirms to me he was fuel saving in that first stint, because he did a 1:13 as his outlap, and then has immediately done a 1:09.3, which, oh no, that's sorry, that's Ryan Palmer. He did do a 1:09 on the previous lap though, did Justin Lataway. So very, very quick at this at 1:09.8. There you go. So his lap was slower, sorry, than Ryan Palmer on the previous lap, which points to me that maybe Ryan Palmer's made a mistake on this lap. We'll have to see what the lap times look like when they come across the line, but that does point to me that maybe there was a mistake from Ryan Palmer somewhere in this lap that has handed crucial track position to Justin Lataway. There's still 8 seconds up the road to race peak, but we have mentioned all day about how the 44 and the 7 are battling it out for probably what will most likely be the 3rd spot on the podium. Ridwan is into the lane.
Oh, and he's got
damage. He's got massive damage to the front end. This is crucial.
This is huge for the race. Okay, so this elevates Ian Ward up into P1. It's going to be a little splash and dash, or is it going to be full tank? No, it's just a splash and dash. Just want to get rid of the damage, doesn't want to hold that for any period of time. He's going to come out just ahead of Les Sandwith, but he's going to be under a lot of pressure as Les is going to go up the inside line there. Wow, nearly contact between the two. Actually, there was contact between the two. Les has been sent into the barrier. Somehow no damage on the car, miraculously. And it looks like we've got cars phasing through each other. Les is now in the wall, and he's down now in P10. He's going to reverse the car back up. Les has left the room.
Oh, he's disconnected.
And so he is actually disconnected from this incident. That is unbelievable. It was such a high-paced impact between the two drivers, and Ridwan isn't somehow carrying any damage from that either. So maybe the netcode there was showing us something that wasn't actually happening, and instead Les has just had a little bit of a moment, and those the netcode has come into play. Oh, this is absolutely fascinating stuff.
I can confirm, sorry, I just quickly jumped onto Les's stream. I can confirm mid-corner at turn 1, he was disconnected from the server.
Oh my goodness.
That is absolutely huge.
That is huge. I do wonder if maybe that was some sort of coding glitch, server error, where it looked like they came together, Isaac. It looks like they had contact between each other. Maybe there was something that was too high speed between it, and it just went wrong on the server. And unfortunately for LJ, this is massive. That's number 15 car. Gone from Stint 4.
Yeah, that is absolutely massive. Those guys were running so well today, and that'll be so disappointing. I can see currently the look on LJ's face. It's giving me goosebumps. He's absolutely heartbroken, as he would be, understandably, and that is, yeah, absolutely massive. It was very climactic on his screen, because they sort of started to meet at the apex of turn 1, and then he just sort of disappeared from the server. So what we saw him going slow and then continuing to the wall at turn 2, he wasn't even in the room for that. He'd actually, the game had already kicked him out. That was the AI that was doing it for him, which, yeah, is absolutely massive. It's so disappointing. But what is also huge is that Ridwan Ibn Hamza is now down in P4 with Aiden Holton right behind him. So that is absolutely massive. I don't think it's going to have a huge effect on the overall results, but that is 2 stints in a row where some unfortunately timed damage has compromised the number 1 car, and it seems to have taken a bit more of an effect this stint than it did in the previous stint. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on this. He's got about half a second back, it's a bit more now, to Aiden Holton behind. So we're going to have to see how this shapes up, because this is, I believe, 1 and 2 in the championship. So this is the championship battle right here between these two, and between these two cars, I should say. And I don't think Aiden Holton's going to let him go that easily.
No, and if there's any fighting between the two, I mean, Ridwan, that's not the line that you want to be taking at all. So he's cost himself even more time there. Brings Aiden Holton back into within a second of his position. This is just all good for Ian Ward. I mean, he's got 18.7 seconds now on Ridwan Hamza. Ridwan is under a lot of pressure now. If there's any further fighting to get back through the field, remember he's got Justin Ladaway ahead of him, he's got Ryan Palmer ahead of him, who will come in for their pit stops and all that sort of stuff in the normal sequence, whereas Ridwan has cost himself a lot of time out on circuit. Whether or not he can build another 18 seconds to even get back up to where Ian Ward is, we're closing in on half race distance. He's going to have to drive the wheels off the car to make it all the way back there. So this is a huge development in this race. Whether or not it costs them overall time equal to what Guy Barbara has put them ahead, I don't think so, because Guy Barbara was so dominant in those first 2 stints, and Ridwan did a really good job in the second stint. But remember that the gap before that incident was only 8 seconds between him and Ian Ward. So over a course of 13 laps, he was only 8 seconds ahead on track.
Yeah, he's got a lot of pace in that number 7 car, and this will be brilliant for them, because now they have clean air. He's got about 8 seconds behind to that of Ryan Palmer, so he's just got to not worry so much now. He's just got to drive the car as he normally would. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Ridwan up at the pointy end by the time we get to the end of this one, with still over half race distance, or half stint distance to go, I should say, in this one. But yeah, I don't think the overall is under threat. Guy Barber, as you said, was absolutely flawless in that his first 2 stints, and despite a little bit of a hiccup in the last stint, Ridwan ran a pretty much almost flawless race and brought that car home for a very convincing first place. But this has been good for Justin. So he's lost out now to Ryan Palmer. He's back behind in 3rd place, but I don't think he'll be too disappointed. He's probably trying to race pick more than this, and I'm not sure what the gap overall is between those guys. Remember, we haven't got the data that we had last time out at the Bathurst 1000. I'll see if I can find out if there is any sort of data floating around.
We do know Justin Ladaway is not revving the car out right now. He is in gear 6, of course, but he's been short shifting, and he's actually been under-fueled in comparison to Ryan Palmer. So I think he's actually either under-fueled the car, or he's on some sort of fuel-saving strategy trying to save time in the pit stop. So this may work out for him long-term in his fight with Ryan Palmer. But I mean, the 44 car is actually in a great position for P2 in this race. But with the fuel saving and the under-fueling of the car, that might really cost them a lot. He's got 8 seconds back to Ridwan, so plenty of gap there to play with at the moment. But Ryan Palmer is driving away from him. The gap already up to 2.5 seconds. You can see how slow Justin Ladaway is in the car compared to Ryan Palmer through those SS sections. So lots of fuel saving being done by Justin Ladaway, trying to meet some sort of target. He is revving it out fully through the straight here, so he's willing to use a little bit of fuel just to keep the top speed of the car up. But did see him on exits short shifting the car and trying to make it a little bit of extra distance. But yeah, it's game on for Ian Ward and the team number 7. They're in the lead of this race as we head barreling towards half race distance. There is so much to analyze here. It is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, there's a lot going on at the moment. It's a lot to unpack. I'm struggling to find any sort of overall listing at the moment, which is a shame because we'd love to know where everyone sits on track. But this is still going on. This little battle between Aiden Holton and Ridwan. He's not letting him out of his sight. He's trying to keep with him. And sort of not let him go because he doesn't want to let him get away that easily. This is a very rare mistake that we see from Ridwan, and I think the results are sort of speaking for themselves. I'm just looking, and no, I have found the result sheet for the St. Croix 1000. However, they only have the Stint 1 results in there so far. So
I get the feeling that the two people that we would need to ask are on track at the moment, Ridwan Hamza and Nick Baltasso.
Believe so, yes. So I do believe that we call him the Sensei Excel spreadsheet master. Ridwan Ibn Hamza is currently in the car, so probably can't do us Excel spreadsheet and race at the same time, which is fair enough, honestly.
And we promise all the viewers we weren't pestering him while he was on track for any kind of information. There's no interference going on between the commentary team and the guys racing on track. just a disclaimer there for everyone.
We're not trying to distract anyone. We promise. It's we very much let them do their thing, and I'm sure in due course we will find out later tonight what the overall results will be. A little bit of contact there with the wall. He got away with no damage there. Did Aiden Holton, but it's just dropped him off the back of Ridwan now. So that gap is now back out to a second. This is just sort of ebbing and flowing a little bit here between these two. These are two of the fastest guys. Two of the fastest guys today. Guy Barber has been the fastest by far. Only driver to reach very low sevens, very close to the sixes. I didn't quite catch if he got into the sixes at all today, but I know he was very quick in that first stint, and even in the second stint he was in the very low sevens. So this is still going on as well. Matt Donetti having a look at Wade Von Duve here, not too far away from the back of him. Is he going to send it up the inside? Yes, he is. You can see the number 12 car just sort of appearing there, tries to go for the switchback, but Donetti does very well to park it on the apex of the corner, just to cover off any sort of switchback that Von Duve might have been thinking of there at the exit of turn 16 as they come up through turns 19 and 20. Bit of lawn mowing there again. They love their lawn mowing today, these guys. They obviously think the grass might be a little bit too long on the outside of the circuit because they do like to put a 2 and maybe even 4 wheels out there. Just looking down the order, we've got Matt Donetti with Wade Von Duve not too far behind him, and then we've got Andrew Scott not far behind them.
Let's do a full run through the grid because we haven't actually done that. We're coming up to half race distance, so let's go through the full grid. Let's start at the back of the grid and run us through who's where at the moment.
So we'll have a look here so we can see blue flags out and about for the what number is this 56 car of Luke Hayden.
Oh, but he's got engine damage.
He does have engine damage. I've just noticed that as well. I did see something in the chat earlier about him looking after his engines, and he has got engine damage, which is he also got front end damage, which tells me that maybe he made heavy contact with the wall at some point and has resulted in engine damage. And then so we've got the Make It PHK car 84 of Liam Hedges currently in P12 and a fairway ahead of him. And then we've got Nick Scott in P11, the 964 car. Whoa, that is heavy contact with the outside wall, and I believe that was in fact Luke Hayden making contact with that outside wall. So that damage, really making it difficult for him to get around. We've seen Nick Scott also into the pit lane. Nick Pautasso has swapped positions with Frederico Cristale for 10th and 9th place. The number 32 MSR car now trailing the number 5 MSR car in 9th place. And then we have Andrew Scott in the 787 car for WTCR Racing up into 8th, 3 seconds off his teammate in the 117, Wade Von Duve. And then we have Matt Donetti in 6th place as well. He is slightly out of sequence. I believe he has stopped again though. He did stop on lap 10 and he's up into 6th place. So he's now probably most likely back in sequence with these guys. He's done the purple sector. He's now quickest through, I believe that's sector 3. And is pushing really hard to catch up to the back of his teammate, Aiden Holton, who is hopefully still trying to battle a little bit of wall riding there, but trying to battle with Ridwan. That gap is still at 1.2 seconds, so it's just grown ever so slightly, has the gap between Aiden Holton and Ridwan, but Ridwan in the number 1 car, pushing along sort of nicely, would like to be up in the high positions, always that early damage has cost him. And then he's got about 7 seconds to that of Justin Ladaway, who is a little bit squirmy there on the exit of turn 16, but is pushing. He's about 2.5 seconds off the back of Ryan Palmer. So that gap stayed about the same as it was earlier and hasn't changed too much. And then Ryan Palmer in second place, 9 seconds clear of our current race leader, Ian Ward, who is doing a brilliant job to cement that podium. Nick did mention earlier that this car almost didn't make the grid for this race, because Ian Ward didn't have a co-driver. He was going to do the whole thing himself, but it wouldn't have counted for points. It wouldn't have counted for the result. Thankfully, team boss Mitch Curry stepped in and said, I will drive with you. And they've done a brilliant job today, the two of them. They had a very difficult Bathurst 1000, but they've done an absolutely stellar job to make sure that they've turned it around today and leading the way in Stint 4 and definitely looking like a podium finish for these guys overall, which is a brilliant result. So that's the current state of our field. That's how it looks up and down the order, George, and a lot of stories to decipher up and down the field.
Certainly are, yeah. A huge amount of drama in this race so far. Stint 4, of course, we've just passed half race distance now, so we will see a flurry of pit activity probably in the next 5 or 6 laps. Everyone will be trying to go only sort of 12 to 14 laps for the end stint, so you're looking around lap 20 or 22 for the last pit stops. For most, hopefully those don't need to pit again for any kind of damage. We did see the 56 pick up so much damage. They'll be in the pit getting that all repaired. And of course, for those who did miss it, LJ and the number 15 car disconnected from Stint 4, which is absolutely gutting for their campaign. They were on fire in Stint 2 and Stint 3, made up huge numbers of positions, and with less in the car, you know that they were going to make up even more time in Stint 4, so really gutting for the team. I will say that Matt Dernetti has also been driving the wheels off of his CP Motorsports car, and as you said, rightly said, Isaac, he is back in sequence with everyone. He's got a little bit less fuel, so expect him to pit, 1 or 2 laps earlier than everyone else around him. But that is a good bit of work to bring yourself back from an early pit stop and not refueling the car in that early pit stop to being more or less back in sequence, and a little bit of fuel saving here and there will really do them well and potentially get them to the end of this race when they come into the pit a little bit early, and they'll have to contend with a little bit of extra wear on the tyres towards the end of the race. But I think we all know that Matt Dernetti is going to be more than capable of handling that. He is still only 5 seconds or just under 5 seconds back from the 232 car, who's still holding on just to Ridwan. But yeah, what a fantastic race we've had so far. Let us know in chat, what are your predictions, because it's all coming to a conclusion in 17 laps time here. We are now at, what is it, about 800 kilometers done, so probably a couple of 100 kilometers left to go in this last stint. And brilliant racing we've seen today, absolutely stunning stuff. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how this is going to play out. Ian Ward is my favorite right now for taking the victory in this stint. It won't equate to an overall victory based on the current positions of everyone. Of course, that's still sitting with the number 1 car, who's got a huge advantage of time based on Stint 1 and Stint 2. So we're looking forward to seeing how that all plays out for P2 and P3. But I'd say Justin Ladaway going to be sweating a little bit seeing the number 7 car up there in P1.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to try and make up time on that number 7 car, because these guys, as we said, were the 2 cars that were pretty much in contention for the back end of that podium. We know that the performances that Chris Lackbrook and Ryan Palmer have put in today probably secured that 1-2 for its FR Racing, but P3 still very much in the air. And with Matt Dernetti, sort of, I wouldn't count him out yet, but he is down the order a bit. He's got a bit of time to make up on these guys if he does want to be a factor in this later on. But I think it is between Ian Ward and Justin Ladaway for that 3rd place on the overall podium. So we'll have to keep a very close eye on this. Gap has not really changed that much between a little bit of oversteer correction there from Aiden Holton on the exit. It might have been a little bit of lag that caused that. Actually, it might have been very smooth on his end. But this gap has stayed relatively stagnant between these two and hasn't changed that much, which tells me they're doing very similar lap times at the moment. And I'm sure if we look at the lap times, we could see that that probably is very much the case. You can see a 3:09, a 3:06 on the previous lap. So 3/10 quicker was Aiden Holton the last time around. So that pace may be starting to come to him as these tyres start to wear. You can see there's a lot of wear on his front tyres compared to that of Ridwan. So he's pushing his tyres a lot harder than that of Ridwan, but he also did stop earlier. So we've got to keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, that's important to consider because Ridwan, he's just under 50% fuel, whereas Captain Muffin, Aiden Holton, is just under 25%. So there's a 25-litre difference in fuel between the two of them. Of course, the tyres for Aiden Holton looking a little worse for wear, whereas Ridwan, he has definitely got the better tyres at the moment, which just goes to show that Aiden Holton's pace at the minute, yes, he's got less fuel, so the car's lighter, but he's got way less grip on those tyres. So his pace is actually really, really good at this stage of the race. Just brings in a little bit of potential here for the 232 car and making their way up to the rear wing of Ridwan Hamza and maybe putting a little bit of extra pressure on that number one car. At the same time, number one car, Ridwan Hamza, he just needs to make sure that 18-second gap to P1 does not extend any further than it is right now, because, with an 18-second gap, I think they've still got P1 in the bag in the overall Croix 1000, but it needs to not be 30 or 40 or 50 seconds, so he's going to have to deal with the pressure in Aiden Holton in the most calm, passive way possible, and if he does have to drop another position, well, that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, well, the gap sort of has blown out maybe a little bit of a stake there from Aiden Holton coming onto the long neck straight, because he has dropped a fair way back now. However, Ridwan probably will look less at the gap between himself and Ian Ward at the front and more at the gap between himself and his teammate in Ryan Palmer, because that is the car that if anyone can jump them for the overall victory, it's going to be him. So that's the gap that he's probably going to be more concerned about, and I'm sure he's in the team chat probably saying to Ryan, how far ahead of Justin are you at the moment? Like trying to work out sort of where that where he sits in terms of the gap, and I'd say it's about 10 seconds possibly between Ridwan and Ryan Palmer at this point in time. Although it looks, I'm trying to see how close Justin is, and he's a lot closer this time, is Justin, to Ryan. So maybe tyre wear starting to come into play. We did hear that potentially Justin had under-fueled in his stop, and that was why he jumped that of Ryan Palmer early on, but starting to come back to him at the later end of this stint. He's starting to make a bit of time up. He's closed that gap. It was about 2.5 seconds. He's closed it by a second to 1.5, 1.4 now to Ryan Palmer. So this gap's starting to come back in Justin's favour a little bit as we get towards the back end of this stint. We can see Ando's got the first car to blink for the second stop, with still 14 to run after, 15 to run after this. So he's going to have to do a little bit of fuel saving to make sure he gets to the end there, is Ando Scott. But we do know he's very good with fuel, so I wouldn't be surprised if he makes that last all the way to the end. But we can see probably still about another 3 or 4 laps potentially for these front runners before we see them coming for their final stop. So they'll come in with about 11-10 to go most likely, and yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see how this all unfolds as we get to the back end of this race, because it looks like the strategy's starting to come to a fair few people.
Yep, exactly right. So we're going to have a little onboard as well with Justin Ladaway, just to keep an eye on how beautiful this track looks at this time of day, because the sun shafts are coming in, and it is something to appreciate. Not just the beautiful racing that's happening out there at the moment, all the amazing strategies that are slowly tethering their way back together as we enter the latter part of this race. 14 laps to go, and it is a beautiful circuit. This is a fun circuit. These GT500 cars are just amazing, and I do want to say as well, it is one of those things where you may not get the victory in a race this long, but I've always said with endurance races, those who finish are winners, because it is such a slog, and you do so much work with the setup on the car, you do so much work out on track, and there's so much time invested in all of that preparation. And then of course on race day as well, we've had qualifying on Friday, top 10 shootout on Saturday. Now we've been at it for just under 6 hours. It's going to be at least another 40 minutes or so in this race, so look at about 7 hours of racing overall across the day. It is such a mega race, and Trackstar's done so well to put on such a good event for everyone. So keep that in mind as we head towards the latter part of this race. As the sun sets on the track, the sun will also be setting on round 10 here at Trackstar's Touring Cars. It is been a great race so far. I'm so looking forward to seeing how this is going to conclude. Will Ridwan Hamza be able to keep the gap? Will Justin Latterway be able to make it up back to the rear wing of Ryan Palmer? Will there be a mix-up of results? Will there be any further mistakes in this race? Is everyone going to get across the line with some fuel left in the tank, or are we going to see a repeat of Stint 1 antics?
Well, that's exactly right. When they cross the line here, we'll have 14 laps to go, which means they will still have full race distance of Stint 1. And for the guys that did Stint 1, they've essentially had to almost double and a half their stint that they did in Stint 1. So this is a very long time to be in the car, almost an hour and a half for these guys. When we did the maths earlier. I don't know how accurate our maths is, George, but we did have a go at the maths, and it is a very long time for these guys to sit in the car. We said the same thing when we did this at the Bathurst 1000. It's a very long time to sit in the car this last stint. Someone like Ridwan, who has done stints 3 and now stint 4, that's a very long time to sit in the car. It's a very extended period of time. That's over 2.5 hours, I would say, to be in the car, which is a lot of driving. We've seen drivers do stints 1 and 3 and then 2 and 4 just to break it up and give themselves a little bit of breathing room. We did see drivers do stint 1 and now do stint 4, and the other driver did stints 2 and 3. So it's been interesting to see how all the different strategies play out. Obviously, drivers trying to meet minimum lap requirements and all that sort of fancy mathematics stuff, but it's been really good to watch this unfold, and we're still a fair way to go here. And this sunsetting on this race and also on the endurance series. This is the last race in the Trackstars endurance series. After this, they have 3 rounds to go in this championship. They get to do this all again next week. I believe it's the. Actually, I don't know what it is. I thought I knew, but I think I've forgotten. But we have 3 rounds to go, and we finish the season at Dragon Trail Seaside, which will be a very picturesque way to wrap up the Trackstars season. I've just got the calendar in front of me now, and we do go next week to Suzuka for the Honshu Sprint. So they have been getting a couple weeks off in between races for the endurance series, but we'll go back to back with this week and next week, and then they'll have a fair few weeks off, and not until December do we go for round 12, and then the week after will be round 13. So they've got the championship to think about, but this will be a nice bit of time for them to reflect on what has been a very, very, very spectacular endurance series.
Yeah, absolutely right, and it's going to be an exciting way to end the season as well. And some slightly shorter length races as well, I think, will be appreciated by some of those. That said, I think everyone's enjoyed the endurance format this time out, and Trackstars have done a lot of hard work to make sure it's fair and balanced, and it has a nice feel to it overall. I think they've really achieved that, and the GT500 class just so much fun to watch. So I hope everyone on the broadcast is also enjoying themselves. Remember, you are, of course, watching Trackstars Racing Series. It's the 10th anniversary in 2024, and what a season of racing we've had this year. And big thanks to all the admins in the background. There's so much that goes into things. So Ian Ward is still, of course, in the lead. That gap now out to 10 seconds over Ryan Palmer. He's got a 3-second gap over Justin Latterway. And then, of course, it is Ridwan Hamza and Captain Muffin. That's Aidan Holton in the 232 car. The 232 car has fallen slightly back from Ridwan Hamza, so he's starting to find his legs here, and I think that might be as a result of Aidan Holton needing to come to the pit stops. We did see Andrew Scott earlier on come into the pits, and I think he's now down in P10. Nick Pautasso's come out with half a tank of fuel remaining, so it looks like a lot of those on the grid are going to have to pit again, because you're going to need at least 75 litres to get through 12 laps.
Yes, well, it looks like here Nick Pautasso pitted on lap 14, so he's had to pit again, potentially for damage, which was probably explains why he was down behind his teammate in Federico Castale earlier on. So he's on a bit of a fight back here, but here we go. This is the last stop for Aidan Holton here. So this is it. He's going to take all the fuel he needs to get from here to the end with 13 laps to go once he leaves the pit lane, I should say. Where will Nick Pautasso come out in comparison to him? I think these guys are slightly out of sync. Nick will have to stop again before the end of this race, but he could cause a bit of an upset here and hold him up a little bit, because we know that Nick is very quick around here. Nick is quick, that rhymes. He's just done his fastest lap of the race with a 3:09.6, and he will come out in front of Aidan Holton I don't know if Cristale will get out in front of Aiden Holton. Probably not. They're very close. Oh no, they're not very close. It's about a minute. I looked at the gap, but that is the gap between himself and Ando, who has come into the lane. Did he? I don't think
He
so.
did, yeah.
He did.
Ando
He
would have
did.
come into the lane a couple of laps ago. Federico Cristale into the pits. No, that's just a bug. It says on lap 18 that's not the case, and he's actually carrying damage and has no fuel. So he'll be in the pits in a couple of laps time, or this lap actually, given the way that the fuel tank is looking at the moment. So that's going to be an easy overtake for Andrew Scott there, and he'll just continue because he is good to the end.
Yeah, he's got plenty of fuel. He will run all the way to the end here. A little bit of fuel saving. We did see he came in with about 15 to go, so probably a little bit of fuel saving will need to happen for Andrew Scott to get to the end. But I don't think that's going to be a problem for him. He's a brilliant driver on this game and is excellent at conserving fuel. We saw that at Bathurst. He was great at looking after the tyres, great at looking after the fuel. So I don't think that's going to be a problem for him to make sure he gets to the end of this race. Looking further down the field, we have Nick Scott in 11th place as well. So the other WRT car, still running in 11th place, and he's got a fair gap back to that of Liam Hedges in 12th place, the PH Esports wildcard, the number 84, who is currently being lapped by the leaders by the looks of it. And then we have, so far down the order, we have about, it says 11 minutes. Behind the race leader is that of Luke Hyden. So it's been a difficult day for the 56 car. Not the result they would have wanted to come away with at the end of this one. But it's great to see them still out there and rolling around.
Well, this is it. You've got to respect the effort because they are going to make it to the end. And in my head, that says they've won as well because it's just such an effort to get around 1,000 kilometers. And yeah, you can see that previous lap, 7 minutes. They've been in the pits. They've had to repair a lot of damage. They held that engine damage for a long period of time as well. You can see lap 16, 15, even further down there, even lap 10. So a couple of minutes off the pace on those laps. So that's what the big damage to the engine will do, and it must have been a massive impact for them. So hope all the fingers and toes and things are still attached to the bodies and all that, because the sim rigs these days can do a lot of damage, and that's more damage for the car. It's a big accident for the 56. Crikey, the rear just said no. The rear just gave up on them as they went through 15. That's a scary accident to be involved in, and yeah, it will cost them more time. But again, you've got to respect the effort. They're going to make it to the end, and they can go and have a round of applause for themselves and open a bottle of champagne and remember the fun. Yeah,
that's exactly right. They've done a great job to still be running, and I think it's very easy in these times when you're struggling to control the car to just sort of give up and not keep going. But they've done a great job to keep going. We've seen Matt Donetti has come in. I also noticed that Ryan Palmer came into the lane for his final stop as well. So we've had a couple cars in and stopped, and now we'll move on. So this is Donetti done. He's back in sequence with the leaders now, and Ryan Palmer 26 seconds back or ahead of him to, I believe that is Wayborn Doom. So that is, and Justin Ladaway is also coming in the lane. He's only 1.1 seconds back. So this gap is closing down between these two.
This is amazing. I mean, there's a little bit less fuel on Justin Ladaway's car, so he's saved a little bit of time in the pit lane. But yeah, 1.6 seconds, that little mistake there, not going to help. But it is a smaller gap than it was before. I also do want to note, I don't think this is a glitch, but Matt Donetti has not taken fresh tyres for the remaining 11 laps of this race. He's got a full tank of fuel, but those tyres are 50% gone. That looks to be maybe a bit of a mistake by them in the pit stop.
Yeah, not entirely sure. That's a very bold strategy, if in fact it is a strategy, to save time in the lane. I would have taken the tyres and sacrificed a little bit of track position to have the fresh tyres. So we will keep a close eye on that. Pardon me, sorry. We'll keep a close eye on that, George, because we want to see if he's going to come back and change that.
Well, I mean, I just don't see how he's going to. I mean, he'll be on. The tyres will be bowled by the end of this race. They're going to be absolutely gone. I mean, he's run a long stint already, so admittedly, he's gone a lot of distance. Maybe he thinks he can make it to the end. But, I mean, he's got Aiden Holton right behind. Oh, well, point in fact, no grip on those tyres already, and he's kind of binned it directly into the wall, has Matt Donetti. So he somehow has picked up no damage from that at all. And I don't know how that is possible. He must have, yeah. I mean, it looked a little bit like he kind of glitched around as the accident was happening, but somehow kept it out of the wall. Really good job there, but I think that's probably a little bit of a tell to the state of the tyres. Aidan Holton was going to get him anyway with those fresh tyres, so this has cost one position. Not really the fight that they want to be having between the CP cars for sure, as our race leader does come in on 8% of fuel, and he'll probably get a new fresh set of tyres as well. But yeah, it's a very bold strategy if they are going to not take those tyres, or he's planning to do another pit stop, which seems unlikely to me, I have to admit.
It does seem unlikely that he's planning to do another pit stop. So I think the more this happens, the more that goes on, and seeing that incident at the bridge, I don't think this was by design. I think this was completely accidental, and he'll be kicking himself if it was, because he's been on for a very good result all day, has Matt Donetti, and he's had a brilliant comeback drive. But here we go. So front 3 cars now into the lane. Ward is now out and away. Where is Ridwan going to come out in comparison to that of Ryan Palmer and Justin Ladaway? So how much fuel is he going to take on to get to the end of this race? 81 litres is what he's going to take on. Where is his teammate? I think that the speed comparison means that he's got the lights flashing. He's trying to tell his teammate that he's coming. Here we go into turn 2. It's FR Racing side by side into the braking zone, and it's going to be Ryan Palmer that comes out ahead. Oh, a little bit loose on the exit of the corner there, trying to make sure that he solidifies that position. But there we go. So this is... I don't think it's done yet either. I think these guys are right on each other as we come down towards turn 3. Cold tyres for Ridwan Ibn Hamza. He's going to have a look up the inside, and Ryan is going to let him have the position. He's not going to give it up easily. And the lights are going for these two. The hazards are on. These guys are, I'd say they're having a very good time in their little party chat at the moment, having a good laugh about this, just enjoying themselves.
Oh no, Ryan Palmer.
Ryan Palmer, the circuit. Did he make contact with the wall? I don't think so. I think he got away with no contact there, but I did see just out of the left-hand corner of the shot, the car just went straight into the dirt, and he would be laughing. I don't think he's laughing now, because that was that could have been disastrous for the number 16 car if he got damaged, because there's a long time left to go in this lap, and a long time left to go in this race if he had to carry damage.
Wow, that is huge. I think this is actually an important thing about the team strategy. Obviously now Ridwan Hamza is just going to say, cool, I'm going to sail off into the distance, into the sunset, so to speak. But I think there was probably a fair call there for Ryan Palmer to be let ahead and to just continue his charge, because anything they can do to stop... Wow, I thought Justin Ladaway went to the wall there. No, he didn't, luckily. Every single time the cars come through there, it looks like they've just binned it into the wall, but these guys are so skilled in the car that, of course, that's not the case. But, yeah, in terms of the actual overall race, I mean, Ridwan can finish basically anywhere in this race, and they should be pretty much okay. I say anywhere, but anywhere as long as they're not a minute down on the leader, and they should be okay. Whereas for Ryan Palmer and the number 16 car, actually finishing ahead and making sure Justin Ladaway doesn't have a chance is actually going to be a big thing for the team.
Yeah, it's gonna be massive for the team, but I don't know if the battle that Justin Ladaway is having is with these two FR cars. He'll want to try and get past if he can, possibly, but I think the battle he's having is more concerned with is that of Ian Ward, who is now 19 seconds ahead of Justin Ladaway, building up to 20 seconds ahead. So he's been untouchable in this stint. He's been absolutely flawless. I did see Mitch Carioli in the chat saying, let's go Race Pig, and we also mentioned and touched on earlier that when he says let's go Race Pig puts it in the wall. So he's done well so far to not fall to the Mitch Curry curse of saying let's go Race Pig and then it all coming undone. But we've still got 11 laps to go, 10 laps to go this time by. So hopefully he can continue this brilliant form. But he's done an absolutely brilliant job as Race Pig in that number 7 car to be leading the way in this final stint, and he had such a strong last stint as well. And there he is, very power slide on the exit of the corner out of turn 2. But yeah, he's done an absolutely brilliant job.
Yeah, we're a superstitious bunch. We are. We really, really are. Whether it's commentary, whether it's broadcasting, whether it's races, drivers, or race engineers or team owners, we're all got our little superstitions about how we need to, or what we need to do, or not say, or say in these races, because things are so variable, especially in endurance racing, especially when you've got a long event like this. And Ian Ward at the moment doesn't want anyone to say anything about anything that he's doing. I think he's quite happy to be quietly out front, just getting his head down, putting the laps in. That's what you want to do in this situation, and especially as the track light starts to disappear, that becomes even more of a question. So yeah, it is one of those things where he just doesn't want anyone to say anything. Just please, no one say anything. Don't have me on camera. Well, of course, we're not doing him any service right now, but we do need to give some camera time to our race leader with a 15-second gap over Ridwan Hamza. That gap, of course, has come down by about 3 seconds overall. So Ridwan Hamza has done really, really well. Saved a bit of time in the refueling of the car in the pit stop, I think, because he did not take a full tank of fuel in this stint as opposed to the others who probably did. That said, he's saving fuel a little bit here and there. Anything will help towards the end of this race. 9 laps to go.
Yeah, he's you can see he's upshifting a little bit early in that car, so he's definitely trying to save fuel. I don't think he's taken a full tank of fuel all day, has Ridwan. He has been in fuel saving mode for the most part all day. You can see he's upshifting a little bit early there. Doesn't even make it to the rev limiter before he upshifts. So definitely fuel saving as much as he can to make sure he definitely gets to the end of this race. And that is helping Ryan Palmer behind, who's not too far off. But I think these guys might be more concerned about Ryan Palmer might just be more concerned about making sure that Justin doesn't get too close to the back of these guys and try and make the move. So he'll be less concerned about trying to overtake his teammate and more concerned about just defending behind him. But yeah, 9 laps to go, as you mentioned. Or 9.5 to go, about 10 laps to go once they cross the line. No, 9 laps to go when they cross the line. I can't even math, so I'm adding laps just because why not? Let's keep going for longer.
Keep going.
Why not?
It's now been reformatted, so it's now the St. Croix 2000. We'll see you at 5 a.m.
We're racing well into the night here, both in game and in real life. We're gonna do a 12-hour. Why not? Let's do a 24-hour.
Just change it up. We'll do a vote by autocracy as well. We'll just get one person to decide, and then everyone will just have to keep on racing. Otherwise, you might lose the race. You know, so fear of missing out.
Commentators have decided. We've pulled authority here and gone. We want to see more action. We're going to keep going all night. But no, it's been very good. It's been a very long day for these guys, and they've done a great job. And we spoke about this at Bathurst as well, just how long these races are. We got this endurance series underway with Spa, and that was only 500 k's. And I say only 500 k's. It's still a long time. But we didn't start until 1:30 in the afternoon here on the east coast of Australia. But these races have started at 10:30 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, which is very early. And considering it's now 4:30 in the afternoon, this is we're now over 6 hours. And by the time we get into this, we'll be well over 6.5 hours of racing. So this is a long time for these guys, because even when you're not racing, you're checking on your teammate, you're like us and you're doing some commentary, or you're still in and around this situation. You don't just sort of disappear and go and do something else and then just catch up. You want to know what your teammates are up to. You want to see what's happening, so you're paying attention. So it's a long time to take out of your day just to do this race, because it's a long time.
Exactly, and it's so worth doing it with other people as well. You know, I've seen people try and do 12-hour stints all by themselves in 12-hour races. I've seen people try and drive solo for 24 hours. I just don't think that's any fun. I think the fun of it is actually just being part of the team and enjoying it. I remember trying to get some sleep after my 6 hours of stints in a 24-hour race. Did I sleep? No, I was watching the race. I woke up in the morning. Stint 4 was very sleepy, but we got it done. That's sort of fun. It's part of this is enjoying this and creating the memories together, whether it's with colleagues in the car or with people that you're racing with out on track. It is just overall a brilliant amount of fun. So yeah, at the moment, Ian Ward from Ridwan Hamza, from Ryan Palmer, from Justin Lattaway, the top 4, actually only separated by a small gap, a couple of seconds between P2, P3, P4, and then 4 seconds back to Aidan Holton. Then it's Slapper's mate in the 117 car, 12 seconds off the back of Aidan Holton, with Oden, that's Mark Dernedi, on a charge at the moment. I think he really wants to get back up into that top 6 at the very least. He's got an opportunity to do it, just needs to be super quick. That last lap of 309.5, previous lap 312.5, so not an ideal lap there at all. I think he's just getting his tires into the window, but he needs to be on a charge. Then it's Ando 787, hoping to not run out of fuel this time himself, but driving smooth, calm, cool and collected at the moment in the 787. Then it is Nick Pautasso in the number 32 car in P9. 14 seconds in front of him is the 787 car and 29 seconds back to Nick Scott here in the WRT 964 car. Then it is Federico Crestale with damage on the left-hand side of the car, unfortunately, and nearly a minute back from P10. So that is probably going to be the position he ends up finishing in this race. Then it is Hedges in the PH Esports car, number 84 in P12. And we've got the 56 pitting yet again, still some damage on the car and holding on to P13. And bear in mind, we do pass our commiserations once again onto the number 15 WRT car, Les Sandwith, who was on an absolute charge and really mixing up the field in Stint 4. Unfortunately disconnected in this race, and we will not be seeing them for the remainder of Stint 4. What a shame that is. So commiserations for an unfortunate ending to their race. So everyone should send their commiserations their way, because that is not the way you want to finish an endurance race. But for others on the grid, it may be a little bit of champagne in 7 laps time.
Yeah, it's as I said, commiserations to them. It's been really just Adam Joy drove a brilliant first 2 stints, and LJ Les had a brilliant 3rd stint, and it was, pardon me, very unfortunate that he disconnected in this stint with such a long time to go. They'll still get a result, but it definitely won't be the result I'm sure they were hoping for. But yes, in saying that, we are now looking at with 7 laps to go, 7.5 laps to go. We have a fair few cars fighting for overall position here. So this position has been swapped as well. I'm just noticing that Ryan Palmer is now ahead of Ridwan. So maybe thinks there's a bit more pace in that number 16 car over the number 1 car. But I'm also seeing Justin Ladaway not too far off the back of these boys. So this isn't over yet. This P2 in this stint is, I think, far from settled, because Justin could be, and we know that he's been quick at the back end of his stints, he could be a key factor in spicing up the order towards the end of this one.
Wow, I'm looking forward to this. Let's see in terms of fuel and tyres. So he's got about 85% of grip left in the tyre, just above 50% fuel. Same fuel for Ridwan Hamza, same tyre life, and slightly more fuel but less tyres for Ryan Palmer. So yeah, excuse me, this race is absolutely on. And I do also want to reiterate this on stream, because a great comment just came across our desk here from George Smith. I believe that's actually Graham Smith. I think there might be a little bit of an in-joke somewhere in there. But saying a shout out to the mums and wives looking after the kids. Haha. I think that's a fair point as well, because it does take a lot of distraction and time away from family, these kinds of events. And, we get to have our fun. So thanks to all the family members out there and their sacrifice too in the background. This is getting rather close. Ridwan Hamza is slowly catching up to the back of Ryan Palmer once again. Whatever happened there, we're not 100% sure whether or not Ryan Palmer was just able to catch up to the back. That last lap was a 309.2. Ridwan's was a 311.9. So there's the gap. That was 2 seconds of gap between them. That's where the overtake has happened, and it has been done out on track. Luckily for Ridwan, no damage on the car. And that previous lap of 309.8. So Ridwan needs to get back on the pace that he was formerly on. And Justin Ladaway just needs to hold on to this and maybe set a couple more laps in those 309 times. If he can do that, he will be in slipstream range, and suddenly it's game on.
Yeah, definitely looking like it's going to be game on. I wouldn't count out Aiden Holton either. He's only 4 seconds off the back of these guys. So it's getting closer, and they're all getting closer together as we get into the back half of, or not even the back half, the back quarter of this race even, with only 7 laps to go. This is going to be really exciting to watch. I'm getting very excited, because it's not only are these guys getting close together, but it's getting darker, George. The headlights are on, and the light is diminishing. I can't remember whether it gets dark at this track, but it's certainly getting very low light. The sun has set there. I cannot see any sun on the track at the moment. I believe the sun has completely disappeared off the track, so that'll be good for drivers trying to not be blinded by the sunlight. But it is also very hazy out there at the moment. I can see there's a bit of, not really fog, it might be a little bit of haze, but it does seem a little bit cloudy out there at the moment. Whether that's just what the camera looks like, or whether the drivers are also seeing that, I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, this is it's getting very, very close. There's about a 1.2 second gap between Justin and Ridwan at the moment, and then about a 8 tenths gap between the two It's FR cars. So if the two SFR cars are going to battle this out and are allowed to race each other, this will definitely invite Justin into the mix and potentially could invite Aiden Holton into the mix as we get towards the end of this race.
Yeah, you're right in saying it does look pretty foggy out there in sections of the track. I just wonder if it's the lack of light that's maybe enhancing. We do have cloud setting here. I think it's C06 for this stint in the race. So it is a little bit extra cloudy out there. And now that we're in the twilight period of the day, I don't know if it's going to go full dark. I think, as you said, I don't think it's going to be quite dark by the time we finish this race. But it's only a little bit of light left out there. The headlights being on is a big tell of the situation. And yeah, Captain Muffin, by the way, that last lap, 308.754. So he is absolutely charging. That's a purple in Sector 3 as well. So he's on a charge. Got plenty of fuel, got plenty of tires to go. So he can really push the car. And he's already cut the gap down. What was 4 seconds is now 3.4 seconds. So 6/10 already out of Justin Lataway. Yeah, do not count out the 232 car. They've had a bit of a shocker. And what a drive back yet again. I mean, 4 stints, 4 pretty big accidents from them in each of the stints, and a drive back in each of them that's put them back up into a good position that they've had to then recover once again. So this will be a great drive from Aiden Holton, this stint, to really bring things back their way. And there's 3 cars up ahead holding on to P2, 3 and 4. Any of those positions would be certainly better than a P5 finish for CP Motorsports.
100%. I'll tell you who else is on a charge. It's the other CP Motorsports car of Matt Donetti, and I'm pretty sure that fastest lap is, on the previous lap. He did a 308.1, and he's closed that gap to within 5 seconds of Wave Von Doof. So with 6 laps to go here, we're going to get this battle should hopefully potentially close up for P6. The battle for P2 between 2, 3 and 4 is going to continue, and then P5 will probably invite himself into this as well. So with 6 laps to go, we're going to have more action on track than we're going to be able to keep up with.
Yeah, the commentary box here is getting rather excited as we see the potential of the racing ahead of us, and at the very least P2 and P3 up for contention, because only half a second gap between the two FR Racing cars. Any battling between those two is going to invite Justin Lataway for KPL, that's Kiwi Pit Lane, in the number 44 car, and then of course Aiden Holton, he's still catching. He's only 2.6 seconds now. What was that lap time there? That was a 308.5. Amazing lap time, of course, by Matt Donetti. A 308.1 fastest lap in this race, now being held by the number 12. I'm just so excited because a 4-way battle for P2 in this race is looming as the sun's now set, and we are only 5 laps away from the end of St. Croix 1000 round 10 in the Trackstars Touring Cars Series. What a way we are. What are we looking at? This is just brilliant. I mean, we are looking at a really, really intense battle for the final 2 or 3 positions on the podium, and then of course P4, P5 as well, and with some great drives back, some brilliant stories across the grid. This is absolutely brilliant. It started spicy, cooled off a little bit, but as the strategies have come back together at the end of this race, the heat level is increasing yet again. Feels like an episode of Hot Wings.
Yeah, this is what I love about Trackstars, is that we can race for so long. We've done 29 laps of racing in this stint, and it's still on. It is like the Ward has a fairly healthy. They're all touching the wall. I think that's just lag, hopefully, but they're all getting very close to that wall. But the gap that Ward has between himself and Palmer is quite large. But this gap, this between second, third, and fourth, and then potentially between them and fifth as well, is very, very minuscule, and that is what as I was saying, that's what I love about Trackstars, is that we can race 29 laps, and it comes down to this, and it gets very close towards the end. Like a lot of racing that I've seen over the years, it spreads out and it stays that way. But these guys, the strategies may differ slightly, but they always find their way. That's like they've got big magnets attached to themselves, and they all just find their way back together at the end of the race, and it's brilliant because it makes for great racing for us to watch. And you can see those 2 SFR cars very close together, and then just over a second back to Justin Lataway. He's just out of the slipstream of Ridwan, who is probably being benefited, I would say, by the slipstream of the number 16. So that is going in Ridwan's favour at the moment in his defence between Justin Lataway, but it's now just over 2 seconds between Justin and Aiden Holton. So this is starting to close up even more. We've got 5 laps to go this time by. and it's starting to close right up. This is the leading Lexus. This is a potential podium. I think it'll be P4 for these guys overall, hopefully. It'll be a brilliant result for them either way for P4, especially after Bathurst. They've had just a brilliant day today. They've been absolutely flawless all day, and it's still a few laps to go, so I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but now within a second between Justin and Ridwan, and it's just under 2 seconds now between Aiden Holton and Justin Ladaway. So this is starting to close up. You can see how close those two ITSFR cars are to each other. They're pretty inseparable, and it looks like that Justin's about to join that party if this continues for any longer. 4 tenths between Ryan Palmer and Ridwan Ibn Hamza at the moment. 6 tenths between Ridwan and Justin Ladaway. This is starting to heat up with 5 to go, and then just under 2 seconds between Justin and Aiden Holton. This is starting to, look at this. This is starting to heat up. The lights are on. This looks really cool. This shot of those cars with the headlights going line astern. It's very hard to follow through this section, so we'll see the gap sort of blow out a little bit through here as the cars start to separate with the aero wash, but then they'll all come back together as we get on the straight. 4 tenths between Ryan Palmer and Ridwan Ibn Hamza. I don't know if these guys are too stressed about fighting each other, but I think they're going to have to be in a minute, because here comes Justin Ladaway, and just in the background, he's ever closer now, is Aiden Holton, and he is pushing in that 232 car. This is going to be very spicy towards the end of this race. 1.3 seconds now is the gap. He's gained 7 tenths through this first couple sectors as we come down towards the bridge section turns through turn 11 and 12 into turn 13. And the entry to the bridge is where they all use every bit of road on the exit that they can. They all get as close to that wall as possible, and it looks a bit better on board. They don't look as close on board. I think the game has a little bit of liberty in getting our heart rate up as we watch the external shot. But here we go. Justin is right on the back of Ridwan now. I thought this was the two ITSFR cars, but no, it's Justin Ladaway right on the back of Ridwan Ibn Hamza. Here we go through turn 15. At good exit here is crucial. A little bit slidey, which has compromised his exit. He's not as close as he would like to be. He's lost time there, and Ridwan is carrying a little bit more speed, and he'll be helped by the slipstream he has on his teammate. He's right on the back of his teammate now, so this could be a potential move. He's pushing him down the straight. Ryan Palmer's got the indicator going to tell him to go around, but he doesn't want to. He wants to stick in behind. He wants to help his teammate out here to hold on to that second place. I think they're probably more concerned about the gap between themselves and Ian Ward in front, because he could probably, if this goes on, I think he could probably steal away the second spot and disrupt this ITSFR 1-2. So I think Ridwan's more concerned about, hey mate, come on, get a move on, keep going, don't worry about me. You need to push to make sure that that gap doesn't blow out any more than it already is. But look at this. We've now got right on the back of Justin Ladaway is our good friend Aiden Holton. Look at these cars. They are inseparable now. This is what we thought would happen, and it has happened with 4 to go.
Welcome to the party, Aiden Holton. Okay, here we go. We've got a proper rave on here at the top of the grid. Of course, Ian Ward's still away and well down the field, but we don't mind about that right now. Ian Ward in the number 7 car done so well this race, not to take anything away from them, but we are so excited about the battle that we're seeing here. And yeah, big teamwork between FR Racing, and they are working together massively. Ridwan has said, you know what, I'm going to help you out, I'm going to push you forward, I'm going to defend for you. He's going to do a Sergio Perez for Max Verstappen. He's going to be the Minister of Defense as the PH Esports car moves out of the way, and no one's going to gain any slipstream from that, because of course he's blue flagged, and of course he's going to be going a lot slower, so don't want to be taking any risk there. Justin Ladaway, he is really, really fast through these first few corners, but that turn 15 has been critical for him. He's just getting into the aero wash, not able to get the grip that he needs to really hold the speed. Ridwan has been so effective through turn 15, is able to hold this apex speed massively through that, gets a really good angle and a good run. That is not a good run. That is a barrier collision for Ridwan Hamza, but it's not going to make any difference to the gap as it is right now. So much dirty air for Justin Ladaway, and he is going to be worried right now. He's got a very fast-moving Aiden Holton who's made progress lap after lap after lap on him, and of course in front he's got Ridwan Hamza, so you've got two incredibly quick drivers sandwiching you in between them, and Justin Ladaway has just got to get his head down, find a way to get a good exit through turn 15. He's got the slipstream advantage. He needs to take that that on, and he needs to get through turn 15 really effectively, and he'll have a double slipstream effectively if he's close enough to Ridwan Hamza, who's constantly finding a good exit, a better exit than Ryan Palmer is through turn 15, and that is going to be the critical section for this. Slipstream is going to be massive. Aiden Holton is now starting to make his attack, though, so Justin Ladaway, it's got to do it through turn 15 this lap. We are 3 laps away, so still plenty of action, plenty of time for the overtakes, but Aiden Holton is going so quickly through sector 3 and through the bridge area that Justin Ladaway is now going to have to look back more than he's looking forward. Here's the critical section. Let's see how they do. Justin Ladaway gets a good run through the exit of the bridge. Will he be able to run through turn 15 in a good way? He's going to have Aiden Holton right on his rear wing. Justin Ladaway gets a good run. Is it good enough, though? Let's see. The gap is half a tenth, but he's losing time because Ridwan gets a big slipstream from the car ahead, and the Nissan's using their top speed to advantage, and the Lexus is revving out as much as it possibly can. Will it be enough to hold off Captain Muffin? It is not. It is at the moment, because Captain Muffin's not quite close enough. Ridwan holds off Justin Ladaway for yet another lap. This is so exciting. This is great racing.
This is bro. You've heard the term DRS train, and what we have here is very similar. It's a slipstream train. These guys are all in the slipstream, except for Ryan Palmer, who unfortunately finds himself at the front of this without slipstream. But because they're all in the slipstream, their top speeds are so high that it's so hard for any of them to gain. When you're on your own, it's just 2 of you, and there's 1 car with slipstream, 1 car without as much either. There we go, half-second penalty for Aiden Holton. That is going to sting, because that is going to drop him off the back of these guys. So that is going to absolutely hurt with 3 to go in this race. He will potentially gain back up, but that's going to be great for Justin, because he'll be able to see if he looks back that Aiden Holton does in fact have his penalties. He runs wide into the grass. He'll be able to see that that penalty is there, and it'll just take the pressure off a little bit, because he knows that he's just got to worry about the car in front now. But the hardest part about that is that the Nissans are faster in a straight line, and Ridwan has the advantage of having the slipstream from Ryan Palmer to defend that 3rd position. So this is going to get really spicy. This has been great for Ian Ward, who's just disappeared into the distance. He's now 23 seconds ahead of Ryan Palmer, and I don't think the race win is in any doubt now. As long as he can keep it on the track, I think he's going to be fine. Fastest sector 1 of the race so far for Ridwan, and that slipstream will be helping that cause. Justin Ladaway has dropped off 1.2, 1.3 seconds now back to back from Ridwan, and that's going to be very frustrating for him, but I'm sure he'll just try and regroup a little bit. He's got a couple more laps to go, so a couple more attempts. I am wondering, George, what the gap now is between Wei Von Duve and Matt Donetti, because we knew that was starting to come down as well.
Big update, Justin Ladaway has also got a penalty.
That is huge. That is absolutely massive, and that's going to take him right out of the slipstream of Ridwan in front, which means it's going to open him up to be vulnerable to Aiden Holton, who also has a half-second penalty. So these guys are both going to serve their penalties, and then they're going to be out of the slipstream. Justin's not going to have the slipstream of the car in front, which means that he's going to have to try and defend from Aiden Holton for that 4th place on his own now. He's got no more assistance from the car in front, so he's going to have to try and do it all on his own. He's going to be very frustrated with that, I'm sure.
So tricky. That is so difficult for him. He's in a tough spot. And I think the other thing as well is Ridwan Hamza. He's got more tyres than all 4 of these guys, so he's been holding back a bit, I think, and really trying to help out, get Ryan Palmer onto that P2 spot. And now Ridwan can really start to, use his tyres to a tyre grip advantage against all of these other cars too. And actually that's a good little bit of a run back there from Justin Ladaway. It's a real shame that he's got the penalty, and I don't quite know where he picked it up. Must have been in a similar area to Captain Muffin. Both of them will now be in a battle, so it's a battle that was a 4-way battle for P2 is now going to become a two-way battles. One for P3, which is one for P4, which is Justin Ladaway's position as it is right now. Both of them slowing down. There's the gap elevating up to 2 seconds. It'll be 2.2 seconds or so by the end of the straight. And then this battle, which I don't think really is a battle between Itzifar Racing. I think Ridwan Hamza is quite happy to finish where he's going to finish. He's got 25-second deficit, though, to P1. So it's going to cut into the lead that they had developed in the first 3 stints. But I don't think it'll be enough to take away the overall P1 from the number 1 car.
No, I don't think so. Considering that the number 2 car was that of Ryan Palmer at this stage, I don't think it's going to be enough to cut into that lead. But here we go. So this is going to shape up now. I still am curious if we get a chance to look at the gap between Wei Von Duve and Matt Donetti, because I knew that was closing up as well, and it has closed right up. There we go. This is 3/10 between these guys. So Matt Donetti, who's done a 109.4 on the previous lap, No, that's Wave on Duke. Sorry, he's done a 109.4 on the previous lap, so he's quick. Matt Donetti's done a 103.7 on lap 29, which is that's almost as fast as some of the fastest times we've seen today. We saw, I know in the second stint, that Guy Barbara did a 107.6. So that's very quick. He's done a 109.5 on the previous lap, which you can tell is probably due to the fact he's now stuck behind that of Wave Von Duve. So with 2 to go here, he's going to have to try and find a way past to move himself up into 6th place. He won't be able to catch the guys in front. They're a fair way off that little battle pack. However, he will be able to get himself up into 6th. And here we go, down this straight here. Can he use the Nissan straight line speed to its advantage? Best sector, 2 tenths up in sector 1. That is ridiculously quick. Massive move up the inside. Here we go. Gets it stopped. Beautiful move. Makes it stick. Absolutely textbook overtake there from Matt Donetti to find himself up into 6th place. And I would say, even though he's fairly close behind is Wave on Duve, I would say that is pretty much move done, unless Matt Donetti now makes a mistake. So this is what we now have to keep an eye on, is this battle for 4th between Justin Ladaway and Aidan Holton, because that, I would say that the 2 It's FR cars probably won't battle it to the end. They'll just stick and hold position, I would say. But this is what's going to be the battle that is left to go, with 1.5 laps to go. And he only gets a couple opportunities at this, does Aidan Holton, because there's only this straight, and then we've got the long straight, and then he's got very wide from Justin Ladaway there onto the grass. I thought for sure that was in the wall. I don't know about you, George, but I thought that was going in the wall.
Please, Justin. My heart can't take it anymore. Please keep it on the road. Do not crash there or anywhere, please. Oh my goodness, this is really close. The thing is that Aidan Holton's got much worse tyres, so he's struggling for grip and is in the dirty air. So Justin Ladaway's got the advantage from that perspective. They're more or less equal on fuel, so no issue there. But 0.5 of a second, we know this is overtake territory into 16.
Yeah, here we go. I think this is going to be it. He's fairly close this time. He's 6 tenths back. I don't think he's gaining as fast as he would like. They must have a very low downforce setup on that number 44 Lexus. But he's, not close enough. So he's going to have to be a lot closer if he wants. He's only gained 3 tenths on that straight. So he's going to have to be within about 3 tenths if he wants to make that move stick. And he's only going to have one more opportunity to do it next time by, because we're about to enter the final lap of the race. Race pick has already started. Or he's about to start the final lap of the race. Is Ian Ward. He's had an absolutely brilliant stint. He's had a brilliant day. This number 7 car. Mitch Curry did a brilliant job in the first 2 stints. And then Ian Ward did a brilliant job last stint, defending against Chris Lackbrook, and then brought it home in P3. And now he just kept out of trouble and managed to take it home. And he is currently leading by 24 seconds over Ridwan, who has swapped positions with Ryan Palmer. So those 2 cars have swapped places. And it looks like potentially maybe a mistake for Ryan Palmer with the 1 second gap, but I also think maybe they just swapped positions because Ridwan is that much quicker. And it's 2.3 seconds back to Justin Ladaway. I don't think that's going to be much of a threat. And then it's now 1.4 back to
and another penalty for Aidan Holton. That's it. That's it. Game over.
Unless Justin makes a massive mistake here now, which would be very uncharacteristic of him to do, I think that is pretty much game over, and that cements 5th place in this race for Aidan Holton. So that is massive with only 1 lap to go. He'll be kicking himself for that, really. You can see how low these guys are on fuel. Matt Donetti has done a brilliant job to get himself up into 6th as well. This has been absolutely brilliant, and with Wave on Duve and Andrew Scott not too far behind as well. Nick Partasso, 9th place so far in this race, 30 seconds off the back of Andrew Scott, and then up into the top 10 is Nick Scuss, which has been a really good job. It's been a disappointing day for the WRT guys. Obviously, the number 15 car disconnected, which we send our commiserations to. And then in P11 was number 5 in Federico Castale, who is still carrying that damage. So he's soldiered on and continued to carry that damage. And he's getting blue flags now with the faster cars behind. The number 12, position 12, 84, number PH car is now a lap down as well. And 49 seconds behind that of Castale, and then 20 minutes down. It's been a difficult session for the number 56 car as he starts his final lap of the race. But I will hand it over to you now, George, to bring this home with race big, who's now finding his way down the long neck straight.
Wow. Well, Stint 4 coming to a closure. 34 laps in. The fuel is on the red limiter for every single car out there on the grid. And it's been an up and down day across the last 7 hours of racing here at Trackstars Touring Cars in round 4 for St. Croix 1000. Now, when you're in first place, you don't get as much coverage, but we have to take our hats off to Ian Ward. Took advantage of Ridwan Harms' mistake today in Stint 4. Overall, they won't be coming in the first place. That is locked in for the number 1 car for It's FR Racing, but you can't take anything away from what's been a spectacular drive today in this final stint by Ian Ward. And MC will be taking home at least 1 trophy. That's for the race 4. They'll be taking victory, and Ian Ward, smooth as anything, he'll have a flash of the light surely across the line. He's already celebrating before he's got to the checkered flag, and he takes it. That is victory for MC Sim Racing in Stint 4. A great drive by Ian Ward and the number 7 car. What a team. What a great way to end St. Croix 1000 for them. Then, of course, Ridwan Hamza. What can we say about the number 1 team? It's a powerhouse. They've showed it time and time again. Fastest laps in the top 10 shootouts in qualifying in the race. Not in Stint 4, though. And that is going to be across the line, side by side for It's FR Racing. Photo finish for the 2 green, yellow, and black cars. Beautiful racing by the 2. Great teamwork by them as well. And then the number 44 car, Justin Ladaway and Ben Keats. What a drive by those 2. Such teamwork by the 2 Kiwi drivers. Excellent work by both of them. And for Kiwi pit lane, brilliant stuff. Then, of course, the 232 car fighting back in every single stint 4 times. And what a race by Aidan Holton. Brings the car home for CP Motorsports in P5, and another photo finish essentially between him and Matt Dernedi, who's been in number 12 for CP Motorsports. So a good day out for the 2 car teams today. And then it's going to be Slapper's mate for WTCR 117, and then the 787 WTCR car, Andrew Scott. And commiserations here for a few teams as well. Some finishes that we wouldn't really want on the books, but nonetheless, a great drive overall. Nick Patasso, Ollie Downsall, Isaac Fogarty, great work by the team at MSR to take home a good result. P9 overall in Stint 4, followed by Nick Scott. And again, yeah, commiserations for this team. WRT, you've had 1 car with a disconnect in part 4, but such good racing by this team overall. They've been putting so much pressure on the other teams in this drive today across all of the stints, and really brought the entertainment for us in the commentary box. Then it's the number 5 will come home in P11, another MSR car with a little bit of damage. Both MSR cars with damage coming across the line in Stint 4, but Federico Castali bringing home the Lexus for MSR, and will take P11 in the final lap of part 4. Then it is the number 84 wildcard entry. Hats off to this team. They've done so well. Short, late entrance into the series as well. And where we saw them at Bathurst, they did great there. We saw them at St. Croix. They've done great there as well. And of course, rounding out the grid today will be the number 56 Kiwi pit lane entry. And they have had a race to forget, but one that they should still be proud of finishing, because 1,006 kilometers have been raced today by this team. Bear that in mind. Hats off to every single team and car and driver out there. What a race, and thank you everyone for viewing as well. What a brilliant, brilliant series. We're hopefully going to figure out who's finished where, but I think we can safely say, Isaac, that the number 1 car for It's FR Racing have taken out this endurance race.
Yeah, I don't think there was any doubt that the number 1 car will finish on top today. They've been absolutely flawless this entire endurance series, and they've clean swept the endurance races. Obviously, with Guy Barbara in for Bathurst and this race here at St. Croix, they've done absolutely brilliantly, and so they will take home first. I would suggest it'll be a 1-2 for It's FR Racing overall, but we'll have to definitely keep a close eye on that as we reach the we go into the night and find out what the overall results are once the times are added together. But what I'm very interested to see is who is in third. I believe I would have to, if I was to do the maths right now, I would say it is Ian Ward in the number 7 car, but we'll definitely have to keep a close eye on that to make sure that that is definitely the case as the day goes on. But either way, they have driven absolutely brilliantly today. They've done a great job. to bring that car home in first place in this fourth stint. So an hour and 49 minutes, that's a long time to spend behind the wheel of the car, continuously going at full speed, and they were absolutely flawless in that race. So yeah, brilliant job by those guys. Brilliant job by everybody really today to finish the race and bring all the cars home in one piece.
Exactly right. Yeah, we're just under 7 hours of total race distance here. 1,006 kilometers of distance, 24 corners at this 10.8 kilometer circuit. And boy, oh boy, I can't even do that. I think it's 93 laps total at this track. So it's a huge race distance. And we've seen some ups and downs. We've seen a lot of drama on track as well. But what we have most enjoyed has been the intensity of the racing, the strategy calls that have gone at disadvantage to some of the teams, to advantage to some of the teams. We've seen people run out of fuel. We've seen crashes into the barrier. We've seen epic racing, dives up the inside, turn 16, an absolute favorite of mine, seeing those moves on the inside, on the outside, the maneuvering in the slipstream. It's been absolutely fantastic. And yeah, we've been very privileged to bring you all the broadcast and commentary today for this 1,000 kilometer race. It is a stunning series. So thank you to the Trackstars admin. I think everyone owes a thank you to the Trackstars admin team for all the work they do to arrange such an event. Big thanks to everyone who's driven today and all the teams for the hard work that they do in the background as well. Wow. I don't know about you, Isaac, but I'm a little bit out of breath.
Yeah, that was I'm gonna have to go and have a lot of water, I think, after that race. There was a lot going on and a lot to keep up with. But yeah, we wanted action. We certainly got action. There was a lot to unpack after that stint. I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussions going on later tonight with our team debriefs over some things that have happened there in that race. But it was very good to watch. It was excellent racing, especially between those. I would say the top 5, but Ian Ward sort of just disappeared in the distance. So 2nd to 5th, especially towards the end of that race there, before those unfortunate penalties came around, was absolutely brilliant to watch. So there's been some great racing, and it's been a pleasure jumping in the commentary box yet again for the racing today. And I thank you for having me, George. It's been an absolute pleasure as always.
Thank you very much, Isaac. Yeah, and of course, big thanks to everyone who's jumped into the commentary box today. We've had Ryan Palmer, Nick Pautasso, myself, George Cook, and of course, Isaac Fogarty as well. So big thanks to everyone who's put that on. And we are going to leave it there. There's going to be, I'm sure, results posted in the very, very near future in the Discord. You all know where to go to look at the current standings. So please go and check those out. I'm sure Nick and the admin team are working hard to produce those results for you all as soon as possible so that you know what the final results are, that you know who has come where in this championship. I'm sure some of you out there have been getting your calculators out over the last 7 hours as well. So I'm sure there's a few with a little bit more of a hint as to what the final results have been. And yeah, we are going to leave it there. Thank you all so much. This has, of course, been Trackstars Racing Series 10th anniversary in 2024, round 10 at St. Croix, for the 1,000 kilometer race. Congratulations to all our winners. Congratulations to everyone who has finished the race. You're all winners in my book. Thank you all so much, and we will see you for the next stream. Good evening, good night, and goodbye.